We will now sing the national anthem.
Le député d'Argenteuil, la petite nation.
The member for Argenteuil, la petite nation, will lead us.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us common, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Son histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes, let the doors be open. Got to say, that was very impressive. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize some of the outstanding individuals and organizations in Surrey who have been helping members of our community get through these challenging times. Thank you to all the frontline workers for your tireless work, to the staff at Surrey Memorial Hospital, who have one of the busiest ERs in North America, to the unstoppable philanthropist Manjeet Litt, who donated $100,000 to Surrey Hospital Foundation, to the Spark Foundation for providing care packages, Surrey Cares for providing funding grants, the Guru Nanak Food Bank for providing food boxes, to Bhupinder Hoti at Taco Del Mar, Goodrich Transportation, Channel Punjabi, and the Aria Banquet Hall for providing meals to frontline workers, and to all the volunteers who have sewn thousands of masks for the most vulnerable and needy. And finally, to the many, many others in our community who I have not mentioned today, who are selflessly helping to make the lives of others a little bit easier during these unprecedented times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, time and again, business owners, community groups, and First Nations have demanded respectful consultations from this government. In Lockport, Manitoba, in my riding, the Minister of Public Service and Procurement made the unilateral decision to move forward with repairs to the St. Andrews Lock and Dam with little to no consultations with local government, businesses, or the community. In fact, my office reached out repeatedly to the minister's office for a month requesting a departmental briefing, but they wouldn't even pick up the phone to give me a call. Instead, my office received a short description of the asset and a summary of ongoing work on site. It was 600 words. That's all this government thinks Manitobans deserve, 600 words. This is an insult to me as their elected representative and the thousands of Manitobans who are directly impacted by this callous top-down approach. The Liberal government needs to remember they work for Canadians, not the other way around. Quit acting like dictators and just pick up the phone.
L'honorable député de Pierrefonds-Dollard.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Today at noon, the Subcommittee on International Human Rights released a statement on the situation of the Uyghur people and other Turkic Muslims in Xinjiang, China. The statement was consensus-based. Members from all parties agreed to it. We learned 2 full days of deeply disturbing testimony that between 1 and 3 million Uyghur people are currently being held in concentration camps by the government of China. This includes men, women, and children, some as young as 13. We learned about inhumane and unspeakable treatment. Rape, torture, permanent sterilization, forced abortion are widespread. We learned that some products we use here in Canada are almost certainly tainted by forced labor. Legal experts, including Erwin Kotler, said this amounts to crimes against humanity and genocide. Canada has a responsibility to protect. We must redouble our efforts in working with other countries to stop this unfolding genocide against the Uyghur people.
L'honorable député de Salaberry.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, in Salaberry-sur-Roi, community organizations as well as the Sismo Health Center have come together in order to create a mobile warmth unit as winter approaches to support people living with homelessness. These partners have come together to adapt a bus which will go through the streets of Salaberry. People will be able to have coffee there, warm up, and meet their basic needs. Volunteers will be on board the bus to share an essential dose of human warmth. I would like to pay tribute to the hard work and leadership of Claude Théoret, Marie-Lou Carrier, and André Couillard, Roger Gagné, and François Labossière, the last two from the Knights of the Columbus, Steve Hickey from La Pastorale Sociale, Annie Jalbert Desforges from the town of Salaberry de Valleyfield, and Louis-Philippe Boucher from Sismo. From the bottom of my heart, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois and from all inhabitants of Salaberry-sur-Roi, thank you.
Député d'Orléans.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Orléans.
Today to recognize all the incredible small business owners in Orléans and across Canada for this year's Small Business Week. Je profite de l'occasion pour...
I'd like to seize the opportunity to pay tribute to all our small businesses from coast to coast to coast. I'd like to thank them for their resilience and strength in this difficult period.
Of Beachcomber Hot Tubs in Orléans, which has shown incredible adaptability. The business pivoted well by creating an online store to sell their product. They are not the only ones who have shined in Orléans this year. The Orleans School of Rocks has been amazing in spreading the love of music in Orléans and offering classes despite the pandemic. The government recently announced new support measures for businesses, and we will continue to do whatever it takes to support our small business across the country. Again, thank you for your strength. Chapeau et continuez votre travail.
Congratulations. Keep up the great work.
Le député.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, in my riding, Lévis-Lobinière, almost everyone is taking our preventive measures to fight COVID-19 very seriously. I would like to personally congratulate them, and I'd like to thank them for all the sacrifices they've made. Whether by wearing masks, reducing visits to family and friends, or celebrating important events differently, as well as all of our sacrifices in workplaces and schools. Each of these actions made by each and every one of us is worth mentioning and makes a real difference. The struggle we're currently experiencing will lead to success thanks to each of these little gestures. Mr. Speaker, it is our duty in these difficult times to offer the very best of ourselves, to come together and to put an end to this unprecedented struggle. Let us all be patient, resilient, and show solidarity, and together we will see the light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, Beaches East York constituents Terry and Georgia Pirvalakis are committed to saving their toddler Michael, who suffers from an ultra-rare neurodegenerative disease known as SPG50. Among many other devastating outcomes of this disease, Michael's life will be cut incredibly short without a cure. Our East End community has stood beside Terry and Georgia as they have worked tirelessly to raise the funds with the hope of finding that cure. Most recently, Terry trained intensely and biked from Toronto to Ottawa, where he met the Prime Minister to help raise awareness and funds. The goal is to raise $3 million for experimental gene therapy, and they have raised an impressive $1.6 million to date. For those who want to help, they can go to curespg50.org. So those in the House in particular can understand the scale of community support. There were more Cure SPG50 lawn signs in some parts of East York than political signs in the last election. I ask this House to join me in recognizing Terry and Georgia's tireless devotion on the journey to cure Michael, and I ask our federal government to support both them and our East End community here in Toronto in that journey as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Outremont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's Small Business Week, and this is the time to recognize the exceptional contributions of SMEs in our communities. Whether it be cafes, corner stores, family restaurants, they are all an important part of our neighborhoods and of our everyday routines. Our business owners are continuing to make huge sacrifices during this second wave. I don't know when the pandemic will be over, but I can guarantee that our federal government will be there to support you as long as it needs to help you.
I'm particularly proud of the collaboration between our business community and our federal government. Whether it's with respect to the wage subsidy, the emergency loans, or our new rent program, all of these historic measures are thanks to your input, to your collaboration. So thank you for working with us, and thank you for your commitment to create the jobs, to create the growth that will ensure that the Canadian economy comes roaring back.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, Hindus across Canada and around the world are celebrating Navratri. The 9-night festival takes place every year in the fall as celebration of the victory of good over evil. When Navratri concludes on the 10th day, people in northern India celebrate Dussehra by distributing sweets and setting off firecrackers. The festival is also marked by the painting your homes and wearing new clothes. Mr. Speaker, I hope that everyone observing Navratri over the next several days has a joyful and safe festival season. On behalf of Canada's Conservatives, I would like to extend my best wishes to the Canadian Hindu community. May good always prevail over evil, and may light always trump over darkness. Happy Navratri.
The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to be a voice in Parliament today for the over 100,000 Canadians living with Parkinson's disease and the 10,000 or so Canadians that will be diagnosed this year. I recall Muhammad Ali lighting the Olympic flame in Atlanta after his Parkinson's diagnosis and watching Michael J. Fox on TV while he fought his symptoms. Parkinson's hits close to home for me as well because my dad, Joe, was diagnosed about 8 years ago. Since then, my dad has been an active volunteer and organizer with Parkinson's Canada and their annual Super Walk. When it became apparent that the Super Walk would be changing this year due to COVID-19, my dad, Joe, got walking. He set an incredible goal of walking 1 million steps this summer. Amazingly, he completed those steps in his hometown of Peterborough with his small but mighty Peterborough Parkinson's community, and they raised a lot of money too. Better treatments and a cure for Parkinson's are out there. I want to thank Parkinson's Canada, Dr. Anthony Lang, and the Michael J. Fox and Davis Finney Foundations for doing so much for people with Parkinson's, and I encourage everyone to support their local Super Walk next year. I'm proud of you, Dad.
Honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
For months, the Trudeau government has been promising to support the airline industry. For Canadians continue to see nothing. Flight attendants and baggage handlers have been furloughed. Pilots are struggling to get flight hours. Passengers' flights have been cancelled. Air traffic controllers have been laid off. And service jobs in airports have become virtually non-existent. Air Canada cancelled dozens of regional routes. WestJet is no longer flying to Atlantic Canada or Quebec City, and both Sunwing and Porter Airlines haven't operated flights since March. How much more adversity does this sector have to face before this government will act? To get our economy back up and running, we need to safely fly people and goods across our country as well as abroad. We need to see rapid testing in airports. We need to see our regional routes restored. And finally, we need to see a plan from this Liberal government that keeps Canadians safe, protects jobs, and doesn't leave the future of Canada's airline sector up in the air.
I just want to remind the honourable members when making statements in the House or asking questions or talking at all that when referring to another member, refer to them by their title or the riding that they represent, not by their proper name. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have failed to deliver an action plan to address violence against Indigenous women and girls. It's been 16 months and the government has been sitting on the results of the National Inquiry's final report. This government sure loves process, but again fails to deliver action. Last week, Canada's Ombudsman for Victims of Crime released a letter to the government titled, "The time to act is now." They said, quote, "We can no longer only talk about what we should do. We need to take action now because Indigenous lives are at risk every day." The Native Women's Association issued a report card last spring, giving the Liberals a resounding fail. In the last election, Conservatives pledged to develop an action plan that would advance reconciliation, address violence, achieve measurable improvements for Indigenous women and girls. But from the Liberals, there's been nothing but talk. Indigenous women and their families are wondering, when will the Liberals deliver a plan? This year? Next year? Never?
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
As Canadians, we value equity and fairness, and our health system reflects those values. guaranteeing that all Canadians, no matter where they live, get quality, publicly delivered, universally accessible health care. But in Alberta, our cherished public health system is under attack, and this attack is affecting women's lives and livelihoods disproportionately. This week, we learned that due to cuts Jason Kenney's made to healthcare, the maternity health clinic in Medicine Hat is closing its doors. This clinic provides 9,000 prenatal visits per year. In addition, it was announced that 11,000 Alberta Health Service jobs, primarily in laboratories, housekeeping, food services, and laundry, will be cut. These positions are predominantly held by women. In March, we called these essential workers, and now they are just another casualty in our Premier's war on public health care. Will the minister commit to protecting women in Alberta and in Canada? Will she withhold transfer payments if Jason Kenney refuses to adhere to the Canada Health Act?
Honorable député d'Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapédia.
The honourable member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to mention the birthday of Marie-Paul Gaudreau, better known as Madame Bouliane or Grandma Boo. She's an exceptional woman who will be 103 on the 28th. She's a fighter. She had 14 children and now has 41 grandchildren and nearly 90 great-grandchildren. She brought exceptional people into the world, people who are working hard for the development of our region, whether in hockey or in politics. Not only is she in perfect health, but Madame Bouliane has an incredible sense of humor. And it really tickles her that we are a part of two different political families. Today, I would like to say that her positivity and faith are inspiring. She's seen everything, as she often says, and she's not going to let this current crisis get the better of her. In order to respect current health measures, she is ready to see her 103rd birthday fly under the radar so that next year she can organize a big party with her loved ones when she turns 104. We need more positive women like you, Madame Bouliane. Thank you for everything. Happy birthday. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This month, the Éduc-Alcool organization will be 30. 30 years ago, 5 visionaries had a great idea to give Quebecers more ideas about how to use alcohol prudently, and they've had great success. Today, barely anyone in Quebec hasn't heard the slogan La modération a bien meilleur goût. Moderation tastes way better. That slogan was the result of a deal with the SAQ for the symbolic sum of $1. In my opinion, that was one of the great deals that Quebec has seen. The organization's contribution to Quebec's progress when it comes to alcohol consumption has been striking. Prevention and awareness campaigns have had a real impact. And Éduc-Alcool is much more than an awareness organization. It is a respected and recognized actor, recognized by the Quebec authorities, and the work continues. We know that there are still way too many difficult incidents unfortunate incidents because of alcohol consumption, and that's why I would like to invite all of my colleagues to follow Éduc-Alcool's October campaign. The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased to rise today during Small Business Week in order to celebrate the incredible work of all the small businesses in my region, Vaudreuil-Soulanges. The last 8 months have been a real test of resiliency for small business owners, but they have been able to overcome the challenge and have worked hard. I would like to mention all the efforts of Joanne Brunet, Philippe Roy, and Marie-Ève Ménard from Vaudreuil-Soulanges Development, as well as Pierre-Jean Savard, Jean-François Blanchard, Mathieu Miljour, Nadine Lachance, and their team at the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Since March, they have supported our regional economy through various programs, such as the BuyLocal.com initiative.
In my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges, who continue to support our small business owners and our local economy. It's never been more important to shop local, and I encourage our entire community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges to do so leading up to the critically important holiday season. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Question orale. Oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, first the Prime Minister said he was going to make a decision on Huawei before the last election, and he didn't. Then he said he was going to listen to our allies before he made a decision. Then he didn't. Our Five Eyes allies have all decided that Huawei can't be in our 5G infrastructure. Will the Prime Minister come clean with Canadians and admit he wants Huawei to be part of Canada's 5G network?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, emerging 5G technologies have the potential to meet an explosion in consumer and industrial demand for faster and higher capacity networks. We want to ensure that Canadians benefit from the latest 5G innovations, and at the same time, safety and security of Canadians will always be our #1 priority. We will never compromise on issues of national security. That's why we're working with our allies, with our experts in intelligence and security services to take the right decision for Canadians.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
And he will never make a decision, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, we stand up for human rights. This week, we heard that Huawei was being banned from the network and even described China as a threat to national security. The Liberals often like to quote Sweden as an example, but not this time. Why is the Prime Minister afraid of putting public safety first when it comes to a Chinese business? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will always work to protect the security of Canadians and our communities. That is our first priority. At the same time, we will continue to work with our allies, with our partners, as well as with intelligence and security agencies to make the right decisions for Canada. We will continue to do what is in the interest of Canadians. The Leader of the Opposition. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Investigations show that the Prime Minister offered a Liberal friend a huge contract. Frank Baylis was a Liberal MP just 6 months before getting the contract. Now he is making ventilators. What a coincidence, Mr. Speaker. He received a contract for more than $200 billion. Is the Prime Minister going into an election to hide these scandals and corruptions? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since day one, we have taken measures to ensure that we have the necessary equipment to ensure the safety and health of Canadians. An important part of our strategy is to establish partnerships with industry in order to guarantee a safe and certain supply in ventilators, but I don't want my honourable colleague to mislead the House. There is no contract between public procurement and Baylis Medical for ventilators. We are well equipped. We are using less than 10% of our current capacity of ventilators. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. That's interesting, Mr. Speaker. FTE, a company, was created just 7 days before it got a contract for more than $200 million. The Prime Minister said in May that we would get 30,000 ventilators by the end of the year. The result? The latest public figures indicate that we have only received 2% of that amount. Is the Prime Minister giving contracts to professionals or to friends? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I don't want people to be concerned. We are currently at 10% we are using 10% of our current capacity. We have received more than 3,500, and we expect more to come in coming weeks. We are acting according to recommendations by experts panels and asking public health and those responsible. There was a contract to FTE for 10,000 ventilators. Public procurement has no role in this. The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, means the Prime Minister is failing Canadians once again. Yesterday, the Prime Minister was willing to call an election to cover up the truth as to who was getting contracts from this government. This morning, we learned that former Liberal MP Frank Baylis signed a contract with this government that pays his company over $200 million for ventilators. Even in a once-in-a-century pandemic, Liberals find a way for Liberals to help themselves to taxpayer dollars. Mr. Speaker, how many more contracts did the Prime Minister hand out so that the Liberals could make money during a COVID pandemic?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Since day one, we've taken action to ensure that we have the supplies needed to keep Canadians safe and healthy. Canada is well equipped in ventilators. We're now using less than 10% of our current capacity. We've received thousands and we'll be receiving thousands more in the coming weeks. Following the recommendation of an expert review panel and at the request of PHAC, PSPC officials awarded a contract to FTI for 10,000 ventilators. PSPC has no involvement in agreements reached between FTI and its suppliers.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2015, we heard that Canada is back, internationally speaking, and then there was the Aga Khan scandal in 2019. We talked about the environment, and we had the first scandal in the judicial appointment process. In 2020, we want to invest in the fight against COVID-19, and we invest in the We Charity scandal in 2020 still. We're talking about helping businesses that are suffering, and then there's the wage subsidy scandal. With the Liberal Party, we never managed to talk about what interests and concerns people. I want to know what the Prime Minister thinks about an issue that interests Quebecers. What does he think about censuring a professor at the University of Ottawa? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we must all be aware of what our words mean. We promote respect for others and listening to communities. Our priority is to always put forward concrete actions to fight racism in all forms. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. We forgot to put some maple syrup in our pablum. Now, to come back to We Charity and the judicial appointment process, and we wanted to talk about judicial appointments. We had the scandal of $230 million to a friend. The Prime Minister has hidden his scandals under another scandal, and yet the scandal is people who are really concerned about racism and a professor, a teacher, who is really afraid. Does he have an opinion? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our concern during the pandemic is the health and safety of Canadians, and to ensure equal opportunity for all. That is what we are going to continue to do by working directly with Canadians. But I understand the concern and the anxiety of the Bloc Québécois in having a federal government that is delivering every day for Quebecers, a federal government that is helping Quebec families, a federal government that is helping Quebec companies, a federal government that is working hand in hand with the Quebec government in order to help Quebecers. Oh, the horror for the Bloc Québécois. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the pandemic, students have major challenges. It's difficult for students to pay for their tuition. It's difficult for them to find employment. The Prime Minister promised to help students, but instead of helping students, they helped their close friends and the We Charity. Now, does the Prime Minister prefer to plunge the country into an election instead of helping students in need? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, students and new graduates are in a very difficult situation because of the pandemic. We announced a solid plan to support them, which includes Canadian emergency response benefits for students that has helped more than 700,000 students, and job training with summer students, jobs, and other opportunities under the Youth Skills Strategy. And young people are at the heart of our plan. We will always be there for them.
Mr. Speaker, the entire We scandal was based on trying to help students, and instead of helping students, this government helped their close friends at We. And now it's become very clear, while students are struggling, while they're afraid, while they're worried, while they can't pay their bills, while they're not sure if they're going to be able to find a job, this government would rather risk plunging our country into an election than helping students. So were they just empty words, as I said, when the Prime Minister promised to help students? Or will the Prime Minister get to work and actually help those in need?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, not only have we pledged to help students, but we have helped students. Students have been at the heart of the challenges faced by this pandemic, so we announced a comprehensive $9 billion plan to support them, including the Canada Emergency Student Benefit, which provided direct financial support to over 700,000 students and recent grads. We created jobs, placements, and training opportunities, including over 84,000 Canada Summer Jobs, up to 40,000 student work placements, an additional 9,500 opportunities through the Youth Employment and Skills Strategy, and we've doubled the Canada Student Grants. We will continue to be there for our students all through the country.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Today, with tens of thousands of businesses closed across the country, limits on gatherings everywhere, the Prime Minister is on the edge of calling an unnecessary election to cover up his scandals. So polling locations for a federal election are often in schools or community centres, even in long-term care facilities and hospitals, where there are restrictions related to COVID-19. Before the Prime Minister made this afternoon's vote a matter of confidence, did he consult with Dr. Theresa Tam about how a federal election could spread COVID-19? And if so, what advice did she give him?
Good question. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect their Parliament to work to deliver for them through this pandemic, and indeed, over the past many months, we've done that. The government has worked with Parliament to deliver on the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, deliver on the wage subsidy, deliver supports for seniors, for youth. We've also worked with manufacturers to create PPE. We've moved forward on testing. We've moved forward with the provinces on keeping Canadians safe, and we will continue to focus on that. We certainly hope that the opposition parties choose to continue to make Parliament work constructively, because we want to keep delivering for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Let's be really clear. This threat of an election is all, the Prime Minister wants to go to an election. He's out there doing this. But yet he didn't answer the question. Yeah. We've got restrictions across the country on gathering sizes. He's asking Canadians to sacrifice, and he's not willing right now to say if he consulted with Dr. Theresa Tam on what would happen if we had a federal election and how much that would spread COVID-19. Why?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, throughout this pandemic, we have reassured Canadians that Parliament continues to function, that our institutions are strong, that our democracy remains strong. We watched parliamentarians work together to deliver a historic aid for Canadians. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, we don't want an election. Canadians don't want an election, but Canadians need to know that their Parliament continues to work constructively. It doesn't mean we need to agree on everything, Mr. Speaker, but it does mean we need to be able to come together and deliver concretely for Canadians, and that's exactly what we plan to do on this side of the House.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Never before in parliamentary history has the creation of a committee become a confidence motion. That's all on this Prime Minister. We're in the middle of a pandemic. He's shut businesses down. There's restrictions on gathering sizes. And on October the 6th, Elections Canada said it needed at least 4 months to prepare for a general election in the middle of the pandemic. And today, he can't even say if he talked to Dr. Theresa Tam. This is what I want to know very clearly. Did he consult with Dr. Theresa Tam about a federal election potentially spreading COVID-19? And if so, will he make her advice public?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've been engaged with Election Canada and other officials from the very beginning as people reflect on the possibility of an election which could theoretically happen at any time in a minority parliament. But our focus is on delivering for Canadians. Our focus is on working with all members of this House to deliver concretely for Canadians. We want this House to work constructively as it has in the past. What the members opposite now get to face in a few minutes in the vote is whether or not they want Parliament to work constructively for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Charlevoix-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, on March 26, Baylis Medical said it was approached with regard to the production of ventilators. March 31st, FTI professional grade was created by Rick Jameson, and the same day the government announced the end of the request for proposal period. April 11th, Ottawa signed a contract for $237 million with FTI, and on April 16th, FTI signed a contract for the production of ventilators with Baylis. What's the difference between this contract and the sponsorship scandal? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, a large part of our strategy to ensure Canadian safety is to create partnerships with industry to guarantee a safe supply of ventilators. So we are well equipped already, but we expect more ventilators still. We are taking action based on the experts' advice and Canada Health Agency. A contract was granted to FTI for 10,000 ventilators. Public services played no role in this agreement and this supplier. The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister knows full well that FTI is a shell company. It was created with the express reason of having ties to Frank Baylis and his business. I said it in the first question. It's a shell company. It gets a contract from the government for $237 million that is transferred to Frank Baylis. The Prime Minister knows full well that Frank Baylis could not get the contract directly. Why is he playing this game? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, there is no contract with PSPC and Baylis Medical for ventilators. We have taken action based on recommendations from the expert group, and public health authorities gave FTI a contract for ventilators. PSPC played no role in the agreement between FTI and its suppliers. The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles, $237 million in contract given to a company that didn't even exist. In fact, we're paying the double of price for ventilators that are created by another company. We're paying a lot more than we need to. And the company didn't even exist a week before. Baylis got the contract. The minister can't believe what we're saying. How many other friends of the Liberal Party got contracts like this since the month of March? The Honourable Prime Minister, since the beginning, we have taken necessary steps to provide and ensure a supply of ventilators for the health and safety of Canadians in this unprecedented pandemic. We have worked with industry and partners to ensure a supply of ventilators. We will continue to acquire the required equipment to ensure the safety of Canadians throughout the pandemic. The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, it's the government that decided to have a vote on the We Charity, the same government that announced earlier that it would table legislation to help businesses. When we talk about helping businesses, we're talking wage subsidies, rent assistance, and helping businesses in the red zones. So what this means is that either you have to zip it on the scandals or businesses will be left hanging. That is called blackmail, Mr. Speaker. Who do they think they are to hold our businesses hostage, Mr. Speaker? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning, we have been working to deliver for businesses and families in Quebec and for workers across the country. We will continue to cooperate with the opposition parties in order to properly serve Quebecers and Canadians. If the Bloc has decided that it has enough of a federal government that is providing every day deliverables for Quebecers and Canadians, that's their issue. Perhaps that is why they want an election. We don't want an election. We will continue to deliver for Canadians and for all Quebecers every day. The honourable member for La Prairie. We have had it with corruption, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals want to go to election for small business. No, they're prepared to sacrifice small businesses. They don't want to go into election for our small businesses. They want not to protect assistance for seniors, the environment, or supply management. Rather, they want to force an election to hide up a Liberal scandal. They're taking public funds and they're giving it to Liberal friends. Will they finally understand that the priority is the pandemic, not their friends? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic, we must have a parliament that works together. We don't always agree, of course, but we need to have a democracy, a strong democracy. We need to be able to deliver for Canadians and Quebecers, as we have been doing since the beginning of the pandemic. If the Bloc, and for now a number of weeks, has been talking about wanting an election, it's up to them to explain that, and it's up to them to vote, as all opposition parties will have to do, either to continue to work collaboratively here in this House or not. And we'll see in a half an hour what they're going to do. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Lafjord. Mr. Speaker, last week, the Quebec aeronautic sector lost hundreds more jobs, 250 jobs at Pratt & Whitney on Montreal's South Shore. The aeronautic sector represents high quality, high-paying tech jobs. How many other aeronautics jobs will it take for this government to react? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are well aware of the issues created by the COVID pandemic on the aeronautics industry. As we mentioned in the throne speech, we are working to put in place solutions to ensure the aeronautics sector can have the support that it needs. To date, $1.1 billion in support has been provided to workers in this industry through the Canada Wage Subsidy. We continue to support workers in this industry and the industry. We will continue to be there to support workers from one coast to coast to coast, and that is why we must continue to work and not play petty politics as the Conservatives always do. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Lafjord. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that the government has no plan for aeronautics sector. A report by the Parliamentary Budget Officer recently revealed that Canada will not meet its objectives with the super cluster strategy. And the aeronautics sector has been left hanging. Canada shines around the world thanks to this sector. We are the envy of the world. When will the Liberal government have a plan for our aeronautics sector? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the very beginning of our mandate 5 years ago, we've been working with the aeronautics sector in Quebec and across the country in order to ensure good jobs and a good future for this industry. It's so important for Canada and for the world. We will continue to work with our innovators in Canada as well as aeronautics companies and make the investments we need to make. We understand that COVID-19 has hit this industry hard, but we will continue to be there with direct aid to workers, and we are working with the sector to find solutions for the long term.
Or the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, 7 days before a $237 million contract was awarded, FTI was created. This company is a partner with Frank Baylis. Frank Baylis is producing Baylis ventilators. Frank Baylis was an MP just 6 months before the contract. What is the truth, Mr. Speaker? Why the cover-up? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning, we have been working with industry across Canada to deliver services and equipment that is needed during the pandemic. It's an unprecedented pandemic. According to recommendations from Public Health, an agreement was reached with FTI by PSPC. We have no ties with any suppliers to FTI. This is a priority to have these ventilators, so the health and safety of Canadians is always a priority for us. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
For months, the Prime Minister asked Canadians to follow public health advice. For months, he asked Canadians to consult Dr. Tam and health authorities for their well-being, for the health of all Canadians. Just 2 weeks ago, the Prime Minister cancelled Thanksgiving and said we better be prepared to cancel Christmas. And today, he won't answer our question on whether he asked Dr. Tam about having an election in a pandemic. Will the Prime Minister admit he's willing to put his electoral fortunes ahead of the well-being of Canadians?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The well-being of Canadians is what this government has been focused on since day one. That's right. We've delivered on supports for families and for seniors. We've delivered on supports for students and workers. We've delivered for small businesses. And in Small Businesses Week, we've heard across the country how much of a difference what we've made is doing. Furthermore, we continue to work with public health officials, and I can assure you that Elections Canada has worked very closely with health officials to determine what the best path forwards are, and I have full confidence in Elections Canada to be able to do those things. Our focus is on continuing to deliver for Canadians. It's up to the opposition to decide if they want to make Parliament work.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, it's become very obvious to Canadians that the Prime Minister is trying to force an unnecessary election. But our country is facing an unprecedented pandemic. Canadians are deeply concerned about their health and also about paying their bills and feeding their families. This Prime Minister says he wants to help Canadians, but he's clearly more interested in playing politics. So my question is this. When the Prime Minister committed to pharmacare in the throne speech just 2 weeks ago, was he serious, or was that just another hollow Liberal campaign promise?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning of this pandemic, we have stepped up to help Canadians, to help families, to help workers, to help small businesses, to ensure that the provinces have adequate PPE and testing facilities. We've flowed billions of dollars to the provinces in order to make sure we're reopening schools safely. We're supporting our most vulnerable. Every step of the way, we worked constructively with members of all parties in order to deliver in this pandemic. Today, unfortunately, the opposition parties need to make a choice about whether or not they want to continue to work collaboratively and constructively, which doesn't mean agreeing on everything, but does mean moving forward and focusing on Canadians. That's the choice they get to make.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, COVID cases are increasing and people are worried about their jobs, their kids, and the health of their loved ones. Instead of building a universal childcare and early learning system that would help families, this Prime Minister would rather throw us into an election. If the Liberals really cared about families and parents who must make the difficult decision between going back to work and taking care of their kids, they would work with the opposition to find a solution. This government bragged about their commitment for childcare in the throne speech. Was this really a commitment to help families, or just another empty pre-election promise?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we were proud to stand before Canadians with that throne speech and talk about childcare, talk about pharmacare, talk about the investments we were going to be making to recognize the gaps that COVID-19 have demonstrated in our social safety nets, in the fabric of Canadians' lives, and work closely with all others to fill them. We've flowed historic investments to support families, to support working moms, to support Canadians from one coast to the other, to deliver for them, and we're going to continue to do that. The opposition parties need to choose whether they want to work constructively in this House or not. We will see.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada-U.S. border between Thunder Bay and Manitoba is all part of my riding. We know that border restrictions to non-essential travel have been effective in limiting the introduction and transmission of COVID-19 into Canada from other countries. Can the Prime Minister please update the House on measures our government is taking with regards to our border? Thank you.
Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River for his important question and his hard work as a healthcare professional as well as an MP. Since January, we've taken multiple measures at our border to protect health and safety of Canadians by limiting the introduction and spread of COVID-19 in Canada. We made the extraordinary decision back in March to introduce reciprocal border restrictions for non-essential travel with the U.S., and just this week, we've announced its extension for another month. We will continue to do what is necessary to keep Canadians safe, and we'll always base our decisions on the best public health information available.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthur-Basca. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Official Opposition and the Member for Calgary asked a very simple question to the Prime Minister. Did he consult Dr. Tam to find out if it was possible to hold an election during the second wave of the pandemic? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I have great trust in Elections Canada and in their ability to allow our democracy to operate. Since the beginning of this pandemic, we have shown that despite the pandemic and even because of the pandemic, it's essential to operate our parliamentary institutions and our democratic institutions. That's what we did exactly. We're working with our partners here in the House. We've worked with the provinces and with Canadians to deliver during these difficult times, and we're going to continue to do so. The opposition must choose if it wants to cooperate here in this House. The Honourable for Richmond-Arthur-Basca. We're in front of a Prime Minister who wants to trigger an election A Prime Minister who wants to hide his We Charity and judge appointment scandals and all the money he's giving to his Liberal cronies. The questions that the leader of the opposition asked was simple. Did he consult Dr. Tam about whether we could trigger an election during the second wave of the pandemic? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in our country and in our democracy that is quite robust, we have a system that takes care of elections. Elections Canada is doing the necessary work to make sure that when there will be an election, whether it's in 3 weeks or 3 years, Mr. Speaker, we'll be ready despite the pandemic. We trust our institutions and Canadians can do so as well. What the opposition parties must decide is whether they want to continue to cooperate to work constructively in this House or not.
Or Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister's failure of leadership turned the tensions over the Nova Scotia lobster fisheries into a crisis. He ignored it until violence erupted. People were hurt and buildings were burned. But that's his MO, isn't it? Do nothing, send out a couple of tweets, do nothing some more, and then blame everyone else. And what's worse, as vandalism and violence escalated, he decided to just join in a debate here in Ottawa a couple of days ago, 1,000 kilometers away. Why doesn't the Prime Minister finally pick up the phone, talk to the people on the ground, and actually do his job?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, obviously we strongly condemn the acts of violence, racism and threats we've seen in Nova Scotia. We have to be clear. For productive conversations to continue, we need to fully implement this right, so the violence must end. We will continue to work with both First Nations and industry leadership to find a path forward, ensuring a safe, productive and sustainable fishery for all harvesters. The Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations will be appointing a special representative very soon to continue fostering further dialogue between commercial harvesters and First Nations, and we will continue our discussions with the Mi'kmaq nation to nation.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, this crisis has raged on for over a month, and fishers on all sides condemn this government's lack of action. Even a former top DFO official in the region said the government, quote, mishandled the situation terribly. Now the Prime Minister wants to force an election for his own self-interest and just to keep covering up his own scandals. For once, maybe he should actually lead. He could protect Indigenous and non-Indigenous people, keep their communities safe, ensure conservation and a prosperous fishery for all in Nova Scotia. He allowed it to become a crisis. So what is he actually going to do to fix it?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for 21 years since the Marshall decision, the federal governments of all different stripes have made progress on resolving this issue and recognizing the inherent rights of First Nations Mi'kmaq fishers. We will continue to do so. A number of years ago, our Minister of Fisheries from Beauséjour moved forward on strong agreements with the Mi'kmaq. We are continuing to move forward constructively and productively, not to solve this just with a Band-Aid, but to solve this issue once and for all in partnership with the Mi'kmaq and all people of Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, all we want is to shed light on the We Charity scandal at one committee on behalf of Quebecers. We could free up 4 committees that were studying the scandal by creating just one. The truth is that we're making the government work easier during a pandemic as long as it answers our questions. But the Liberals will stop at nothing to sidestep talking about this scandal. They shut down the Parliament this summer to skirt the issue, and now they want to bring down their own government to avoid answering questions. What are they hiding from Quebecers, Mr. Speaker? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I understand, Mr. Speaker, why the Bloc really needs to have an election, because for 6 or 7 months now, the federal government has been delivering for Quebecers. It's been helping Quebec families and Quebec workers and helping small businesses by working hand in hand with the Quebec government. We're going to be there to continue to support Quebecers. And it's politically problematic for the Bloc to have a federal government that is doing so much good for so many Quebecers. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. that would be less problematic in some cases. What's paralyzing the Parliament isn't the opposition, it's the collection of Liberal scandals. Today we learned that the Liberals awarded a $237 million contract to a former Liberal MP in this House not even a year ago. There was an untendered contract through a shell company created barely 7 days before it received the Liberals' check. It's hard to strike a committee every time there's a Liberal cronyism. The Parliament would be paralyzed for quite some time. How many special committees will it take to cover all of these scandals? Since the beginning of this pandemic, we've worked with all parties in this House to deliver for Canadians. We were able to deliver the CERB and the wage subsidy. We were able to deliver individual protection equipment and testing materials. We were there to restart schools safely for our students. And we're working hand in hand with provinces. And we're going to continue to work with all members of this House to help Canadians. But the opposition has to make a choice. Do they want to work productively or not?
Calgary, Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we saw hundreds of aviation workers protesting here on Parliament Hill, pleading for the government to provide them with a plan that gets them back to work. It's been over 200 days since both Porter and Sunwing Airlines have operated flights, with both Air Canada and WestJet suspending dozens of routes. Because of this Liberal government's failure, flight attendants have been furloughed, pilots are struggling to get flight hours, and air traffic controllers have been laid off. When will the Prime Minister finally deliver a plan for the aviation sector?
Well, Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that many sectors have been extremely hard hit by this pandemic, particularly the airline sector, among others. That's why the wage subsidy has helped the airline industry with over $1.1 billion in supports. And we will continue to work to support our airlines as we go through this difficult situation. We know we need to have a strong airline industry once we come through this pandemic. That is what we are focused on. We continue to work with partners. We continue to support workers across this country. We will ensure that Canada stays a strong leader in airlines and aeronautics.
Honourable Member for Calgary, Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, I have met with over 30 stakeholders in just the past 4 weeks, and they continue to tell me how desperately they need a plan or some kind of action from this government. We have heard that the government is starting to consult and work on solutions for the sector, but the fact is they should have been listening long before now. Just today, the EU removed Canadians from the list of approved travellers, and the ripple effects of the Prime Minister's negligence will continue to grow. Has the Prime Minister given the Minister of Transport a directive and a deadline to address this critical situation? Yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as a government, we've been squarely focused on the safety and security of Canadians. Now, we've seen other parties and other leaders not be as responsible in terms of doing the things that are protecting from the spread of COVID-19. But we will continue to ensure that what we do in terms of closing the borders, in terms of keeping Canadians safe, is always top of mind. Yes, we are there to support small businesses and large. We are there to support workers. We will continue to. But we will always make our decisions based on protecting Canadians from this pandemic first and foremost.
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky-Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister please share whether he consulted with Dr. Theresa Tam on how a federal election will be held during a national pandemic? What's the science-based approach to keep Canadians safe? And if an election is called today, how will immunocompromised Canadians be able to go to the polls? Thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the beginning we have worked with scientists and health experts, and we know full well that Elections Canada has continued to work to ensure that we're able to hold an election in a safe way. But Mr. Speaker, we do not want an election, and the choice is up to the opposition parties whether they want to keep working productively and constructively in Parliament or not. That is what they are facing as a choice, and that is, Mr. Speaker, what we will see shortly.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, online hate is an ever-increasing and pervasive threat that has dangerous implications. We've seen racism simmer and rise. We've seen members of this House face the consequences. We've lost too many lives to despicable acts of violence in Canada and globally. We need concrete action. Can the Prime Minister please inform the House about our progress in addressing the Christchurch call to eliminate terrorist and violent extremist content online?
Before we go to the Right Honourable Prime Minister, I'm going to ask all those who are at home to please make sure that their mics are muted. There's been some interference there, and I want to make sure that everyone hears the questions and the responses. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for Mississauga, Erin Mills, for the important question and for her advocacy on behalf of her constituents. Too many people have been victimized by online hate, and we've seen the results of this too many times. That's why yesterday we announced over $700,000 in funding to YWCA Canada to examine hate speech trends while developing online tools and digital literacy training for young Canadians. We're also working towards establishing requirements for social media platforms to remove such hatred within a reasonable time or be held accountable. We are working together to address harm caused by online hate.
Once again, I want to remind the honourable members who are joining us virtually to mute their microphones if they're not asking a question or responding. The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister refused to answer the question from the member from Calgary Nose Hill, the member from Durham, the member from Richmond Athabasca. The question is simple. Why is he refusing Canadians an answer to a simple question on how a federal election would be held during a pandemic? What is he afraid to tell us, and why is he afraid to give this House a science-based approach to an election during a federal pandemic? Thank you.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are continuing to focus on delivering for Canadians in this pandemic, on keeping Canadians safe. The members of the opposition have brought forward a motion that is clearly of non-confidence in this House, and they will then need to decide whether they want to continue to work collaboratively in this House or not. That is the choice they get to face. On this side of the House, we're not interested in an election, Mr. Speaker. We are dealing with Canadians. We are delivering for them every single day. The choice is up to the opposition, Mr. Speaker.
Leader.
Keeping Canadians safe, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has had multiple joint press conferences with Dr. Tam. In September, he said this: every step of the way, we were informed by our experts as to how to keep Canadians safe. Today, the Prime Minister's silence is an admission that he has not consulted Dr. Tam or experts ahead of threatening a general election in the second wave of the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister put the health and well-being of Canadians first today? Will he rise in this House and undertake not to force a general election before public commentary and opinion from Dr. Tam and Elections Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the choice is up to the opposition parties, Mr. Speaker. They moved a motion that is clearly not in confidence of the government. They have decided that they no longer want to work constructively in this House to deliver for Canadians. It is their choice, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we're not interested in an election. We have much work to do to continue to deliver for Canadians. The question before the opposition today is whether or not they want to continue to work constructively for Canadians or not, and we shall soon see their answer.
Hear, hear. I just want to remind the honourable members that calling names that are unparliamentary are not really acceptable, and I just want to remind them to watch their language. I know times get emotional in here, and sometimes things run away, but just be careful. The honourable member, l'honorable
The honourable member for Levis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, according to the press, to be appointed a Liberal judge, you must have donated to the party, had lawn signs, and participated in a partisan event, made calls during an election campaign, been a volunteer, and, of course, be a member of the Canadian Bar. Mr. Speaker, are these really the new Liberal criteria for becoming a judge in Canada? This is scandalous. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we made important reforms to the judicial appointment process in 2016. We strengthened the role of independent consulting committees, and we adopted a more rigorous and responsible system that better reflects Canada's diversity. Appointments are merit-based, and based on the needs of courts and the expertise of every candidate. We are proud of the highly competent jurists that have been appointed since we adopted this strengthened system, and they come from various backgrounds and of various political stripes. The Honourable Member for Vimy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for Small Business Week, I would like to highlight that small businesses across the country are the best way to restart our economy. Small businesses have been on the front lines of this pandemic, but they have shown great strength in facing it. Can the Prime Minister tell this House how our government is supporting Canadian SMEs? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank the member of Vimy for this very important question and her hard work. Companies have always been there for us, and now more than ever, they need our support. That is why our government launched the biggest aid package for small businesses in Canadian history, with programs such as the wage subsidy, the Canadian Emergency Business Account, which has helped more than 770,000 small businesses, the Rent Assistance Program, and much more. Nothing is off the table when it comes to helping our small businesses that are the very heart of our success as a country.
Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister is hiding behind the opposition and refusing to be open about his agenda with Canadians. While people are struggling with the second wave, they also know that we are facing another impending global emergency, the climate crisis. Just 2 weeks ago, in his throne speech, the Prime Minister made promises to take long overdue climate action. But now the Prime Minister seems determined to go to an election. He's playing politics with our climate and our future. Were those promises on climate change real commitments or just empty pre-election announcements?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 5 years, we've done more on climate change and to protect Canada's natural habitats than any government in the history of this country. When we came in, a mere 1% of Canada's coastal areas and oceans were protected. We're now up to 14% and on our way to 25%, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to stand up for Canada's environment, continue to create good jobs into the future by investing in transforming our economy in positive ways and ensure that every region of the country plays a strong role in building that better future. Mr. Speaker, even as we are in this crisis of the pandemic, we need to address the crisis of climate change, and this government will.
And that's all the time we have for questions today. C'est tout le temps qu'on a pour les questions aujourd'hui. Comme il est 15h07.
It being 3:07, pursuant to order of Wednesday, 23rd of September 2020, the House will now proceed to the taking of a deferred recorded division on the amendment to the motion of Mr. O'Toole relating to the business of supply.
The list of members voting by video conference has now been established for the use by the table. The question is the following one. Mr. O'Toole, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moved that the House, A, note that We charity scandal has preoccupied Parliament since the Canada student... May I dispense? Dispense? Okay, very good. There's no point of orders being called once the vote has been called, unless it's technical. Okay. Okay. We'll hold on that because it is a technical issue then.
I saw it pop up.
We're going to proceed with the vote, and the sign on the or the display of the time has been removed, and it was removed very quickly. So right now, the rules that are in place is once the whips sit down at their place, then we go on with the vote. So we're going to proceed. All those in favor of the amendment and participating in person will please rise.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Mr. Blanchet.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à l'amendement et qui participent en personne.
All those opposed to the amendment and participating in person will please rise.
Trudeau.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayen.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Siri.
Monsieur Siri.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
We will now call members who are participating by video conference one by one in alphabetical order and by party based on the list at the table. After you have been called, indicate whether you vote for or against the amendment. Please ensure your camera is turned on at all times and your microphone is turned on only when you're voting. Members of the Liberal Party.
Mr. Amos.
I vote against.
Mr. Amos, against. Contre.
Ms. Anand.
Je vote contre.
Ms. Anand, contre. Against.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
I vote against this motion.
Mr. Ananda Sangri, against. Contre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre cette motion.
Monsieur Arsenault, contre. Against.
Mr. Aria.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Aria, against. Contre.
Mr. Badaway.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Badaway, against. Contre.
Mr. Bagnall.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Bagnall, against. Contre.
Mr. Batiste.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Batiste, against. Contre.
Mr. Beach.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Beach, against. Contre.
Ms. Bennett.
I vote against the motion.
Bennett, against. Contre.
Madame Bissett.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Bissett, contre. Against.
Mr. Blois.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Blois, against. Contre.
Mr. Bertina.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Bertina, against. Contre.
Madame Brière.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Brière, contre. Against.
Mr. Carr.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Carr, against. Contre.
Mr. Casey.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Casey, against. Contre.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Ms. Chager, against. Contre.
Monsieur Champagne.
Je voterai contre la motion.
Mr. Champagne, contre. Against.
Mr. Chen.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Chen, against. Contre.
Monsieur Cormier.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Cormier, contre. Against.
Ms. de Brussen.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. de Brussen, against. Contre.
Ms. de Moth.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. de Moth, against. Contre.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Dollywall, against. Contre.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Dong, against. Contre.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Dubourg, contre. Against.
Mr. Duguid.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Duguid, against. Contre.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North, against. Contre.
Ms. Zarowitz.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Zarowitz, against. Contre.
Mr. Easter.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Easter, against. Contre.
Mr. Assassi.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Assassi, against. Contre.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur El Khoury, contre. Against.
Mr. Ellis.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Ellis, against. Contre.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Erskine Smith, against. Contre.
Monsieur Fergus.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Fergus, contre. Against.
Mr. Fillmore.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Fillmore, contre. Against.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Finnegan, against. Contre.
Mr. Fisher.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Fisher, contre. Against.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Fonseca, against, contre.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Fragiscatos, against, contre.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Fraser, against, contre.
Ms. Fry.
Against the motion.
Ms. Fry, can you repeat? The camera did not click on. Maybe speak a little bit louder, please.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion, and I see my camera is not going on still. I don't know why.
You're sounding a bit distant. Maybe check the boom on your headset. Ms. Fry, did you want to try that again?
Yes, yes, I'll try it again, thanks. Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Very good. Thank you.
Ms. Fry, against, contre.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Garneau, contre, against.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Against the motion.
Mr. Gerritsen, against, contre.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Gould, contre, against.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Guilbeault, contre, against.
Ms. Haidu.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Haidu, against, contre.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Hardy, against, contre.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Holland, against, contre.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Housefather, against, contre.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Hussein, contre, against.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Hutchings, against, contre.
Monsieur Iacono.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Iacono, contre, against.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Joly, contre, against.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Jones, against, contre.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Jordan, against, contre.
Mr. Johari. Mr. Johari. Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Kellaway, against, contre.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Kara, against, contre.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Koutrakis, contre, against.
Mr. Kuzmerichik.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Kuzmerichik, against, contre.
Madame Lalonde.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Lalonde, contre, against.
Madame Lembropoulos.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion. I vote against.
Madame Lambropoulos, contre, against.
Madame Latanzio.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Latanzio, contre, against.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Leblanc, contre, against.
Madame Leboutillier.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Le Boutillier, contre, against.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Lefebvre, contre, against.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Lightbound, contre, against.
Mr. Long.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre cette motion.
Mr. Long, contre, against.
Mr. Longfield.
I vote against the motion.
Longfield, against, contre.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga, against, contre.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan, against, contre.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, contre, against.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Maloney, against, contre.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada, contre, against.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. May Cambridge, against, contre.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mrs. McCrimmon, against, contre.
Mr. McDonald.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. McDonald, contre, against.
Mr. McGuinty.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. McGuinty, against, contre.
Mr. McKay.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. McKay, against, contre.
Mr. McKinnon-Coquitlam pour Coquitlam.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. McKinnon-Coquitlam pour Coquitlam, contre, against.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
I vote against the motion.
McLeod, Northwest Territories, against, contre.
Mr. Mendicino.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Mendicino, against, contre.
Monsieur Miller.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Miller, contre, against.
Ms. Monsef.
I vote against.
Ms. Monsef, against, contre.
Mr. Morrissey.
Je vote contre.
Mr. Morrissey, contre, against.
Mr. Oliphant.
I vote against.
Mr. Oliphant, against, contre.
Mr. O'Regan.
I vote against.
Mr. O'Regan, against, contre.
Mr. Pulowski.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Pulowski, against, contre.
Ms. Qualtrough.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Qualtrough, against, contre.
Ms. Ratanzi.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Ratanzi, against, contre.
Mr. Regan.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Regan, against, contre.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la proposition.
Monsieur Robillard, contre, against.
Mr. Rogers.
I vote against the motion.
Rogers, against, contre.
Mrs. Romanado.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mrs. Romanado, contre, against.
Ms. Sahota Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Hota Brampton North, against, contre.
Mr. Saney.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Saney, against, contre.
Mr. Sajan.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sajan, against, contre.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Sanson, contre, against.
Mr. Sangha.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sangha, against, contre.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sarai, against, contre.
Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Scarpalegia.
Excusez, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Scarpalegia, contre, against.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Schiffke, contre, against.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Scrow, against, contre.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sheehan, against, contre.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East, against, contre.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South, against, contre.
Mr. Seekand.
Against.
Mr. Seekand, against, contre.
Mr. Sims.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sims, against, contre.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sorbera, against, contre.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Spengeman, against, contre.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Tassi, against, contre.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Turnbull, against, contre.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Van Bynen, against, contre.
Mr. Van Koeverden.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Van Koeverden, against, contre.
Monsieur Vandal. Monsieur Vandal. Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Vandenbeld, against, contre.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Vaughan, against, contre.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Varani, against, contre.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Weiler, against, contre.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Yip, against, contre.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Young, against, contre.
Ms. Zan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Zan, against, contre.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully vote against the motion.
Mr. Zuberi, against, contre.
Les députés du Parti.
Members of the Conservative Party.
Mr. Abul Taif.
I vote in support of the motion.
Mr. Abutayev, for, pour.
Mr. Aitchison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Aitchison, for, pour.
Mr. Albus.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Albus, for.
Ms. Alislev.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Alislev, for, pour.
Mr. Allison.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Allison, for, pour.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Arnold, for, pour.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Baldinelli, for, pour.
Mr. Barlow.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Barlow, for, pour.
Mr. Barrett.
I vote yea in favor.
Mr. Barrett, for, pour.
Mr. Benzin.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Benzin, for, pour.
Monsieur Bertod.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Berthold, for.
Monsieur Blaney-Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Blaney-Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis, for.
Mrs. Block.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Block, pour.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Bragdon, for.
Mr. Broussard.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Broussard, pour.
Mr. Calkins.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Calkins, pour.
Mr. Chu.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, I would vote to expose all the corruptions in Canada. I vote in favor of this.
I just want to remind the honourable members that they're not making or they're not debating the issue. They're just voting on it. Just to clarify, in case anybody had any doubts of what's going on.
Mr. Chu, for.
Mr. Chong.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Chong, for.
Mr. Cooper.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Cooper, for.
Mr. Cumming.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Cumming, for.
Mr. Dalton.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Dalton, for.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Dancho, for.
Mr. Davidson.
I vote for the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Davidson, for.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Diot, for.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Doherty, for.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dowdle, for.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dreeshen, for, pour.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Epp, for, pour.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster, for, pour.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for in favor of the motion.
Mr. Falk, Provencher, for, pour.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Fast, for, pour.
Ms. Finley, South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Finley, South Surrey, White Rock, for, pour.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk, for, pour.
Monsieur Généreux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Généreux, pour, for.
Mr. Jennis.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Jennis, for, pour.
Ms. Gledoux.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Gledoux, for, pour.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Godin, pour, for.
Mrs. Gray.
I vote for the motion.
Gray, for, pour.
Mr. Halan.
I vote for the motion.
Halan, for, pour.
Ms. Harder.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Harder, for, pour.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Speaker, I missed the question, thus I cannot vote.
Ms. Jansen.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Jansen, for, pour.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Genereux, for, pour.
Mr. Kelly.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kelly, for, pour.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kent, for, pour.
Mr. Kitchen.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kitchen, for, pour.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion. Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Kimmich, for, pour.
Mr. Cram. Mr. Cram. Mr. Couric.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote for the motion.
Mr. Couric, for, pour.
Mr. Lake.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lake, for, pour.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Lawrence, pour, for.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Lehoux, pour, for.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lewis Essex, for, pour.
Mr. Leipert.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Leipert, for, pour.
Mr. Lloyd.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lloyd, could you repeat? The speaker did not, or the microphone did not kick in.
I vote for the motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Lloyd, for, pour.
Mr. Lobb.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lobb, for, pour.
Mr. Lukiski.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lukiski, for, pour.
Mr. McKenzie. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. McGuire.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McGuire, for, pour.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Mazer, for, pour.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Macaulay, for, pour.
Mr. McLean.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. McLean, pour, for.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, for, pour.
Mr. Malello.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Malello, for, pour.
Mr. Moore.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Moore, pour.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Morantz, pour.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Morrison, pour.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Motts, pour.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Nader, pour.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Patzer, pour.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Poilievre, pour.
Mr. Redekop. Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Redekop, pour.
Mr. Reid.
Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Reid, pour.
Ms. Rood.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Rood, pour.
Ms. Sahota Calgary.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview, pour.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Soroya, pour.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Scheer, pour.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Schmale, pour.
Mr. Seaback.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Seaback, pour.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Shields, pour.
Ms. Shin.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Shin, pour.
Mr. Shipley.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Shipley, pour.
Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Sloan, pour.
Mr. Soroka.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Soroka, pour.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Steinley, pour.
Mr. Strahl.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Strahl, pour.
Mr. Sweet.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Sweet, pour.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Tucker, pour.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Van Popta, pour.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Vecchio, pour.
Mr. Vidal.
I vote for the motion.
Vidal, pour.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Wagenthal, pour.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Workington, pour.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Waugh, pour.
Mr. Weber.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Weber, pour.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Williamson, pour.
Mr. Yerdega.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Yerdega, pour.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Zimmer, pour.
Les députés du Bloc.
Members of the Bloc Québécois.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval, pour.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Beaulieu, pour.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de cette motion.
Monsieur Bergeron, pour.
Madame Bérubé.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Bérubé, pour.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca, pour.
Monsieur Boudria.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Boudria, pour.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe, pour.
Madame Chabot.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Chabot, for.
Monsieur Champoux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Champoux, pour.
Madame Charbonneau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Charbonneau, for.
Monsieur Désilets.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Désilets, for.
Madame Larouche.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Larouche, for.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Lemire, for.
Madame Michaud.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Michaud, for.
Madame Posé.
Pour la motion.
Madame Posé, for.
Monsieur Perron.
Je vote pour la motion.
Perron, for.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Plamondon, for.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay, for.
Monsieur Simard.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Ah, je m'excuse, Monsieur Sainte-Marie, pouvez-vous répéter?
Could you please repeat, Mr. Sainte-Marie? We weren't able to see you.
La motion.
Parfait, merci beaucoup.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie, for.
Monsieur Thériault.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Thériault, for.
Monsieur Trudel.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Trudel, for.
Madame Vignola.
Je vote pour la motion.
Vignola, for.
Les députés du nouveau...
Members of the New Democratic Party.
Ashton.
I vote against the motion.
Miss Ashton, against, contre.
Mr. Backrack.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Backrack, against, contre.
Mr. Blakey.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Blakey, against, contre.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River, against, contre.
Monsieur Boulris.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Boulris, contre, against.
Mr. Cannings.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Cannings, against, contre.
Ms. Collins.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Collins, against, contre.
Mr. Davies.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Davies, contre, against.
Mr. Duval.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Duval, against, contre.
Mr. Garrison.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Garrison, against, contre.
Ms. Gazan.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Gazan, contre, against.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Harris, against, contre.
Madame Hughes.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Hughes, contre, against.
Mr. Johns.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Johns, against, contre.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Julian, contre, against.
Ms. Kwan.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Kwan, against, contre.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. McGregor, against, contre.
Ms. Matheson.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Matheson, against, contre.
Les députés du Parti...
Members of the Green Party.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Atwin, against, contre.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Manley, against, contre.
Ms. May Saanich Filings.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. May, Saanich Filings, against, contre.
Les députés...
Independent members.
Mr. Tabera.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Tabera, against, contre.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould, against, contre.
As mentioned in my statement in the House on Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020, and assuming that you did hear the question, if you wish to register your vote and weren't able to do so due to technical difficulties that are now resolved, use the raised hand function and the chair will recognize you. Mr. Johari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Johari, against. Contre.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Vandal, against. Contre.
Mr. Cram. Mr. Cram.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me now?
You're on. Please go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Cram, pour.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Viersen, pour. Yeas pour 181, 181. Nays contre 143, 143.
Do you want to double check that, please?
Yeas pour 143, 143. Nays contre 181, 181.
I declare the amendment defeated. The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Monsieur O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moved that the House, A, note that the We Charity scandal has preoccupied...
Okay, thank you. Okay, we've got a little bit of a mix-up here. There we go. Conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Pursuant to the order adopted on Wednesday, September 20th, we will not proceed on a vote of yea or nay. Therefore, members from recognized parties present in the House, if they'd like to call a recorded vote, or if the motion is adopted on dissent, I would invite them to rise and to indicate this to the Speaker.
Okay. Okay. We proceed with the vote.
Yep. So all those in favor of them.
I'm sorry. What? Mama. Favor of the motion and participating in person will please rise.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Que tous ceux...
All those opposed to the motion and participating in person will please rise.
Trudeau. Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair,
Monsieur Rodriguez,
Monsieur Rodriguez,
Ms. Freeland,
Ms. Freeland,
Monsieur Duclos,
Monsieur Duclos,
Mrs. Schultz,
Mr. Schultz,
Ms. Murray,
Ms. Murray,
Monsieur Lemetti,
Monsieur Lemetti,
Madame Fortier,
Madame Fortier,
Madame Bibot,
Madame Bibot,
Ms. McKenna,
Ms. McKenna,
Mr. Wilkinson,
Mr. Wilkinson,
Ms. Ing,
Ms. Ing,
Mr. Lamour,
Monsieur Lamoureux,
Madame Bendayen,
Madame Bendayan,
Mr. Baker,
Mr. Baker,
Mr. Baines,
Mr. Baines,
Madame Mendez,
Madame Mendez,
Monsieur Seri,
Monsieur Seri,
Ms. O'Connell,
Ms. O'Connell,
Monsieur Lauzon,
Monsieur Lauzon,
Ms. Dillon,
Ms. Dillon,
Ms. Khalid,
Ms. Khalid,
Mr. Algabra,
Mr. Algabra,
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor,
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor,
Madame Shanahan,
Madame Shanahan,
Mrs. Zaid,
Mrs. Zaid,
Ms. Jazik,
Ms. Jazik,
Monsieur Drouin,
Monsieur Drouin,
Mr. Biddle,
Mr. Biddle,
Mr. Singh,
Mr. Singh,
Ms. McPherson,
Ms. McPherson,
Mr. Green,
Mr. Green,
Mr. Massey,
Mr. Massey,
Mr. Angus,
Mr. Angus.
Nous ferons maintenant
We will now call members who are participating by video conference one by one in alphabetical order and by party based on the list at the table. After you have been called, indicate whether you vote for or against the motion. Please ensure your camera is turned on at all times and your microphone is turned on only when voting.
members of the Liberal Party.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion. I vote against the motion.
Mr. Amos, against, contre.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion. Merci.
Madame Anand, contre, against.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Anand Sangri, against, contre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Arsenault, contre, against.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Yeah, against, contre.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Badaway, against, contre.
Mr. Bagnall.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Bagnall, against, contre.
Mr. Batiste.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Batiste, against, contre.
Mr. Beach.
I vote against the motion.
Beach, against, contre.
Ms. Bennett.
I vote against the motion.
Against, contre.
Mr. Blois.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Blois, against, contre.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Tina, against, contre.
Madame Brière.
I vote against the motion.
Madame Brière, against, contre.
Mr.
I vote against the motion.
Against, contre.
Mr. Casey.
I vote against the motion.
Casey, against, contre.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Chager, against, contre.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Champagne, contre, against.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Chen, against, contre.
Monsieur Cormier.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Cormier, contre, against.
Ms. de Brussen.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. de Brussen.
Mr. Brussen, can we get you to repeat? The camera did not click in.
Mr. Brussen, against, contre.
Mr. Moff.
I vote against the motion.
Against, contre.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Dollywall, against, contre.
Mr. Dong.
Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Dong, against, contre.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Dubourg, contre, against.
Mr. Duguid.
I vote against the motion.
Dogood, against, contre.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, against, contre.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Zarowitz, against, contre.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Easter, against, contre.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sassi, against, contre.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Je vote contre la motion.
Oui, contre, against.
Mr. Ellis.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Ellis, against, contre.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Erskine Smith, against, contre.
Monsieur Fergus.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Fergus, pouvez-vous répéter, s'il vous plaît?
Absolument, Monsieur le Président. Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Fergus, contre, against.
Mr. Fillmore.
I vote against the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Fillmore, against, contre.
Mr. Finnegan.
Je vote contre la motion.
Again, contre, against.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Fisher, against, contre.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Fonseca, against, contre.
Mr. Fragascatos.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Fragascatos, against, contre.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Fraser, against, contre.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Aye, against, contre.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Garneau, contre, against.
Mr. Gerritsen.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Gerritsen, against, contre.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Gould, against, contre.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Guilbeault, contre, against.
Ms. Haidu.
I vote against the motion.
Haidu, against, contre.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Hardy, against, contre.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Holland, against, contre.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Housefather, against, contre.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Hussain, against, contre.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Hutchings, against, contre.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Iacono, contre, against.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Contre, against.
Ms. Jones.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Jones, against, contre.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Jones, against, contre.
Jordan.
Jordan.
Ms. Jordan, against, contre.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Johari, against, contre.
Mr. Kellaway. Ms. Kara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Against, contre.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Koutrakis, contre, against.
Mr. Kuzmaricik.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Kuzmaricik, against, contre.
Madame Lalonde.
Je vote contre la motion.
Lalonde, contre, against.
Madame Lembropoulos.
Oh. Not unmuting. Je vote contre la motion.
Populous, contre, against.
Madame Latenzio.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Leblanc, contre, against.
Madame Leboutillier.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Leboutillier, contre, against.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Lefebvre, contre, against.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Lightbound, contre, against.
Mr. Long.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre cette motion.
Mr. Long, contre, against.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Longfield, against, contre.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga, against, contre.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Macaulay Cardigan, against, contre.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, contre, against.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Maloney, against, contre.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada. Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada, contre, against.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Against, contre.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. McCrimmon, against, contre.
Mr. MacDonald.
C'est mon plaisir de voter contre.
Mr. MacDonald, contre, against.
Mr. McGuinty.
I vote against the motion.
McKindy, against, contre.
Mr. McKay.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. McKay, contre, against.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam, contre, against.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
I vote against the motion.
Northwest Territories, against, contre.
Mr. Mendocino.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Mendocino, against, contre.
Monsieur Miller.
Je vote contre la motion.
Contre, against.
Ms. Monsef.
I vote against.
Monsef, against, contre.
Mr. Morrissey.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Morrissey, contre, against.
Mr. Oliphant.
I vote against.
Mr. Oliphant, against, contre.
Mr. O'Regan.
I vote against.
Against, contre.
Mr. Pulowski.
I vote against the motion.
Against, contre.
Ms. Qualtrough.
I vote against the motion.
Qualtrough, against, contre.
Ms. Ratansi.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Ratansi, against, contre.
Mr. Regan.
I vote against the motion.
Against, contre.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Robillard, contre, against.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Rogers, against, contre.
Mrs. Romanado.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mrs. Romanado, contre, against.
Ms. Sahota Brampton North.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Sahota Brampton North, against, contre.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Saini, contre, against.
Mr. Sajan.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sajan, against, contre.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Sanson, contre, against.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Against, contre.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sarai, against, contre.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Scarpellegia, against, contre.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Schiffke, against, contre.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Scrow, against, contre.
Mr. Sheehan.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sheehan, against, contre.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East, against.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South, against, contre.
Mr. Seekand. Mr. Seekand.
Against.
Oh, there's Mr. Seekand.
Mr. Seekand, against, contre.
Against. One more
Mr.
time,
Sims.
against.
I vote against this motion.
Mr. Sims, against, contre.
Mr. Sorbera.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Sorbera, contre, against.
Mr. Spengeman.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Spengeman, contre, against.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Tassi, against, contre.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Turnbull, against, contre.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Van Banen, against, contre.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Van Couverden, against, contre.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Vandal, against, contre.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Vandenbeld, against, contre.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Vaughan, contre, against.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Contre, against.
Mr. Weiler.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Weiler, contre, against.
Ms. Yip. Ms. Yip.
Sorry, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Yip, against, contre.
Ms. Young.
I vote against the motion.
Against, contre.
Ms. Zan.
I vote against the motion.
Zan, against, contre.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur le Président, I respectfully vote against the motion.
Zuberi, against, contre.
Members of the Conservative Party.
Mr. Abul Taif.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Boutayev, for, pour.
Mr. Aitchison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Aitchison, for, pour.
Mr. Albus.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Albus, for, pour.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Alislev, for, pour.
Mr. Allison.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Allison, for, pour.
Mr. Arnold. Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Arnold, for, pour.
Mr. Baldinelli.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Baldinelli, for, pour.
Mr. Barlow.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Barlow, for, pour.
Mr. Barrett.
I vote yea in favor.
Mr. Barrett, for, pour.
Mr. Benzin.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Benzin, for, pour.
Monsieur Berthod.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Berthod, for, pour.
Monsieur Blaney-Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Blaney-Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis, pour, for.
Mrs. Block.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Block, for, pour.
Mr. Bragdon.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Bragdon, for, pour.
Mr. Broussard.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Broussard, can you repeat, please?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Broussard, for, pour.
Mr. Calkins.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Chu.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully vote in favor of the motion again.
Mr. Chu, for, pour.
Mr. Chong.
I vote for the motion.
For, pour.
Mr. Cooper.
I vote for the motion.
Cooper, for, pour.
Mr. Cumming.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Cumming, for, pour.
Mr. Dalton.
I vote for the motion.
Dalton, for, pour.
Ms. Dancho.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Dancho, for, pour.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Davidson, for, pour.
Mr. Diot.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Diot, for, pour.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Doherty, for, pour.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dowdall, 4 poor.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dreeshen, 4 poor.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, poor 4.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Epp, 4 poor.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, 4 poor.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
I vote in favor for the motion.
Mr. Falk, Provencher, 4 poor.
Mr. Fast.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Fast, 4 poor.
Ms. Finley, South Surrey.
Motion.
Can you repeat?
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Finley, South Surrey, Right Rock, 4 poor.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk, 4 poor.
Monsieur Généreux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Poor 4.
Mr. Jenis.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Jenis, 4 poor.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Gladue, 4 poor.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Godin, 4 poor.
Mrs. Gray.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Gray, 4 poor.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Halan, 4 poor.
Ms. Harder.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Harder, 4 poor.
Mr. Hoback.
I am in favor of the motion.
Mr. Hoback, 4 poor.
Mrs. Jansen.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Jansen, 4 poor.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Genereux, 4 poor.
Mr. Kelly.
I vote for the motion.
Kelly, 4 poor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kent, 4 poor.
Mr. Kitchen.
I support the motion.
Mr. Kitchen, 4 poor.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for. Je vote pour.
Mr. Kimmich, 4 poor.
Mr. Cram.
I vote for the motion.
Cram, 4 poor.
Mr. Couric.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote for the motion.
Couric, 4 poor.
Mr. Lake.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Lake, 4 poor.
Mr. Lawrence.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lawrence, 4 poor.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Poor, 4.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Je vote pour la motion.
Lewis Essex, poor, 4.
Mr. Leipert.
I vote for the motion.
Leipert, 4 poor.
Mr. Lloyd.
I vote for the motion.
Lloyd, 4 poor.
Mr. Lobb.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lobb, 4 poor.
Mr. Lukiski.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Lukiski, 4 poor.
Mr. McGuire.
I vote in favor of the motion.
McGuire, 4 poor.
Mr. Mazer.
Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Mazer, 4 poor.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West, 4 poor.
Mr. McLean.
I vote for the motion.
McLean, 4 poor.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, 4 poor.
Mr. Malillo.
I vote for the motion.
Malillo, 4 poor.
Mr. Moore.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Moore, 4 poor.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Morantz, 4 poor.
Mr. Morrison.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Morrison, 4 pour.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Motts, 4 pour.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Nader, 4 pour.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Sir, 4 pour.
Mr. Poilievre. Mr. Poilievre.
I vote in favor of the motion.
4 pour.
Mr. Redekop.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Redekop, pour 4.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Reid, 4 pour.
Ms. Rood.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Rood, 4 pour.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview, 4 pour.
Mr. Soroya.
I vote for the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Soroya, 4 pour.
Mr. Scheer.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Scheer, can you repeat?
I vote in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
There we go. Thank you.
Mr. Scheer, 4 pour.
Mr. Schmale.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Schmale, 4 pour.
Mr. Seaback.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Seaback, 4 pour.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Shields, 4 pour.
Ms. Shin.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Shin, 4 pour.
Something for
Mr.
you
Shipley.
too. You bought some lunch other day.
I vote in favor of the motion.
No.
Mr. Shipley, 4 pour.
Put it together, man.
Mr. Sloan.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Sloan, 4 pour.
Mr. Soroka.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Soroka, 4 pour.
Mr. Steinley.
I vote in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Stanley, 4 pour.
Mr. Strahl.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Strahl, 4 pour.
Mr. Sweet.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sweet, 4 pour.
Mr. Tucker.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Tucker, 4 pour.
Mr. Van Popta.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Van Popta, 4 pour.
Mrs. Vecchio.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Vecchio, 4 pour.
Mr. Vidal.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Vidal, 4 pour.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Viersen, 4 pour.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
I vote for the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mrs. Wagenthal, 4 pour.
Mr. Workington.
I vote in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Workington, 4 pour.
Mr. Waugh.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Waugh, 4 pour.
Mr. Weber.
I vote for the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Weber, 4 pour.
Mr. Williamson. Mr. Williamson.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Williamson, 4 pour.
Mr. Yerdega. Mr. Yerdega.
I vote for the motion.
4 pour.
Mr. Zimmer.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Zimmer, 4 pour.
Les députés du Bloc Québécois.
The Bloc Québécois members.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval, pour 4.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Je vote pour la motion.
Pour 4.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de cette motion.
Monsieur Bergeron, pour 4.
Madame Bérubé.
Je vote pour la motion.
Bérubé, pour 4.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca, pour 4.
Monsieur Boudria.
Je vote pour la motion.
Boudria, pour 4.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe, pour 4.
Madame Chabot.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Chabot, pour.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur le Président, je suis en faveur de cette motion.
Monsieur Champoux, pour.
Madame Charbonneau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Charbonneau, pour.
Monsieur Désilet.
Pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Désilet, pour.
Madame Larouche.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Larouche, pour.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Lemire, pour.
Madame Michaud.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Michaud, pour.
Madame Posé.
Pour la motion.
Posé, pour.
Monsieur Perron.
Je vote pour la motion.
Perron, pour.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Je vote pour la motion.
Plamondon, pour.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Je vote pour la motion.
Savard-Tremblay, pour.
Monsieur Simard.
Je vote pour la motion.
Simard, pour.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie, pour.
Monsieur Thériault.
Je vote pour la motion.
Thériault, pour.
Monsieur Trudel.
Je vote pour la motion.
Trudel, pour.
Madame Vignola.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Vignola, pour.
Members of the New Democratic Party.
Ms. Ashton.
I vote against the motion.
Against, contre.
Mr. Bachrach.
I vote against the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bachrach, against, contre.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Blakey, against, contre.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River, against, contre.
Monsieur Boulris.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Boulris, contre, against.
Mr. Cannings.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Cannings, contre, against.
Ms. Collins.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Collins, against, contre.
Mr. Davies.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Davies, contre, against.
Mr. Duval.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Duval.
Members of the Green. Oops.
We need Mr. Duval to repeat.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Duval, can you repeat, please?
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Duval, against, contre.
Mr. Garrison.
Vote against the motion.
Mr. Garrison, against, contre.
Ms. Gazan.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Gazan, contre, against.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Harris, against, contre.
Madame Hughes.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Hughes, against, contre.
Mr. Johns.
I vote against the motion.
Johns, against, contre.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Julian, contre, against.
Ms. Kwan.
I vote against the motion.
On, against, contre.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. McGregor, against, contre.
Ms. Matheson.
I vote against the motion.
Matheson, against, contre.
Members of the Green Party.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Atwin, against, contre.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. May Sanishko
Ms.
Filings.
Manley, against, contre.
Ms. Manley.
Président.
Ms. May Sanishko Filings.
Oui. Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. May, Senate Gulf Islands, contre, against.
Mr. Tabera.
Je vote contre.
Independent members.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera, against, contre.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould, against, contre.
As mentioned in my statement in the House on Wednesday, September 23, 2020, and assuming that you did hear the question, if you wish to register your vote and you weren't able to do so due to technical difficulties that are now resolved, use the raised hand function and the chair will recognize you.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Callaway, against, contre.
Mr. McKenzie.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McKenzie, for, pour.
Madame Bessette.
Monsieur le Président, je me suis déconnectée par erreur. Je suis revenue.
I was disconnected accidentally, and then I came back and I didn't hear the question, so my vote will not be able to be counted.
Yeas pour 146, 146. Nays contre 180, 180.
I declare the motion defeated.
We'll now continue to routine proceedings. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to subsection 32, I would have the honour to table in both official languages the charter statement for Bill C7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in diming, as well as the legislative summary for Bill C7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying. Thank you. Tabling of documents. The Minister of Justice, are you finished? You did both at the same time. Perfect. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Now. Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Mission Fisher Canyon. I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, petitioners highlight this summer's sham election in Belarus that reinstated President Lukashenko, but was thoroughly denounced by international monitors. The opposition leader was forced into exile. Tens of thousands of protesting Belarusians face violence, detention, and torture. Belarus is fighting for its democratic freedom. Petitioners, including many Belarusian expats, call for Lukashenko's resignation, a free and open second election, and an end to political persecution and the release of all political prisoners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Laurenti-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to present a petition provided that access to high-speed internet is not fairly available in our territory and that there's sometimes no service at all, and that the pandemic has exacerbated difficulties for those who have to telework or rely on telemedicine, and that this creates major consequences for our economy, which is essential to the development of SMEs and for organizations, and in many regions are ready to implement a network but can't do so because of barriers. And we want, given that the CRTC declared has declared that since 2016 that high-speed internet is an essential service, we submit as citizens that we rapidly and massively invest in large band internet across the regions with 50 megabits speed of downloading, which has been recommended by the CRTC since 2016. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to present a petition on such an important topic. Whereas people living in Canadian force-based CFB Gagetown and its surrounding communities were victims of the application of pesticides in the area, and an independent public inquiry would help to uncover the answers these people have been seeking in relation to the pesticides on military and civilians in the Armagto area. We, the undersigned, Canadian citizens and residents, call upon the House of Commons and Parliament assembled to convene a fully independent public inquiry that will make recommendations in relation to the application of pesticides at CFB Gagetown and its surrounding communities from the 1950s to the present day. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to present this petition E2794. And the petitioners see that we're in a climate emergency and want the government to treat it like the emergency that it is. So they are calling upon the government to update Canada's climate action targets to reflect science and the IPCC 2018 report. They want the government to begin to implement carbon price increases at $25 per ton per year past 2022. They want the government to establish a panel of experts to review the yearly carbon price increments and ensure that they meet Canada's climate action targets. And they want the government to ensure Canadians become fully aware of the carbon price rebates through regularly issued checks or direct bank deposits. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to take the floor virtually to present petition number 108-73749 as certified through our virtual House procedures. The petitioners call for renewed attention on the threats to Canada's water and waterways, pointing out that over the years, corporate neglect and pollution has affected significantly our waterways and watersheds, that we need to update the laws we have in this country to protect them and recognize that they are part of integral ecosystems, that protecting our waterways and watersheds also protects our air quality, water quality, our forests and other ecosystems. They call on the Government of Canada to put renewed effort to protecting our waters within Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leaders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Questions taken a lot out of all of us, yes. Agreed? Agreed. Okay, so table. Orders of the day.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, where? Oh, I'm sorry. Don't have anything marked here. So we're order. Okay, very good. We'll proceed to orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons, resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying.
Before continuing, I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, the House orders will be extended by 81 minutes. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth and to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to join virtually once again in the House of Commons and participate in the second reading debate for the Bill C7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying. Mr. Speaker, I'll continue by taking a moment to speak to the progress that our government has made with respect to the rights of persons with disabilities in Canada. Last year, we enacted the Accessible Canada Act. which aims to create a barrier-free Canada through the proactive identification, removal, and prevention of barriers to accessibility wherever Canadians interact with areas under federal jurisdiction. The Act is one of the most significant advancements in disability rights since the Charter in 1982, and it is designed to inspire a cultural transformation towards disability inclusion and accessibility in Canada. The Act created an Accessibility Standards Canada, an organization that will create and revise accessibility standards and support and promote innovative accessibility research. The CEO and board of directors were appointed and the operations began last summer. That Act also established National Accessibility Week, a week dedicated to accessibility in late May and early June each year. National Accessibility Week is an opportunity to promote inclusion and accessibility in communities, workplaces, and to celebrate the contributions of Canadians with disabilities. It is also a time to recognize the efforts of individuals, communities, and workplaces who are actively removing barriers to give Canadians of all abilities a better chance to succeed. Mr. Speaker, our government is taking real action to address the rights of persons with a disability. The careful writing of C7 is a testament to that. Representatives of disability organizations and leading disability scholars participated in consultations across the country, and their input informed the reforms proposed in this bill. We recognize that disability inclusion requires more than legislation, and that is why we are continuing to work with the disability community and stakeholders to address stigma and bias. It is important to bring about cultural change to ensure that the important contributions made to Canada by persons with a disability are recognized and valued on the same basis as those from other Canadians. Going forward, we will continue to focus on improving the social and economic inclusion of persons with a disability. This means moving forward with our commitment to build on the progress we've made over the past months and years with the development of a disability inclusion plan. This disability inclusion plan would include important initiatives like a new Canadian disability benefit modeled after the GIS for seniors, a robust employment strategy for Canadians with disabilities, and a better process to determine eligibility for government programs and benefits. Because, Mr. Speaker, we all benefit when everyone can participate equally in our economy and society. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work hard to ensure that every person in Canada is treated with the dignity and respect they deserve, especially when it comes to the deep and personal issue that is ending one's life. It's imperative that voices of all Canadians, including persons with a disability, continue to be heard on the issue of medical assistance in dying. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My apologies.
You were done. Okay, I'm sorry. We just had a change. Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to acknowledge the honourable member, for his words. I've known him to be a compassionate man, and he talked about people living with dignity who are living with disabilities, and yet, as it relates to what we're hearing from this situation in COVID, with so many disabled people and people living on disabilities being left out of recovery packages, being left out of support, what we're actually hearing, Madam Speaker, through you, is that people who are living with disabilities are considering accessing MAID simply because they don't have the money to survive. So through you to the previous speaker, what does he have to say about programs that have excluded members living with disabilities to the point where they're actually considering accessing this particular end-of-life scenario?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And through you, I profoundly appreciate the work that my colleague across the floor has done for his community in Hamilton prior to his entering federal politics. I'm well aware of your many contributions in areas of social justice, and I'm proud to call you a colleague and somebody that stands up for people and make sure that their voices are amplified. In areas of mental health and the concerns that our government has, we have taken many precautions to ensure that people are being heard and that the correct precautions are being made in order to ensure that mental health and people with a disability do not fall victim to many of the inadequacies that are baked into the system. This is an effort to change the ways that it's been dealt with in the past. I fully recognize in consultations with many of the constituents in my riding that live with disabilities that the benefit that we've promised is too little and too late, and we must continue to do more for Canadians with a disability, in particular with regards to mental health. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
He's online. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's clear with this legislation that the Liberals have snuck in a number of different provisions that actually have nothing to do with the Truchon decision. And one of them is bringing in the possibility of same-day death. The elimination of a 10-day reflection period means that somebody could request and receive euthanasia or medical assistance in dying on the same day without any further requirements or checking back the following day to see if this was a sort of consistently expressed desire or simply the response to an immediate low. Does the member believe that same-day death is reasonable, or does he think there should be a default to a reflection period? Right now, the reflection period can be waived in certain circumstances by the physicians, but does he think the default should be to have some degree of a reflection period so we don't have same-day death?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while I appreciate the many contributions and reflections upon this and many other issues from my colleague opposite, I, unlike him, rely on experts and expert opinions, research and evidence from people who work in these fields. As a politician, I frankly do not feel prepared or adequately informed to make these decisions in the House. They are made through evidence finding exercises in consultations with experts, with physicians, with researchers, and I'm very confident that our government, because we are an evidence-based government and one that bases all of our decisions on that research and that fact-searching and evidence-based approach, I'm very confident that we are making the most compassionate and the best decision possible.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. She's not there. No. So we are going to the Honourable Member for Mission. Okay, I'll get it. I'll get all of it. The Honourable Member for Mission. Mataqui, Fraser Canyon. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Inclusion BC is seeking additional safeguards for people with disabilities. Would the Liberal government consider providing each province and territory with additional health transfers to cover, under this legislation, supports for mental health, psychiatric care that are embedded into the legislation to give Canadians assurances, especially those with disabilities, that all options are on the table for them when they're considering MAID? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary, very briefly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will take the question under advisement and ask the correct officials and the minister in charge if this is something that we might consider. And I thank my honourable colleague for the question. Thank you.
Before we resume debate, it is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The
Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable, emergency measures to fight COVID-19. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill, Health, and the Honourable Member for Kirkin, Albany, COVID-19 emergency measures.
The Honourable Member for Tobique-Mataqua.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It has been said that the character of a nation is revealed in how it treats its most vulnerable citizens. It is my priority to ensure that this type of legislation has the proper safeguards to protect the most vulnerable in our society, like our seniors and those with disabilities. Throughout COVID-19, we are learning of more and more persons with disabilities who are considering MAID as an option due to the increased economic challenges that they are facing, as well as the increased social isolation that have arisen as a result of COVID. There also must be proper safeguards for the conscience rights of physicians and allied professionals, allied health professionals. What we find is one of the most key principles of any democracy is the freedom of belief and conscience, the freedom to be able to hold those beliefs and to practice those beliefs and to carry out in one's life what they feel is a true reflection of those beliefs without impediment. We have a responsibility as parliamentarians to make sure that we get this legislation right. From the beginning, the federal government should have appealed to the Supreme Court so that there could be certainty on the framework within which Parliament can legislate. Sadly, they did not, and as a result, there are still many questions surrounding this legislation. There are many things that we can talk about when it comes to an issue as sensitive as this and a bill that affects the lives of many Canadians and many people throughout our country, and many who are in situations that they find themselves struggling to cope or to handle a circumstance that perhaps has put them in a very vulnerable state. I feel that we need, as parliamentarians, to really measure all options on this and to be extremely cautious because of the ramifications that these types of legislations can have. And it's not just for this time, but for many years to come. This issue is near and dear to my heart in the sense that coming from the background that I come from and having worked many years in the private sector and having spent some time working with vulnerable populations and with people who have faced the tremendous challenges that can arise when they have a battle with mental health related issues such as depression and anxiety. I've seen people who've had battles with addictions and they consider taking drastic measures to somehow end the suffering that they're going through in that time. And I recall one in particular instance that I'd like to share with the House today that had a huge impact on my life and really informs some of what I'd like to talk to you about here this afternoon. I'll never forget the day. I was called by a local police force in our region to get to the bridge in a local community as quickly as I could. And at that time, my wife was visiting a friend of hers who had just had a baby in the hospital, and I happened to be out in the vehicle with our youngest child at the time, and she was sleeping in the car seat. And so I told the officer, I said, "Officer, I'm sorry, but I'm right now. My wife is in the hospital. I don't know which room she's in. I don't know how to get to her, and I have an infant child with me. Can you help?" And he said, "I'll be right there, and I will stay with your child, and the other officer will take you to the bridge." And so, of course, immediately your heart starts to pump, and you feel the emotion of it. And of course, with my background, I said a quick prayer and hoping that things would turn out okay. And immediately went to the bridge. We rushed down to the bridge in our community. And the traffic was backed up on both sides, and got out of the police car and ran up onto the bridge, and search and rescue is there in the water, and we have a lot of police officers were on the scene, and there the young lady was standing on the outside of the railing, clinging to the lamppost. And I'll never forget how that she was waiting there because she wanted to tell me the things that she wanted me to say to her parents and to her infant child. And of course, I was scrambling, trying to come up with anything I could say to dissuade her from that decision. And as she told her story, I was holding her hand and I was trying to dissuade her from making the decision to jump. And I'll never forget, she said, I want you to tell this to my mom and dad. I want you to tell this to my little girl. I said, no. You don't need to do that. You can talk with them. Your little girl needs you and your parents love you, and doing all the things I could think of. And I'll never forget, she looked me straight in the eye and she let go of my hand and said, thanks for doing this, Richard, and goodbye. And she jumped. And immediately it's like everything flashed in front of me. And I thought, oh my land, could I have said something differently? And I was very emotional at the time. But thankfully, when she hit the water, the search and rescue teams had enough time to be in place that when she reemerged from her plunge, they were able to pull her out of the water and get her to the hospital. And I'm glad to say she is on her road to recovery. And she came through that. And even though her journey from that point has not always been easy, I'm glad to report, several years later, is still with us. And now she's impacting many people's lives for the better. And she's helping other young women who have found themselves in desperate situations, who have found themselves struggling with addictions and health-related issues. And she's helping provide an example of hope. So I share that story to tell you that I believe it's so important that we do everything we can, Madam Speaker, to make sure we build in all the safeguards possible and all of the bridges possible to allow people to make the choice for life and to choose to keep going even in the midst of adversity, even when things look hopeless, even when things look like it can't turn around. Because some of the best stories that have ever been written, some of the most inspiring songs that have ever been sung, some of the best writings that have inspired generations were written from very dark places, from places where shadows have run deep, and they've actually come from people who've literally walked through the valley of the shadow of death, and they came out on the other side. I would encourage this House to do everything possible to put the safeguards in place and make sure we're doing everything we can to foster an atmosphere where people who are in vulnerable places can be inspired towards hope and realize they're not alone, and that all the adequate supports are there, and that they have a full range of options put before them in those desperate times. I want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share that story today, and I hope it encourages all of us to reflect and take the time to really seriously consider the bill that's before us and ensure that we put every safeguard possible in this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first off, just to thank the member for sharing a story with such sincerity. And personally, I'm so glad that she is still with us today for many different reasons. And when I look at the legislation that we have before us, one of the things that provides me comfort is the understanding of healthcare professionals. And I've had that firsthand experience in working, and I shouldn't say working with, consulting with, through the passing of both my father and my grandmother in regards to just their depth of knowledge. And I suspect that that isn't something that's unique to those 2 or 3 healthcare workers, that I do have a great deal of faith, whether it's the healthcare professionals, whether it's family and friends. And I suspect that those that have to go through that very difficult time in their life, where they have to give consideration to MAID, that the supports are there. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his thoughts in regards to the types of people I've made reference to.
Honourable Member for Tobig-Mactaquac.
I would like to thank the honourable member for his remarks and absolutely concur that we have incredible people who are working in the health profession that really truly walk through the darkest of times with people and are there and provide care and provide hope and provide help for families as well as those who are in that valley of decision. And I think the honourable member would concur with me as well that these type of care providers deserve a lot of credit. And also, I believe that they need to be assured that they can practice their conscience and be able to carry out their personal beliefs in their profession and not feel threatened by feeling like they have to do something that would be opposed to their conscience. So I know many healthcare professionals who do such excellent work, and I know that's a value that's so important to them to be able to exercise their conscience. So I do agree with the honourable member in their important role.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like my colleague across the way, I would like to thank and congratulate the honourable member for this very touching testimony, which makes us think about the subject at hand. I would like to highlight that there is a distinction to make between suicide and suicidal tendencies and what people with irreversible illnesses have to do and have to go through. Illness is different to suicidal tendencies. We do need a very strict safeguard around these details because the devil is in the details, as we know. I didn't hear the colleague's opinion on the matter, so I would like to hear if he is satisfied by the measures that have been implemented, safeguards that have been implemented around MAID through C7. Is he reassured that people with mental difficulties are well safeguarded by this bill? Does this bill do enough for mental illnesses, for example? Does the colleague agree with such a bill?
Honourable member for Tobic-Mattaquah.
I would like to thank the honourable member for his comments and, again, understanding sensitivities around this piece of legislation. What's important that I feel in this that there are not enough adequate safeguards within the current bill of legislation, and I believe there's inadequate supports as it relates to persons struggling with mental health related issues, and I believe that's an area where we need much more support and much more awareness. And also I feel as it relates to palliative care, I believe there needs to be great improvement in the area of palliative care and support for those who are aging and those who are facing extremely difficult times and choices. I feel like it speaks to this bill. There's not adequate support within the bill to ensure that there's alternatives and options being clearly presented and also proper time to reflect. I feel like this bill diminishes in its current form the safeguards that need to be in place with such a decision of finality. And I think we need to do everything we can as parliamentarians to ensure the safeguards are augmented in this bill.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am really pleased to speak to this bill, C7 in its current form, mostly because I did not support the original bill, C14, 4 years ago. I didn't support that bill then because I felt that it did not reflect the actual intent of the Supreme Court of Canada in its ruling on Carter. I also felt that as a family physician who had practiced medicine for 20 years, that bill then did not actually act in the best interest of my patients. As a family physician, I walked with my patients, Madam Chair, through some really difficult times, through the joys of having a baby, of giving birth, of marriage, of all these things. But I also walked with them through the difficult and challenging and painful times when they struggled with excruciating and incurable diseases, when they struggled with knowing that they were going to die because of a terminal illness, and they were actually having to work with their families who may or may not have wanted them to go through this. And so I held their hand and I walked through them. And so for me, this bill had a very personal meaning, and that's why I'm pleased to speak to it now. Madam Speaker, I like this bill in its form in many ways. There are a couple of things I still think has not happened in it that I would like to see. But Madam Speaker, I want to say that the first thing about this bill that I am pleased with is that it removes the clause natural death to be reasonable, foreseeable. This was very difficult for physicians to understand what exactly that means. And if it meant only that people were actually going to die soon, what it did was it didn't reflect on what the Carter decision said in the Supreme Court ruling, because it didn't look at issues of incurable disease and an intractable pain and suffering. And so that was one of the reasons. And this now addresses that. I think in that it is distinguishing what you mean by natural death becoming reasonably foreseeable. In other words, I think it recognizes that if your natural death because of a disease and a terminal illness is going to be foreseeable in maybe a week or two, that you didn't need to go through that 10-day reflection that was asked of you earlier on. However, if it was a longer period of time, maybe 4 months or something, then actually you could continue to reflect on whether this is what you actually really need right now. I also like that what it did was it has placed back something called advance directives. Long before medical assistance in dying was considered, it was interesting to note that physicians used to have something called advance directive. This is at the heart of a doctor-patient relationship. You would sit down with your patient, you would go through all of the things that they faced, all of their concerns, especially if they were given a diagnosis that they had a serious and terminal illness. And they would say, look, you know, I really think if this happens, this is what I would like you to do. And that would be in writing between the doctor and the patient. But I was also present when those patients who, when they were dying actually, and in great pain, great suffering, and under the deep stress of all of that, would have their families debate their own desires that they had made earlier with their physician. So putting this back in means that we are respecting patients' desires. And, you know, if they're in mental capacity at the time of their dying, that they were respecting what they originally wanted, if they still wanted it, and not having other people rule on their decision. Inherent in everything I've dealt with my patients who were actually terminally ill or with intractable and incurable disease was that they wanted to die with dignity. Dying with dignity cannot be underscored, Madam Speaker. Dying with dignity means that people can choose how they die, where they die, the manner in which they live with the suffering of dying and the mental anguish of leaving their loved ones. This is a deeply personal thing that patients face. It's deeply personal. It's impacted by their religion. It's impacted by their own ethics. It's impacted by their family situation. And so this has to be done on a case-by-case basis. And I think an advance directive with the physician is always a really important thing. And that had been removed in the last bill. And so I'm glad to see it back. Because it took the decision away from the patient and gave it to the state at the end of the day. And now it's back with the patient. I want to applaud in this bill the inherent compassion that I see in it that I think is really important. That ability to say that if a patient is going to die, that deeply held desire of every single patient I know, regardless of whether they chose to have medical assistance in dying or not, was this ability to die with dignity. And so I think in this bill where we talk about the patient's ability to choose where they die is really important. Do they want to die at home in their beds? Do they want to die in in a palliative care unit where they had become accustomed to spending their last days? Or did they want to die in a hospital? And I can tell you, most patients did not want to die in a hospital. They really wanted to choose to be surrounded by their loved ones. And I think that the government is giving $6 billion to provide home and palliative care resources to provinces, because that's the responsibility of provinces, who can facilitate this deeply held desire to die with dignity and can help the patient make that choice at a time when that ability to make that choice is often impacted by extreme pain and suffering and by the extreme mental anguish of knowing they have to leave their loved ones. So it simplifies this in a great way, and I think that is a compassionate thing. There are some areas I think can be improved, Madam Speaker, and I think one of them is singling out mental illness and disability as a sole diagnosis. Now, I agree with everyone who has spoken in this House today and the desire of a lot of people to recognize that that mentally ill people should not be deemed to be put away or should not be allowed to make a simple decision that they wanted to pass on, or the people who they were living with didn't want them around as a burden. And I think it's really important to look at this also from the disabled perspective. But I know that this minister has in fact spoken and taken a lot of time to speak with disabled communities, to speak with physicians, and this government is committed to dealing with mental health and illness, as actually my colleague from the Conservative Party actually said earlier on about this particular woman, a very moving story, who is contemplating suicide. So I think giving people the options when they are depressed and when they are disabled to know that there are other options for them, that there is a better life available for them, is inherent to dealing with this bill. And so I think that the idea that the minister is now going to look at this piece and consult broadly with the disabled community once again, as he's looking at the legislative parts of it, at the regulations and stuff, is really important that we're going to do this. But I think that because if we single out mental illness and disability as a sole diagnosis, we may be, in fact, contravening Section 15 of the Charter. That assumes that because you have a mental illness or because you are disabled, that you yourself do not have the right to make a decision with regard to your own life and your own pain and suffering, whether it be mental or not. So I think that the idea that this issue will go through and work with the provinces and with healthcare providers and disabled communities and stuff is really important. But I wanted to say that those safeguards will be worked out. I am going to be really clearly involved in hoping that we make sure that those safeguards are worked out and can be put into place to protect mentally ill people and people who are disabled. But I just want to quote, Madam Speaker, the late Justice Truchon in his decision when he said, "The vulnerability of a person requesting medical assistance in dying must be assessed exclusively on a case-by-case basis, according to the characteristics of the person and not based on a reference group of so-called vulnerable persons." The justice also added that the patient's ability to understand and consent ultimately should be the deciding factor with their physician and looking at all of the legal criteria. So I think those safeguards must be in place, but I do think that we should not assume that we can make decisions for people who, because of mental illness and disability, may wish to get medical assistance in dying. Because, you know, Madam Speaker, intractable pain and suffering is not merely physical. It can also be mental. And with the help of good psychiatrists and good support systems, we will be able to put those safeguards in place. Madam Speaker, this bill has come a long way to rectifying many concerns that some medical practitioners would raise. And one of the ones I think is important is that it respects the right of a medical practitioner or a healthcare provider to actually use their own ethics and religion to decide whether they wished to perform medical assistance in dying or not. And so, Madam Speaker,
it's time for questions and comments now. Questions and comments. The honourable member for 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I know, Mr. Carey. Oh, come on. Look. No, Oshawa. Yes.
Well, thank you.
Mr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for sharing her experiences, and I have a lot of respect for her. I've actually sat on committee over the years with her and her experience as a physician. I remember when we debated the original bill, I talked to a physician in Oshawa. Her name's Dr. Gillian Gilchrist, and she's very well noted in this field for palliative care. She opened the first palliative care clinic in Oshawa in 1981. And originally, she said she was very much against this bill because in her experience over the years, she never had one patient ask her for assisted death, not one, if they were controlled properly with proper medication and palliative care. And I was wondering if my colleague could comment. Apparently, well, we did pass a private member's bill from our colleague from Sarnia Lambden, requesting that the government come up with a national strategy for palliative care. And in Canada today, about 70% of people cannot get proper palliative care. And I was wondering if she would support a more vigorous strategy for Canadians, because if 70% of people are not getting proper palliative care, does that lack of care come into this decision that maybe they would choose assisted death when perhaps they would not choose it if they had proper palliative care? And I want to thank the member in advance.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague. It's a very thoughtful question. And I think one of the things to understand that palliative care is there for people who are terminally ill and whose death is foreseeable, because they know that they're going to die from a particularly terminally ill disease. But this bill is also about the Carter decision by the Supreme Court for people who are not in danger of dying, but who are suffering intractable pain and suffering that is not curable. So let's not mix up those two. But for people who are dying and terminally ill, absolutely palliative care is at the heart of this. People need to know that they don't have to be in absolute pain and in absolute suffering, that they can die with dignity. Palliative care, I support completely and totally. And I think this bill speaks to the idea that people can die in palliative care in their home and in some of those areas, which is important to them to make that decision.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena Buckley Valley. I may have time to go back to you.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for her remarks. I appreciate what she had to say. My question concerns the second track for those people for whom natural death is not reasonably foreseeable. And the bill, as it's presented, requires that one of the two medical professionals conducting the assessment have specific expertise in the condition that the person is suffering from. In rural areas, such as the region that I represent, there are many rural communities that lack certain medical specialties. Does the member not feel that this particular safeguard creates an inequity between urban and rural parts of the country?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Madam Speaker, I think that is, again, a very well thought out question. And I think that this is something that many medical practitioners are concerned about, that inequity of access in rural communities and in isolated communities. However, we now have telemedicine. And the ability to reach and to get that opinion from a person who has expertise in the condition can actually be going on for a period of time so that this patient can have access to the kinds of decisions that can be made in telemedicine now. People living in rural areas, for instance, can have access to tertiary care in the big cities where they have university hospitals, etc. So I think the bill is saying that you've got to have that happening and that you can have it happen. And I hope that we will continue to expand telemedicine and that kind of equitable access for people who live in these parts of the world of Canada where they cannot get access as readily as those of us who live in cities.
Question from the Honourable Member from Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Appreciate that. As you're a doctor, and I appreciate the expertise you bring to this, but as my elderly father was facing a surgery, we had in place and discussed with the surgeon a do not resuscitate order. He was very angry after the surgery because they resuscitated him. But as the doctor pointed out, we've signed an oath, and we find it very difficult to deal with this issue. So from your opinion as a doctor, how are we going to deal with this? And by the way, rural broadband would be an issue. There's a problem for telehealth. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre, very short answer, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you for that very important question. I think here's why an advance directive is important. If your father had had an advance directive written with his physician as a doctor-patient written directive, then no one would be able to overturn it. But this obviously physician felt he knew better than the patient's desire to die with dignity. He knew better than whatever the patient wanted, and I don't accept that as reasonable at all.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is a very sensitive issue. It's a difficult topic. Like all issues that deal with human dignity, and it brings into play our values, the way we define ourselves. But that's where the problem lies. When we look at issues as like this one or abortion, among others, we focus on choices people are allowed to make. And this is a topic that has faced us for a great deal of time. We need to find a balance between freedom, know-how, etc. As parliamentarians, we have power that comes to us from our constituents. This legislative power enables us to limit our fellow citizens and to intervene when it comes to their freedoms. While we hold this power, it does not necessarily mean that we have the knowledge necessary to put that into play. In order to avoid problems, we need to be modest and admit that we are not specialists. Max Weber, the father of modern sociology, could be a good reference for politicians to refer to. And in a document he wrote, he said that politics provides a sense of power, the conscience and of exercising power over others, of participating in power, and the importance of being those who come to the assistance of others. He adds a question that applies well to the debate on MAID. What man must one be to introduce these rules into history? Doing this means evoking a possibility to change the path of society, as was the case with same-sex marriage, for example. But how do we change society? Weber says that we need to start by identifying qualities of lawmakers and hope that we are up to the task, given the responsibilities involved. And he refers us to two determining qualities for people in politics: passion and the sense of responsibility. By passion, it means an objective to be achieved. In my case, and that of my political party, it is independence for Quebec. For others, it may be balancing the budget for the Conservatives, for example, or conflict of interest for the Liberals. And I'm joking, of course, on that. But Weber says that we need to be cautious. Passion isn't enough. We also need to show great responsibility to determine our activities and the action we take. We need to control this passion through responsibility. So we need to show reason. We need to be detached. And according to Weber, that is of the utmost importance. So as part of this bill, we cannot take action based on religious groups or other groups seeking our support. As a result, we need to be cautious. So we need to have this attitude of being detached. And what that means on an issue when it comes to human dignity, partisan thoughts must come second. The issue we are facing today is one that pits ethics against politics. According to Weber, we should not use ethics to justify one's behavior. That is making bad use of it. And so as a result, we have responsibility and ethics surrounding our convictions or beliefs. That is what we often see in dogmatic positions, religion, where the objective is to achieve what one wants to achieve at all costs. Weber also says that those who want to save others must also avoid politics and seek to accomplish other duties. When it comes to the ethics surrounding responsibilities, it means to live up to the consequences of the action we take and to responsibly use legislative power that is entrusted to us. Setting aside our personal beliefs, we have a collective duty in the interest of all to take action. Now, going back to the idea of responsibility, ethical responsibility, through the Special Commission on Dying in Dignity in Quebec, the members of the committee conducted unique consultations and crisscrossed the province to meet with experts and citizens. The issue put forth by Véronique Yvon from the Parti québécois was transparent and addressed the difficult issues surrounding psychology, sociology, among other things. And the committee ultimately produced a report that led to the adoption of legislation in 2015 in Quebec. Now, there's a contrast between what was done in Quebec that falls under the ethics of responsibility, as I described it, and what the federal government is doing now. When the legislation was adopted in Quebec, it went as far as it could while respecting the legislative framework. In Quebec, we were proactive to undertake the societal debate, whereas now the federal government is simply responding to the courts. The issue has became somewhat thorny, and the government is waited for a court decision before taking action. Parliamentarians do have a role to play. We need to look at the situation with the Supreme Court and Rodriguez, the issue of integrity of the person, and this opened the door to medical assistance in dying. With the presence of religious values, that situation would have been impossible, and so it was the Supreme Court that put forth progressive ideals. But we can't always turn to the Supreme Court. And as a result, we must ask ourselves whether it is normal to be lagging behind when it comes to implementing societal change. This isn't the first time that we have had to follow court decisions. We simply can think about the decision surrounding same-sex marriage. These societal issues need to be discussed in the chamber with compassion. Bill C-7 follows on a decision in the Quebec Superior Court in Truchon. There was a degenerative disease involved, and the foreseeable death criteria was too restrictive at the federal and provincial level. We all have personal beliefs, but our work must go beyond that. It's our duty to avoid having other people suffering from degenerative diseases like that being forced to go to court in order to challenge the criteria and the administration of MAID. What Bill C-7 will allow us to do is to broaden accessibility to MAID. We should feel relieved, in fact, that there is an exclusion for people solely suffering from mental illness. That issue requires greater investigation. We all agree on that. It requires consultation. But as legislators, we also need to look at the issue of consent and advanced consent. So we need to find a way to respect their choices. So to conclude, what we can say is that our views on MAID are based on the fundamental right for people to make choices, and we must be guided by our compassion. I know that some people have been reluctant to support MAID, but I hope that we will avoid imposing our personal beliefs on people who are suffering. And I would encourage us all to draw on the experience from Quebec and to go beyond partisan positions on this very important issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for his speech today. I have a question for him that is one that was raised, an issue that was raised by the Conservatives on several occasions. They have talked about negligence and the fact that we didn't follow up on a decision made by the Quebec Superior Court on Truchon until it went to the Supreme Court. So the question that I have for the member today is this. When a decision is well written, well analyzed, and rigorous is brought down, is it better to take action immediately to protect vulnerable people and to protect their dignity, or is it better to continue to appeal to the Supreme Court and to have the delays that result from that? The honourable member. What's better? Well, frankly, I think that appeals to the Supreme Court often enable legislators to avoid focusing directly on an issue. Now, when we look at moral values, it's somewhat more difficult, but we have to have courage and we need to speak out as legislators. We can't send all difficult or thorny issues to the courts. That's often the case, unfortunately, but I hope that it won't be the case in the debate that we're facing here today.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for the speech tonight. It was very interesting. I'm a little bit confused. You spoke about Weber and being detached, and the member mentioned things about not maybe allowing personal beliefs and things like religion to influence decisions that we make here in this House. And I, on the one hand, understand what he's saying in a sense that we do need to keep the values and opinions of all of our constituents and all of Canadians at the fore. But at the same time, you know, each of us has our own beliefs and our own opinions. And so my question for the member is it possible that having 338 individuals with all ranging of different beliefs and opinions coming together to make decisions, is that a way to actually improve legislation rather than being more robotic and just, you know, not allowing our personal beliefs into those thoughts?
The
honourable member. I don't think Max Weber, through his ideas, intended to imply that we were robots. When he talks about detachment, if I can't use my values to address an issue that affects everyone else. If I do so, I limit people's freedom because of my values. So that's what he's saying. And when it comes to MAID, it's not because I have religious beliefs. I can't stop someone else from having access to medical assistance in dying because they're in a situation where their condition is declining and they will at one point not be able to make certain decisions. But I can't use my moral principles to prevent anything from happening there. And But at the same time, there need to be some principles that guide us to have equality and equity.
Questions and comments by video conference. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his comments. This is absolutely a very important issue, I think, for many, many Canadians. When the House of Commons debated Bill C-14, I too, along with my NDP colleagues, voted against that bill because there were many flaws within it. And then from there, I had many constituents who wrote to me with heartbreaking stories. In fact, one constituent talked about how his mother had to end her life early because she was very worried that as she waited, she may actually lose the faculty to provide informed consent. And those are the kinds of stories that absolutely moves you. And so to that end, with respect to advance requests as stipulated in this bill that's before us today, I wonder what the member's thoughts are with respect to that, and does he support advance requests?
Député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, I think advance consent for people with degenerative diseases are essential. We need to find a balance between our personal beliefs and the information that comes from science. The medical field is in a position to give us guidance. As part of the Dying in Dignity Commission, there were a number of reports put in. There's a process that guides medical assistance in dying. It's not something that's done single-handedly. There's a decision process that's quite complex that's involved. So the possibility of consenting to something is necessary. Not allowing it would be limiting the freedom of certain individuals. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak on Bill C-7, a very important bill that proposes to amend the criminal code provisions on medical assistance in dying, which I will interchangeably refer to as MAID throughout my speech. It took me a long while to decide that I was going to speak on this bill. In fact, when I first learned that we'd be debating this legislation this month, I decided I wasn't going to speak about it at all because I don't do very well with these topics. I have a very difficult time accepting that life eventually comes to an end, especially the life of those closest to me. In fact, I can come to terms and accept that my own life will end at some point, but I can't deal with the thought of losing those closest to me. In
listening to some speeches made by my colleagues this week, I was brought to tears by some of the comments that I heard. Such strong emotions on an issue often means that a person has something to say about an issue and they need to talk about it. Mr. Speaker, it's very important for Canadians to know that since June of 2016, if they are eligible, they can seek medical assistance in dying. At present, to be eligible, a person must be at least 18 years of age and mentally competent, have a disease that cannot be cured, make an application for MAID without being subjected to external influences, and
to be considered as having a grievous and irremediable medical condition. Those seeking MAID must meet all of the following criteria: have a serious illness, disease, or disability, be in an advanced state of decline that cannot be reversed, experience unbearable physical or mental suffering from the illness or state of decline that cannot be relieved under conditions that the person considers acceptable, and lastly, be at a point where their natural death has become reasonably foreseeable. Bill C-7 proposes to repeal the MAID eligibility criterion by modifying the criteria that must be met to be considered to have a grievous and irremediable medical condition, so that it includes persons whose natural death is not reasonably foreseeable. Furthermore, the bill proposes to specify that those whose sole underlying medical condition is a mental illness are not eligible for MAID. Lastly, it proposes to create two sets of safeguards that must be respected before MAID is provided. The first set of safeguards would apply to persons whose natural death is reasonably foreseeable, and that these would be the existing safeguards that have been in effect since 2016. And a second set for persons whose natural death is not reasonably foreseeable. This would include existing safeguards as well as additional ones that would apply. Pour gagner du temps, je n'aborderai pas tout.
In the interest of time, I will not talk about all of the safeguards which will apply, except for those that have recently been added. A person whose death is not reasonably foreseeable will have to discuss alternatives to relieve pain with his or her doctor, and both will have to agree that they seriously considered all alternatives, including palliative care, mental health support, and so on, before making the decision to ask for MAID. Two independent doctors or nurse practitioners will have to provide an assessment and confirm that all eligibility criteria have been met, and this has to happen over 90 days at least, unless the person could lose his or her mental capacity within those 90 days. In such a case, the assessment must be a priority and done faster within those 90 days.
Choice for those seeking access to MAID, while at the same time protecting vulnerable people and the equality rights of all Canadians. It aims to reduce unnecessary suffering. Mr. Speaker, this issue is a deeply personal one. In fact, we saw from consultations held earlier this year that there was a wide array of opinions in the feedback received. Many people were opposed to the idea of MAID altogether, while many others believed the safeguards were too restrictive and made it difficult for some people to receive MAID. C'est une question profondément personnelle.
This is an extremely personal issue for everyone involved. I don't believe that anyone who has not dealt with death or the suffering of a close or a loved one is in a position to decide whether this should be a right and for whom it should be a right. All of us have a certain pain threshold, but that threshold varies from person to person. Horrific physical pain is so subjective. So who's to say who can stand how much?
Intention of ending suffering for those facing death, for those who do not have a chance to improve their medical condition. It was passed because the MPs in this chamber thought it would be the right thing to do, to give people the choice to receive MAID if they felt they needed it. Nobody is forced to go down that path. It is a choice. But basically, legislators deemed it the right thing to do and the humanitarian thing to do, to allow someone in that situation to receive medical assistance in dying. If this was the humanitarian thing to do for people whose death is reasonably foreseeable, then it only makes sense, Mr. Speaker, that those suffering of an illness, experiencing unbearable pain, whose death is not reasonably foreseeable, whose death may be 5 or 10 years away, should also be granted this right. Should also have access to MAID if they've exhausted all other options and if they've decided with their medical practitioner that this is the way to go. Again, it is extremely important that we remember that this is a choice of the person who is suffering. However, it is also critical to give those in a position to provide medical assistance in dying, such as physicians and nurse practitioners, the choice to refer their patients to someone who is willing to administer MAID if they themselves are not. If administering MAID does not coincide with their values or religious beliefs, it must not be expected of them. Mr. Speaker, with that being said, it is important for everyone to respect the religious beliefs and values of all Canadians. And as such, I completely understand that some may perceive the act of receiving medical assistance in dying as committing a sin. And they have the right to die completely naturally of natural causes if that is their will. In my own religion, this would technically be problematic for me. However, I feel comfortable knowing that if it ever comes to a point where I'm in a situation where I am suffering and where I have no chance of recovery, but I'm only going to get worse with time, that I will at least have the choice. One of my colleagues across the aisle in his speech earlier today spoke about an amazing comeback story of someone who was in a terrible situation but who was on the road to recovery. And my colleague was grateful that this person stuck it through and fought to survive. It is important to remember that those who will be eligible to receive MAID will have been assessed by 2 medical practitioners, and both will have to have determined that the person's medical condition would never improve. If there's a chance for recovery, the person won't be eligible for MAID in the first place. Mr. Speaker, I understand that not everybody in this House will vote on this bill in the same way. And I fully respect everyone's personal choice on this matter because, once again, it's an extremely personal issue. Each member is trying his or her best to represent their riding and their constituents in the best way they know how. I will be voting in favor of this bill because I don't believe it is my place to come in the way of someone receiving the kind of relief that MAID offers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable member for St. Laurent for her speech. This bill goes well beyond the scope of Crucian, and in so doing, it removes a number of safeguards, including safeguards in which there was a fair bit of consensus on some 4 years ago. And I say that having served as the Vice Chair of the Special Joint Committee on Physician-Assisted Dying. One of those safeguards is the requirement that there be 2 witnesses. That was not controversial 4 years ago, and yet in this bill, it is removed. And in that regard, it provides a lesser safeguard for medical assistance in dying than validating that of the will, which requires 2 witnesses. Can my colleague explain why the removal of a safeguard?
La députée de Saint Laurent.
The member for Saint Laurent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his question. As we saw in a lot of the feedback received during the consultations, many people did think that a lot of the safeguards were preventing many people from receiving the right to receive MAID in their final moments or in times where they did not see a recovery and where they saw, their condition getting worse with time. And not everybody has a family, not everybody has a lot of people in their close circle. And so sometimes, we had, obviously, I believe in protecting Canadians, but at the same time in making sure that everybody has equal access to rights. And this obviously gives more accessibility to more people. Thank you.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member by virtual connection, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for her comments. Bill C-7 sets the assessment period at 90 days for those whose natural death is not reasonably foreseeable but are facing intolerable suffering. Does the member agree with the 90-day assessment, and does she know how the government came about with that 90-day period?
The honourable member for Saint Laurent.
I do not know how that number was come up with. However, I do know that if somebody's mental capacity is at risk of being lost in that 90-day period, it will not take 90 days. However, I would imagine that somebody who does have many more years ahead of them and do not have a foreseeable death, a reasonably foreseeable time of death, that perhaps more reflection needs to be done before actually going through with this kind of thing. So I do agree with the 90 days because I think that people need to have enough time to really think about this issue and to really think if this is the route that they want to take and to really consider all other options available before finally going with this one.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the government's talking about things like intolerable pain or unbearable pain, I think we can all agree that for some people it's a very fluid, subjective statement. And so if we're just basing it on subjectivity, what could be intolerable pain for one person
could be, a case of depression for somebody else. And so isn't the government really admitting that they're opening the door in the future for people to get an assisted death for any and every reason, because the criteria that they're setting are just so subjective for people?
The honourable member for Saint Laurent.
I'd like to thank the member for his question through you, Mr. Speaker, and mention that this bill also proposes to ensure that mental illness is not a reason to go ahead with MAID, and that people who suffer from solely a mental illness will not be eligible for MAID. So that has been taken into account, and I still agree that this is something that people should have the choice to decide for themselves.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I am pleased to speak to Bill C7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying, which I will refer to as MAID throughout the course of the speech. This can be a difficult issue for many to address because it intersects several issues in our society. First of all, the taboos around and societal norms associated with those taboos around discussing dying, religious beliefs, social supports related to people who are in difficult situations or life-threatening situations or the lack thereof, love and compassion for one another, and the agency that we each have to direct our futures. So today what I'd like to do, Mr. Speaker, is explain what this bill does, what I'm hearing from my constituents on this issue, my approach to addressing this legislation, and my decision on how I will be proceeding on their behalf. So first of all, as has been mentioned in many speeches, this bill does build on previous legislation that allowed for legal medically assisted dying in Canada. This bill would amend following legislation to remove natural death has become foreseeable clause, meaning that reasonably foreseeable death would not be a criteria for accessing MAID. And this, of course, comes after a decision in the Quebec Superior Court that ruled that reasonably foreseeable provisions violated Section 7 of Charter rights to life, liberty, and security of person. It eliminates MAID access to those who only have mental illness as an underlying condition for MAID. And my understanding is that the Minister of Justice said that this would be addressed in the parliamentary review of this legislation. And it also creates a second set of safeguards for people accessing MAID without a reasonably foreseeable death clause, including that both those with deaths that are foreseeable and not, this bill would change the code so that only one witness is needed to sign the MAID request rather than the two currently needed. I would eliminate the 10-day waiting period for MAID and its administration with those with foreseeable deaths. And for those without foreseeable deaths, C7 would create a 90-day waiting period request. And there's a little bit more technicality. So it does build on legislation that has already been passed in this place. And I just want to outline some of the things that I've been hearing from my constituents on both sides of this issue. The response in my office has actually been pretty evenly split, both people advocating for these changes and against them. So in support, people have been writing into my office on the need to exercise personal autonomy, so that agency issue that I mentioned, the constitutional right to make choices about end of life, access to medicine and healthcare, and this being part of a healthcare option that should be available to Canadians, the need to ensure that in our country we have the ability to die with dignity and to look at death as part of the life process, and to ensure that the continuum of care involves a death with dignity, and normalizing and ending the stigma surrounding death, and respecting individuals' and families' desire to end unbearable suffering. For those who have issues with this bill, they've raised issues around consent for minors and those who have mental illnesses, what the nature of consent is in those situations. There's concerns that that's not clearly defined. There's concerns about how this legislation would impact the nature of consent in jurisprudence, religious concerns around life, doctor conscience rights, concerns around repealing the 10-day waiting period, and also allowing medical professionals to shorten the 90-day waiting period if the capacity to consent would be lost. So I've heard those concerns. This is my approach to addressing this legislation. First of all, I think we do, as a legislator, it's my duty to ensure that individuals have access, the ability to use their agency in their choice on medical decisions, regardless of my personal proclivities one way or the other. And because of that, I will be supporting this bill through to the committee stage. I understand that there may be amendments proposed. But I also think that at the same time, some of the concerns that constituents have raised in my community around being against this bill are valid from the perspective of, some of the concerns that I have are do we actually have proper supports in place for people who might be considering MAID in a not foreseeable death situation. And I'm talking about social supports like for those who are in situations of great disability. Do we have social supports for day-to-day living? What about poverty as a determinant of mental health? And also palliative care. I don't think that our country has yet addressed that issue adequately, and I would like to see complementary legislation on that issue so that we can be assured as a society that proceeding with this legislation, we are not, that somebody actually can be in the position of exercising their agency, that they're not making a decision based out of desperation and our failure as a society to provide them with adequate social supports. Another question that I would like to see the committee address is, when a person has lost the capacity to give consent, who will decide what is intolerable suffering? I think we need to suss that out. I think that there needs to be some path to that. The Parliament needs to give some direction to that so that it's not just simply allowed, it's just simply left to the courts in the future. I do think that Parliament has a role in this because, again, as I'm bringing my constituents' concerns, again, both for and against, this is the place to give directions to the courts in any future decisions, and I would like to see the committee address some of those issues. Other concerns for those struggling with mental health, such as depression, death is not reasonably foreseeable. How will this legislation impact them for mature minors? Determining capacity to decide voluntary choice free from duress have been concerns that are raised. I also have those concerns. And again, I just want to re-emphasize that I do not feel that many Canadians have appropriate access to palliative care across this country. I feel like, and this is not the fault of any medical association, but I just feel as a society, we often spend a lot of time focusing on getting to a diagnosis. We've spent a lot of time in this place talking about dying with dignity, but we also don't talk about how to live with dignity through a choice to see your life through to its end of its natural cause. And if we're talking about choice and agency here, somebody who makes the choice to see their life through without medically assisted dying, they should have the right and the capacity to make that choice, knowing that we as a society are caring for them and we're not just offering this as an alternative, that the only way to end suffering is to provide this as an option. So I give this nuanced answer because my own views on this have changed during the year, over the course of my term as a legislator, with two very personal experiences. One was with both of my grandmothers, who ended life naturally, but both suffering from severe dementia. I don't think either of them would have chosen to have medically assisted dying because of their religious beliefs. But that option was not available to them. And so I take that into consideration. But I'm also living a situation right now where, and she allowed me to share this, my mother-in-law, Debbie Garner, earlier this year, we found out that she had been diagnosed with a severe form of aggressive breast cancer. And she's been fighting so hard, and I feel so robbed because I just met this incredible woman a few years ago, and she's fighting, she is giving it her all, but she lives in a jurisdiction where she does not have this option available to her. And so her fight, she does not have the ability to exercise her agency in the way that we are talking here. This is now adding stress to her. She is doing everything that she can to try and beat this disease, but the reality is that there's about a 50% chance, probably greater with her form of cancer, that this will spread to her brain and leave her in a state that she does not want to be in as a person. And I know she doesn't want to be in that state. So as a family member to her, I want to ensure that both somebody who is in the position of my grandmother, who I knew would have chosen to see her life through this way, is respected, but also that somebody like my mother-in-law who's saying, I don't have the ability to exercise this choice, that somebody in my mother-in-law's situation can use that agency as appropriately as possible. So that is my approach to this legislation. I would like to see this go forward to committee. I would like to see our society ensure that people have agency in both situations, that they are fully supported through a choice to see their life to its natural end, or they are fully supported to make a choice to end it and to end with dignity and to end it in a way that recognizes their own beliefs, their own agency, and their own right to determination in these matters. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions and comments. We'll go to a video conference connection. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Calgary-Nose Hill for her analysis and for her very pointed and very personal remarks today. I'm going to put a question to her that's been raised by some of her Conservative colleagues and was in fact raised in her speech when she canvassed some of the pros and cons and what she's hearing from her constituents. She mentioned conscience rights, and I'm going to say to her that I do find that criticism a little bit confusing, and I'm trying to understand it, because conscience rights are protected in the preamble of the old Bill C-14, in the text of Bill C-14, in the Section 2 of the Canadian Charter, and even the Carter decision, which is what got us all here at paragraph 132, states, quote, "In our view, nothing in the Declaration of Invalidity which we propose to issue would compel physicians to provide assistance in dying," end quote. So I'm just wondering if the member from Calgary-Nose Hill could sort of flesh out what she understands to be the conscience rights concerns, because I believe that they're fully protected in the jurisprudence and in the statute. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
The member was correct in acknowledging that I raised that concern as something that's coming up in my constituency. I would argue that because this is a common concern that's coming up in constituency offices across the country, that the government has probably not explained this well enough to Canadians. And I think that could be done with the parliamentary review on the previous bill in the previous parliament that should be happening. I find it unfortunate that review couldn't have happened before this particular bill came forward, but with regard to my personal opinion on the issue of conscience, I do not believe that any Canadian should be denied right to care at any point in time based on gender, sexuality, gender identity, or in choice of agency in this situation.
Question commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech. I would like to highlight my deepest sympathies for the difficulties with her family. My colleague gave us 2 examples of her grandmother and mother-in-law. She mentioned the choice to live. I would like a bit more detail, because medical assistance in dying is only applicable to those who ask for it. If you don't ask for it, well, the right to life is the default. So I'd like some more information on what she would define as the right to life.
Calgary-Nose Hill.
I'm speaking of situations. I know that there are stakeholder groups that represent Canadians with disabilities that are concerned that this legislation could diminish the value of life of people who live with severe disabilities. And where I'm going with this is that I do believe that in certain situations, there are social supports that should be available to people living within those situations, so that there's never any question that somebody is making a choice to end their life because of lack of resources to live with dignity. We spend a lot of time here talking about dying with dignity. We also have to talk about living with dignity in a complementary way. So, I'm talking about access to affordable housing. I'm talking about living in poverty, especially those who have disabilities who might not have the same access to opportunity for employment or success, home care, these sorts of things. are all issues that I believe people need to have in place in order to be in a position of empowerment in making a choice on how to proceed with with either end of life or living with a severe disability. I also think in this place that as we're debating this issue, we need to reaffirm over and over again that those who have disabilities in Canada are equal in every way, and that we have a dual responsibility to ensure that they are supported. And
time for one more question. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Speaker, I'll be real quick and thank the member for Calgary Nose Hill for the intervention. I'm pleased that she's supporting to get this to committee. Where does she think that can be an advantage to resolve some of these complex problems? As a PSW, I can tell you your quality of care can often be affected by your income. And what she thinks about that and what this, the Canadian Health Act should be doing with regards to that, because your income can affect how much service hours you actually get as an individual, which affects your quality of life and the decisions you make further beyond that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, a member for Calgary Nose Hill.
My colleague, as always, makes an excellent point. This is exactly what I'm getting at. As we are considering this bill, we should also be considering reviewing situations such as he just raised, a national legislation and framework around palliative care, home care, et cetera. These are all issues that I believe do influence someone's decision on how to proceed. Somebody who is living in poverty with no hope of employment, in isolation, without access to, to home care, let's say, they might be in a different mental health situation than, or their sense of suffering might be different than if those supports were in place. So the bottom line is, I believe that we have to act to give people agency to end their life with dignity, but we also have to act to give people agency to live with their dignity, and that's live their life with dignity, and that's what I hope the committee study, as well as the parliamentary review of the previous legislation, would aim to resolve.
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and for Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to be speaking today to Bill C7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying. This is a bill that has been greatly talked about, and it's good to talk about it because it's very important. Important because far too often people with illnesses suffer knowing that they will never get better. I was for a long time involved in working with these people, and when you know them, and when we are aware of the issues that affect them, and when we are by their side in their suffering, we understand them very much better. MAID is a societal choice that has to be thought of in an enlightened way. The government has done its work in tabling Bill C7, a bill that follows a series of roundtables with experts and other stakeholders, and following a number of public consultations. We needed to do so after the Truchard decision from the Quebec Superior Court, pursuant to which it is unconstitutional to limit access to MAID only to people whose death is foreseeable. The late Mr. Truchard and Ms. Gladu both had terminal illnesses but didn't have access to MAID because their death was not imminent or reasonably foreseeable. Bill C7, tabled by the government, proposes a significant change by enlarging the eligibility criteria to people whose death, like Mr. Truchard and Ms. Gladu, is not reasonably foreseeable. It also adjusts safeguard measures by allowing, for example, by renouncing the necessity to have a final approval from the patient in question. Let us move back to reasonably foreseeable. Some criteria have led to some issues because some people may believe that this would make MAID too easy to access. People with disabilities or with mental disabilities may be at risk. Life is precious and has a lot to offer. I believe so, and the government believes so as well. According to C7, mental illness is not considered as an illness as provided for. when the only medical condition is a mental one, MAID is not allowed. The government knows that the best solutions to fight against mental illness are efficient and effective treatments, and so we have to highlight and focus on preventative measures and support systems. What's more, reasonably foreseeable is defined how the time between someone's current state of health and their death. It's not something that can be measured by simply using a thermometer or by drawing blood. This is a clinical decision that requires a global and comprehensive medical examination. This is a difficult decision to make, and sometimes it is not very precise, and that's why the amendment was necessary. If we change this definition, it doesn't mean, however, that this will always be administered. There is no automatic mechanism between the request and the administration of medical assistance in dying. If we remove an accessibility criteria, the spirit, however, does not change. Requests will be evaluated based on other criteria and through new safeguard measures that I will mention in the next few minutes. The government wishes to balance the autonomy of eligible people, protecting vulnerable people from any incitement for them to put an end to their health, and the public health phenomenon of suicide. We care for the patients and we care for the process. It's these interests that made it so that the government wanted to adopt safeguard measures in the first iteration of this bill, measures that would allow us to create a framework around the decision-making process and to have safeguards for a solid procedure to avoid abuses and errors to protect vulnerable people, notably. Experience since then has revealed certain shortcomings, which is why we wish to modify two of these measures. For example, the 10-day time between a request and the actual administration of MAID. This for people whose death is reasonably foreseeable. This 10-day time period unduly extends suffering. Patients who fear losing their cognitive capacity and who won't be able to give their final consentment live in great stress and may even refuse to take their medication and sometimes even request medical aid in dying earlier. For families, a patient's stress is their own stress, which means that someone's last moments are even more negative than they should be. Choosing one's time to go allows one to die with dignity and to benefit from the positive presence of one's loved ones. We see serenity in the eyes of patients when they know that regardless of what happens, they will receive MAID as they requested it. Reasonably foreseeable natural death has been removed as an eligibility criteria, but still can be taken into account when it is determined what safeguards are implemented for medical aid in dying. For someone whose death is not reasonably foreseeable, a 90-day period at least will make sure that that consent is made consciously. We also confirm that the decision has been made without any undue external pressure or influence. A comprehensive clinical evaluation is done with even more rigor now. The criteria of reasonably foreseeable death has been removed, but it doesn't mean that there is an enlarged access to medical aid in dying. We still want to protect the process. We still want to protect our medical staff and especially protect our patients. I discussed this bill with specialized palliative experts. I can confirm, Mr. Speaker, that this 10-day time period had a negative impact on a patient's decision. And removing this will allow patients to have a more serene end of life. The second safeguard measure that I wanted to mention today is removing final consent. Under current statute, just before medical aid in dying is administered, we must make sure that the person still consents and consents consciously, and we must give them the opportunity to remove or retract and withdraw their demand. The amendment here means that a final consent is not necessary if the right conditions are met. For example, if there is a loss of cognitive capacity, and if there is a written document stating that MAID will be administered at a determined date. Such a measure relieves anxiety from patients' shoulders, allows them to take their medication, to suffer less, and to determine a date further on in the future if they wish. This is not an anticipated request. This is not someone saying, I would like to receive MAID if a certain circumstance is met in the future. This could be part of a document signed by a notary. Right now, we can define what measures are implemented. We can, however, request that MAID be administered at some point in the future. It's a more complex process because we ask a medical expert to make a decision rather than someone else. This will be studied at committee. We will also discuss MAID for minors. All of these amendments to the reasonably foreseeable death criteria, all of these adjustments to the safeguard measures are a tribute to the government's desire to always be more progressive and allow people to live in a dignified way. We ask you to vote for this bill. Like Jean Truchon stated, I ask you to understand my situation and not to judge my situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her speech. I have a question.
You know, she talks about proper choice, but also safeguards. And I would suggest that having available palliative care is a safeguard and does reflect a person's ability to make a choice. I remember during the original bill, I had the opportunity as well to consult with some of the top palliative care experts in Canada, and some would say in the world. One is in my own riding. Her name is Dr. Gillian Gilchrist. She's been a palliative care expert since 1981. And one of the things she did mention to me, she said, in all her years of practice, she never had one patient ask for medical assistance in dying. And she said if they're given proper medication, especially with newer medications today, they can be kept very comfortable until the very end of their life. And we've heard a lot of arguments that we should be making this more available because of the pain involved. Does she agree that if proper palliative care is available, that is important for the choice? And with 70% of Canadians not having palliative care available, is it something the government should make a priority?
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for this comment. Palliative care is part of end-of-life care. I would like to highlight the excellent work and expertise of those who work in palliative hospices and care centres in my riding of Sherbrooke, for example. It is true that palliative care is a good way to receive adequate care when you are at the end of your life. This care allows us to mitigate suffering and to accompany someone towards their natural death. All lives have equal and intrinsic value. That is a fundamental principle. But that also must be conciliated with our societal values. Inaudible for the interpreter. Medical assistance in dying is part of this range of end-of-life care, which includes palliative care, and to which we have now added MAID. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech. I would just like a bit more information. I don't know if, like me, she has noted that since the beginning of the week, there seems to be a situation where palliative care and MAID has been conflated, whereas you'll find that these are two completely different situations. It's not just because you have access to MAID that you don't have access to palliative care. Many times, our Conservative colleagues made a link between suicide and medical aid in dying. So I wonder if these two unfortunate links are justified. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my colleague for Jonquière. I'd like to congratulate him for his speech earlier this evening. Indeed, we have to establish these distinct definitions in the range of end-of-life care. There's palliative care and now medical assistance in dying. As I said earlier in my speech, I live closely to the end-of-life palliative hospice in my riding. People don't go into a palliative care centre to receive MAID. It was clear when we legalised MAID in the hospice close to where I live, but we didn't want it to become the norm. As it stands, statistics show that this is indeed what is happening. People go to a palliative care centre to receive palliative care, but when pain is intractable, when suffering is intractable, when standard protocols cannot mitigate suffering, medical assistance in dying is made as an individual choice, respecting freedom and the freedom of choice. This becomes a second option.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very honoured, as always, to rise in this House, and particularly on such a profound, important issue. I'm going to ask the Speaker's indulgence for a few minutes to speak on an issue that is coming right now. I've learned that in Treaty 9 tonight, families in the Skandiga First Nation are being evacuated out because they have no access to water. For an OG community in the middle of a pandemic to be willing to be flown out to an urban centre because of the fears of pandemic, and yet they're willing to be flown out, shows how severe the situation in the Skandiga is. And I think my honourable colleagues of every member and every party will understand the importance of us bringing this forward. Because one of the beautiful things we've said in the pandemic in Canada is we're all in this together. But we aren't. Not in Canada. We've never all been together. Not when it comes to the poverty, the casual degradation that Indigenous people suffer, and the systemic negligence of the most basic rights to life and dignity. The Canadians just take for granted as part of how this country's run. And you can't look, Mr. Speaker, for a community that has suffered more than the Skandiga. 25 plus years they've gone with unsafe water. 25 years. That's a second generation growing up with improper water. What does that mean? Well, I remember meeting a beautiful young girl from Treaty 9, and she had this incredible long hair, beautiful thick hair, and she said she didn't like to take a shower because it gave her blisters. That's what we put young people in communities like Neskandiga through. And at age 13 or 14, they have to leave home because the federal government won't bother to give them a school. So they have to go to a foreign culture, Thunder Bay. And we know the horrific treatment and the abuse that Indigenous children have suffered in Thunder Bay, and the deaths of children in the rivers, the racist attacks, yet they have to leave their homes. And I'll tell you, we're talking about something as profound as medical assistance in dying, but when you've had to go to a hotel room in Thunder Bay to say you're sorry because a beautiful young girl from the Skandiga gave up hope at age 14, you could say, yeah, this nation does a lot of work to assist in the dying and the hopelessness. So tonight in the Skandiga, after 25 years of not having water, where the schools can't be open because they can't get water into the schools. They've had to shut the water system down. Elders, it's winter there. Elders are going down to the river and getting water out of buckets. Yeah, this is Canada in 2020. So when we hear us say, we're all in this together, we could say it more clearly by saying, yeah, we're all in this together, except when it comes to Indigenous people, because they're at the back of the line again and again and again. And I'm not saying this from a partisan point of view, but this was the primary program. The Scandaga was going to be fixed. We were told that by this Prime Minister. The previous Prime Minister put enormous amounts of money into water, yet they continue to refuse to put in place the basic infrastructure that will support safe communities, the sewage lifts, the water pipes, the proper water treatment centers. So I'm asking my colleagues tonight, in light of the crisis in Scandaga and the risks people are taking by being flown out in the middle of a pandemic, to say that we have to make the guarantee of access to clean water a fundamental human right. It has to be done. It has to be done now. We can't have any more nice words. We have all the beautiful words that come from this government, and yet we have people who can't even live in their own community because they don't have water. I'm asking my colleagues to work with us to guarantee that the people in the Scandaga will be able to go home to safety and decency and water. On this issue of medical assisted dying, this is an important conversation for us to have in the House. I feel that the last time we had this conversation, we were under the gun again because it was a court decision that pushed the federal government to act. And I had a number of concerns about the previous legislation, but we knew it wasn't going to withstand a court challenge, and yet the government went ahead, so we've had to come back and do it again. I think we need to work together because we have some fundamental principles that we have to protect in terms of how this moves forward. I will say from my background, I worked on a national palliative care strategy across the country back before the last election. And the one thing I've learned, and I saw this with my great, beautiful sister who died so young, the will to live is incredibly strong. People will deal with an incredible amount of suffering, the will to have family, to have support. The right to die in dignity is a fundamental human right. And part of that is making sure that we have a proper medical system in place to give them the support. So we have to have the provisions in place with this legislation. Nobody's claim on dealing with someone who's been dying is more precious than anyone else's because it is the most intimate thing that we can be involved in our lives. And those deaths, whether those deaths can actually be good deaths, deaths of dignity and deaths of hope, where families together. And the day my sister died, as my mom said the rosary, I sang Danny Boy for her because that's how we go out in our culture. And it was a terrible way to see my sister go, but we came together, and it was beautiful. But then there are deaths that don't have dignity, and deaths of suffering. And it is incumbent upon the House to make sure that the legislation in place meets a number of steps. The right of dignity, but also to make sure that people who are making this choice are not doing this because they feel they've been neglected or they're in a substandard seniors home, as we've seen so many of our seniors in Quebec and Ontario die in the pandemic, that they actually have dignity. And if they're in a home, that there's support for them so that they don't have to make that choice. And when that choice is made, if it has to be made, and I'll agree with my Conservative colleague and all the people that I talk to and all the work I've done with palliative care, that choice is something people don't want to make. They want to go out in a way that allows them as much time as possible. But when that decision is made, as it is the right of the courts, we have to make sure that the provisions are there that allow it to be done properly, allow it to be done so that people are of a mind that they understand what they're doing and that they can do this in a way that meets the test of a caring society. And to that end, Mr. Speaker, we've seen a staggering amount of our elders die without dignity in this pandemic. And it has exposed the fact that we do not put investments in to care for our elders, and that they have suffered needlessly, that we had to send in the army to keep people alive from dying is a fundamental failing of our senior system and our seniors' health. And of course, it's not just seniors who have to make this decision, because my sister died much too young. Her husband died at 42, and he was one of the greatest people I've ever met. People die at different ages, and some of those deaths are very difficult. So I am very pleased to say that we will support this to go to committee, because it's at committee that we need to hear the witness testimony. We need to hear from the experts. We need to have a conversation and start to make sure that the legislation that we are compelled to bring forward because of the Quebec Superior Court decision, that we meet the tests of the court, we meet the tests of dignity. And again, I do not believe this needs to be a partisan issue. What party is going to be on one side or the other? We have to put the rights of the individual and their dignity and the support for their family, because death should never be a lonely act. Death has to be part of family and community. When it is, it can actually be a moment of real grace and learning. So I support, the New Democrats are supporting this motion to go to committee to be studied, and we want to make sure we get it right this time so we don't have to change it for the next court decision. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first off, I do appreciate the member bringing to the attention of the House the situation in regards to an evacuation. Very much appreciate the sensitivity of the issue, and then moving on to yet another very sensitive issue that's been debated for a number of days now. And it is very much an emotional time when we have these types of debates. And when we first brought in legislation, when I say we, I'm referring more so for the House in its entirety, because it came as a result of a Supreme Court decision. I think the general feeling was back then that there would be a need for us to be able to come back and look at the legislation, and that's what we're doing today, making changes to an original piece. And there are a few changes, and I'm wondering if he would want to provide any of his thoughts on any of the specific changes, or does he have any thoughts in regards to specific amendments that he would like to see?
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for his statement, and certainly it is actually important, even though we are being ordered because of the Quebec Superior Court decision, that we actually do revisit legislation, because what we anticipated may not be out in the field. I think the question in terms of the request for medical assistance in dying, how it's done in writing, signed by an independent witness, to be made after the person is informed they have a grievous and irremediable medical condition, that a professional or healthcare worker can serve as that witness. That's interesting, but I would like to have that tested as well from people in the field who can give us whether that will meet the test in terms of ensuring that we have adequate safeguards. The fact that the person must be informed of available and appropriate means to relieve their suffering, including counseling service and mental health and palliative care, I think that that's important. But again, we have to be able to test that at committee, because is that a reality that people are going to have in rural areas? Is that going to have people who don't have a larger family unit to support them? So I'm looking forward to seeing how these will be tested at committee.
Some comments. The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
I thank the member for his remarks and for his commitment to standing up for his constituents, particularly his Indigenous constituents. And my question on this is, when the government is reducing some of the safeguards regarding the amount of witnesses that are needed and the kinds of witnesses that are needed, I'm very concerned, because when we're not including social workers in the decision-making process, how are we ensuring that those who are going through the process of requesting MAID are truly doing it in a way that is their free volition? If physicians aren't always equipped to recognize these situations. And so I would wonder what the member's thoughts would be about increasing safeguards by bringing in social workers so that we can ensure that it's truly a free choice that people are making.
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague. One of the things that frustrated me with the Supreme Court decision was I felt that they put an unfair restriction on the review of Parliament, because this was a profound piece of legislation and that we needed the opportunity to have enough witnesses. I don't believe this is something that can be dragged out because we have a court. But as parliamentarians, we need to make sure that we have an adequate amount of witnesses to bring forward enough points of view that we ensure that the details of legislation, because I do not know the details of what goes on in a medical relationship. I am not that person, but I've sat at a deathbed of many people. I want to make sure it's done right.
The
Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his remarks. He digressed to talk about access to drinking water, and I will digress and ask him a question on that. I share his indignation. It's unacceptable for Indigenous communities to not have access to clean drinking water. Talking about it is one thing, but action is even more important. So my colleague opposite is criticizing the decisions of the Liberal government. Why today, then, did he support the government that isn't taking any action on access to clean drinking water?
James Bay.
Well, there he goes from profound to cheap as you can get. We are talking about the dignity of people. I bet he's never seen the kind of poverty that we see. So am I going to plunge the nation into an election because the little guy from the block in the front said he wanted an election last spring? No. I've got better issues to deal with. And if that member can't understand the profundity of the issues facing people in the Scandiga, well, I would say we could see what happened. And we can see in Quebec, I haven't heard anything from that member in terms of the horrific death of a woman in a hospital in Quebec.
Questions and comments? The last question, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands by video conference.
Thank you. I want to thank the Honourable Member for a very moving statement, and I know it's difficult, and I'm usually persnickety about saying that any member speaking should speak to the topic before us, but the situation of Scandiga First Nation, that they be facing an evacuation now because of a lack of clean drinking water, I think draws into sharp focus why we need Parliament to continue to work in this place. And I specifically want to thank the member for his concern, a shared concern for a dear friend of ours, a mutual friend. Angela Rickman had been sending me texts and emails when we first started debating C7 in last spring's Parliament to bring relief. She was suffering from ALS. She wanted to be able to use medical assistance in dying. We failed her. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague to add whatever he chooses to add to the desperate need that we act in Parliament.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, and yes, we shared a friend in Angela Rickman, who was a very, very powerful, profound young woman who worked on the Hill and died much too young. And so I'm glad that she's thought of her tonight, and we have to think of the people that we know who are suffering, and we have to make sure that we do this in a manner that respects them and respects our obligations under the law.
Resuming debate. This is by video conference, the Honourable Minister of Health.
Pardon me, Mr. Speaker. It's the Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
I guess we had the wrong information up on the screen here. My apologies, but we'll take the Honourable Minister of Employment and Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Thank you very much. It's a humble second place. Hello, bonjour. It's really an honor to participate in this important debate on C7 alongside my colleagues, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, and the Minister of Health. By way of background, in 2015, the Supreme Court of Canada struck down the sections of the Criminal Code that made assisted suicide illegal. In 2016, the federal law on medical assistance in dying came into effect. This law created an end-of-life regime, which limited access to medical assistance in dying to individuals whose deaths were reasonably foreseeable. A number of specific eligibility criteria were put into place, along with procedural safeguards. As we all know, in September of 2019, a Quebec Superior Court found it unconstitutional to limit the availability of medical assistance in dying to people whose deaths are reasonably foreseeable. And the federal government has once again been tasked with changing the law. In early 2020, the Government of Canada held consultations across the country There was also an online survey that received almost 300,000 responses. The feedback was thoughtful, compassionate, and candid. From my perspective as Minister responsible for disability inclusion, I'm working to ensure that the voices of persons with disabilities are heard on this important issue. Medical assistance in dying is a human rights issue. The proposed legislation recognizes the equality rights of personal autonomy and the inherent and equal value of every life. Disability rights advocates have long fought for these rights. Being able to make decisions about one's own life is fundamental. There are many examples in our history of where the personal autonomy and equality of our citizens with disabilities has been threatened, denied, or taken away. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that these concerns are top of mind as we undertake this important legislative work. The proposed legislation before us explicitly recognizes equality rights. The preamble refers to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, as well as Canada's obligations as a signatory to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. The preamble also expressly differentiates between these fundamental equality rights and various societal interests and values that we need to balance with this legislation, such as the important public health issue of suicide. Put another way, we wanted to be clear that ensuring equality rights underpins this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I'll mention one more important aspect of the preamble that frames this proposed legislation. That is the importance of taking a human rights-based approach to disability inclusion. With these words, we are committing to using human rights principles to guide the development and implementation of our systems, programs, and processes. So why is this important, Mr. Speaker? Because the full realization of the rights we enshrine in law is predicated on having systems and structures in place that don't themselves create barriers, discriminate, or infringe upon these rights. I'll digress here for a moment to take us back to June of 2019. That month, this House unanimously passed the Accessible Canada Act, which I believe to be the most significant advancement in disability rights since the Charter. Section 6 of the Accessible Canada Act sets out guiding principles, which include that everyone must be treated with dignity. Everyone must have meaningful options and be free to make their own choices. And everyone must have the same opportunity to make for themselves the lives that they are able and wish to have, regardless of their disabilities. Another guiding principle is that laws, policies, programs, services, and structures must take into account the disabilities of persons, the different ways that persons interact with their environment, and the multiple and intersecting forms of marginalization and discrimination faced by individuals. These principles must also guide us as we tackle the important task of responding to the 2019 Quebec Superior Court decision. As this House has heard, C7 proposes a two-track approach to medical assistance in dying, with less or more stringent safeguards depending on whether a person's death is reasonably foreseeable. You've heard about the ease safeguards, where death is reasonably foreseeable, and it's our hope that this will allow for more dignified end-of-life decision-making. I will focus my attention on the new track, where MAID is permitted even though the individual's death is not reasonably foreseeable. As I mentioned, in these situations, there are heightened safeguards. These include the requirement that 2 independent doctors or nurse practitioners assess and confirm eligibility, with one of these having expertise in the individual's medical condition. It is also required that the individual be informed of available and appropriate means to relieve their suffering, including counseling services, mental health and disability services, community services, and palliative care, and that the individual be offered consultations with professionals who provide these services. The individual and their medical practitioner must have discussed these measures and agree that the individual has seriously considered them. Finally, the eligibility assessment must take a minimum of 90 days unless loss of capacity is imminent. Mr. Speaker, as we look to broaden access to MAID as directed by the court, we were very aware of the need for Canadians to know their options, to ensure that their consent was informed, and to have a real choice. I spoke earlier about equality rights, about personal autonomy. I spoke about a human rights-based approach to disability inclusion. I spoke about meaningful options and about having the opportunity to make a good life for oneself. If our systems, processes, programs, and services don't offer these options, And if our citizens don't see that these options are available to them, then their equality rights are not being fully realized. Mr. Speaker, this proposed legislation recognizes a significant role that social, mental health, disability, and community support services play in the full realization of equality rights. Accessing MAID should not be easier than accessing disability supports. The new legislation makes it the responsibility of the medical practitioner to ensure that the individual is made aware of the supports that are available to them. Because the harsh reality is that many Canadians with disabilities are not living with dignity, in the sense that they are not properly supported, face barriers to inclusion, and regularly experience discrimination. And we've seen in these times of pandemic how many of our systems fall far short of truly supporting and including all Canadians. Canadians with disabilities are rightfully calling for governments to address these inequities, and we must. In the recent speech from the throne, our government committed to a disability inclusion plan. This will include a Canada Disability Benefit modeled after the GIS, an employment strategy, and a modernized approach to eligibility for Government of Canada disability programs and services. The Disability Inclusion Plan is an important next step in advancing the rights and inclusion of persons with disabilities, and I look forward to sharing more on this with this House and all Canadians in the coming months. Before concluding, I'll mention the need for robust federal monitoring and data collection on MAID. We need a reliable national data set that promotes accountability and improves the transparency of implementation. Quite frankly, we also need to better understand who is accessing MAID and why. This is of the utmost importance to the disability community. It's incumbent upon all of us to ensure that the regulations that flow from this legislation allow for fulsome data analysis. Mr. Speaker, we have before us legislation that seeks to balance making medical assistance in dying available without undue obstacles to those who choose it, with safeguards to ensure that this decision is truly informed and voluntary. For a truly progressive medical assistance in dying law is one that recognizes without compromise the equality rights of everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this debate.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I listened intently to the honourable member's speech, as I always do when my friend speaks. I wish that we were here. I wish that we'd had the time to have the committee do its study. I wish that we'd taken the time, or the government had taken the time, to challenge the decision of the court to the Supreme Court, if only to get the best advice that we could get before we move forward with legislation like this. And I think about the disability community. Both of us know the disability community very well. We've heard significant concerns from that community. This is a complex issue, and issues related to communications for those with disabilities are also complex. And there are many in the disability community who would say that their voices are not heard right now, that they don't feel like they have agency right now because of the way society views them. And they feel that this legislation is coming too fast, too quickly, too soon. And I wonder what the honourable member will do, what kind of commitment she will make to those in the disability community to make sure that their voices are heard.
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question and for his, I'd say, collaboration and partnership in advancing issues related to disability. Mr. Speaker, this is a very complicated, complex, deeply personal issue. I have been committed since the beginning to ensure that we live by our commitment to nothing about us, by ensuring that members of the disability community have voices at every table around decisions like this. My COVID Disability Advisory Group has been digging in on this. I know we will have robust presentations at committee from members of the disability community. I will do whatever it takes, is probably my bottom line, to ensure that these voices are heard. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
The member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a little, I have questions with regard to the question which has been put, and I'd like my colleague to explain. When people talk about the vulnerability of people who are disabled, yes, I agree with that. But when it comes to medical assistance in dying, you need clear consent. And we already have panels of doctors who work on that and who make sure that enlightened consent is obtained. I don't know if my colleague shares this impression, but it seems that some MPs want to stretch out the debate and throw the baby out with the bathwater. The Honourable Minister.
Colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, we are talking not only about changing the criminal code, but being very careful not to send a message to a very important group of our citizens that their lives aren't as valuable as those of the rest of us. And I want to make sure that as we have this conversation, nothing we do sends that message. Everybody's life is of equal and inherent similar value. And I just, perhaps I misunderstood the question, but if people don't have a real choice at their disposal, as I suggested in my speaking notes, then we're not really giving them their full rights of equality.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the Honourable Minister, who has just now reminded us that everybody ought to have equal and inherent rights, but we know that throughout this pandemic, this government has refused to prioritize the pursuit of a fair and equal life for people with disabilities. And so I want to bring the voice of one of my constituents, Sarah Jama, in, who is a part of the Disability Justice Network, to ensure that her and their voices are heard. And she states that it is evident through our history of forced sterilization and institutionalization that the current crisis of deaths in long-term care homes and continued legislated poverty across this country, that with the changes in the requirement for foreseeable death to MAID, what measures will our government put into place to adequately ensure that people with disabilities will not experience systemic or implicit coercion regarding their access to MAID? And will this government finally prioritize the life of people with disabilities in this country as much as it has thoughtfully prioritized their access to death?
The Honourable Minister for Disability Inclusion.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to Sarah, I say keep fighting the fight. I share many of her views about how historically we have done wrong by this really marginalized group of citizens, and we are making every effort to do right by our citizens with disabilities. It started with the Accessible Canada Act, which put a disability lens on our pandemic response, resulting in a COVID disability advisory group, resulting in recommendations from that group as to how we can ensure sufficient safeguards are put in place, resulting in a commitment from in the speech from the throne to a direct payment to citizens with disabilities, a Canada Disability Benefit modeled after the GIS, so they can have agency, have a choice, not live in poverty, access to the services and supports they need to live with dignity. We're not giving up this fight, Sarah. I promise you that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I realize today we're talking about Bill C-7, Act to amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying. And while I realize this is a very sensitive issue, a very difficult issue, I want to be very clear that I will not be supporting this bill. And I'd just like to take a few minutes to talk about why that is. And I would like to provide some context to all Canadians, but specifically for my constituents in Niagara West. On February 6, 2015, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that grievously suffering patients had the right to ask for help in ending their lives. This was the Carter versus the Canada decision. The court declared that sections 2241B and 14 of the Criminal Code, which prohibited assistance in terminating life, infringed upon the charter right to life, liberty, and security of the person for individuals who want to access an assisted death. The Supreme Court decision was suspended for a year to give the government time to enact legislation that reconciled the charter rights of individuals, doctors, and patients. As a result, the government introduced Bill C-14 on April 14, 2016, which received royal assent on June 17, 2016. Medical assistance in dying has been legal since then. On September 11th of last year, the Superior Court of Quebec found that it was unconstitutional to limit access to medical assistance in dying to people nearing the end of life. Basically, the court said that the criminal code requirement that natural death should be reasonably foreseeable to get medical assistance in dying is against the rights and freedoms of Canadians as they are written in the Charter. It's important to note that this ruling will come into effect on December 18th, 2020, unless a third extension is granted by the court. I think the focus and priority of all of us in the chamber should be to ensure that safeguards are always in place for the most vulnerable in our society. We also have to keep in mind that we need to be respectful and accepting of the conscious rights of physicians and our health professionals. Doctors are trained to save lives, not end them. I actually believe that we should go a step further and protect the conscious rights for all healthcare professionals. I'm supportive of doctors and healthcare providers who aren't willing to leave their core ethics behind when they're at the patient's bedside. I don't believe it's appropriate to force a doctor or other healthcare provider to participate in assisted suicide. I also don't believe it's appropriate to hire or fire an employee based on their willingness to be involved in assisted suicide. Physicians who wish to follow their conscience on serious moral issues should be free to do so. Again, we need to be respectful and accepting of the conscious rights of physicians and our health professionals. I do want to say that the last time I voted on this issue, I went through the legislation, which at the time was C-14, and I made a determination that it did not include sufficient safeguards for those most vulnerable, and so I opposed it. I had a chance to examine the current bill in front of us today, and I still don't think it has sufficient safeguards, so I will oppose it again. Let's be clear about something here. Medical assistance in dying is a tremendously difficult issue to debate. It absolutely is. It's a highly emotional topic for all sides, and there are many factors and personal convictions that come into play. In this House, we agree on many things, but we also disagree strongly in others. The key is to respect one another in the process as we discuss sensitive issues, especially issues relating to human life. Medical assistance in dying has to do with some of the most vulnerable people in our society. That's why I think it's important that we, as representatives of the people who voted for us, have utmost respect for all who have an opinion on this topic. This includes many folks in my riding of Niagara West who are people of faith and disagree with what this bill will do. I'd like to highlight some critical evidence from an expert who appeared before the Quebec Superior Court on this issue. Dr. Marc Signor is a Canadian psychiatrist widely recognized for his clinical expertise and research on suicide prevention. He was an expert witness in the case who provided important testimony before the Quebec Superior Court. In his 50-page affidavit, Dr. Signor detailed for the court the likely impact of expanding medical assistance in dying for those who are not at the end of their life. He notes that under expanded law, which is what we have in front of us here today, physicians would bring about a death that is not otherwise foreseeable. This is something that is exceptionally difficult to accept for many Canadians across the country, and for many in my riding of Niagara West. Issues like the planned legal death of someone who is terminally ill is a very delicate matter to begin with. But to open up the door for more people to qualify for a planned death, legal death, to me and to many of my constituents is very troubling. I'd like to return to Dr. Signor again. He talks about a well-established phenomenon referred to as suicide contagion. Dr. Signor explains that suicide contagion occurs, and I quote, through a process called social learning in which vulnerable people identify with others who have had suicidal thoughts and or behavior. He goes on to say, and I quote again, expansion of medical assistance in dying to include suffering not at the end of life is likely to lead to suicide contagion and higher suicide rates and to have a negative impact on suicide prevention. Dr. Signor also talks about the extent to which many elderly people with chronic conditions and younger people with severe disabilities are impacted. I quote again, they feel like they're a burden to their loved ones and that their families would be better off if they were dead. So my question is, when one of our friends, family members, or loved ones is in a similar circumstance, and they begin to think that they will be solving this problem of being a burden, knowing that this law will allow it, will it be more comfortable with us? My answer is no. I don't think it will be. To quote Dr. Signor again, normalizing suicide death via medical assistance in dying as a remedy for suffering not at the end of life, is likely to increase suicide rates in Canada at a time where there is universal consensus among people and mental health experts of the imperative to decrease suicide rates. In short, this bill will simply make it possible for a person to choose to access medical assistance to end their life, even if their death is not reasonably foreseeable. I'm concerned for people with disabilities. I'm concerned that if passed, this legislation will allow for people with disabilities to die with medical assistance because they have a disability. Michael Bach, Managing Director of Institutes for Research and Development on the Inclusion and on Society, confirms this, saying that, and I quote, people who are not at the end of life will nevertheless be able to access assisted death on the basis that their disability is grievous and irremediable and their experience suffering they find intolerable. I'm concerned that people with disabilities may be coerced into ending their lives while they're in a state of personal suffering. Bringing up Michael Bach again, he said that because of negative stereotypes are an undeniable cause of disability-related disadvantage and suffering. He goes on to say that the Quebec Superior Court struck a blow to social rights in Canada when it rejected the end-of-life requirement. One of Bach's most striking statements on this issue is that the court's decision institutionalized the idea that disability can justify terminating a life, and claims that stereotypes don't get much worse than that. I'm afraid that this bill may reinforce horrible stereotypes that a life with a disability is a life not worth living, or that living with a disability is a fate worse than death. This cannot happen. I'm also concerned that the suffering may not be caused by a disability, but because of a lack of services and support needed by many people with disabilities to live a full life. As an example, we have a story of Sean Taggart, a BC man who's living with ALS. Sean chose to access medical assistance in dying because he was unable to secure funding for the 24-hour care he needed to live in his home with his community and raise his young son. The story is heartbreaking. This young man chose death because he was unable to get the proper care for his disability, and he left a young child behind. It's so sad to hear stories like this. That's why I believe that providing high quality of palliative care is critical. Palliative care is so important because it puts patient care at the forefront of this discussion and not the patient's death. Palliative care helps improve the quality of life, reduces or relieves physical and psychological symptoms, and supports the families and loved ones of those struggling with the condition. It can be provided in a variety of settings, including hospitals, at home, long-term care facilities, and hospices. The focus of palliative care is on the respecting and dignity and having compassion for human life, and that, in my view, is the right approach. I don't think any of us in the chamber underestimate the importance of this issue and its complexity. We all understand the delicate and sensitive nature of it. We all have views, and we all know the views of our constituents. They sent us here to represent them, and that's what we're doing. My hope is that we'll all uphold the original objective of this legislation, and that is to affirm the inherent and equal value of every person's life, to avoid encouraging negative perceptions of the quality of life of persons who are elderly, ill, or disabled. This bill doesn't do that, and for that reason, I will be voting against it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I share the member's concern in regards to the issue of palliative care and just how critically important it is that Ottawa continues to work with provinces to look at ways in which we could deliver a better service, in particular for some communities more than others that have been neglected on that particular issue. But my question is more so related to concerns that he has. And that is, we have healthcare professionals, families, friends, and for some of the larger groupings, such as disabilities areas, advocacy groups and people. And I'm wondering if we might be underestimating the value that they have to this debate. And I think that once it does get to committee, we'll hear a lot more on those issues.
Well, member for Niagara West.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments and his thoughts on, do we underestimate the value that we have in these various organizations? As I've said before, I've talked to numerous people. I've had people come to my office. I've gone to people's homes. And when it comes to the disability community in particular, they are certainly very concerned about some of the things that are underlying in this particular, whether it's removing the 10-day waiting period, encouraging doctors to move forward proactively. There is a number of things, and that's why there's a letter signed by over 77 organizations that has gone to us as legislators, talking about the concerns that they have, and I think we need to be very mindful of those.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we've heard today from our Conservative friends down the way stories of anguish, conversations and statements around the sanctity of life, around safeguards. But what is clear to me, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the Honourable Member, is that this is not a critique particularly of MAID, but rather of the condemnation of capitalism. So my question through you to the previous speaker is, what does he have to say about the privatization of mental health, the criminalization of addictions, and the commodification of every base necessity of life to the point where almost complete and utter despair has caused people to be sentenced to live in deep poverty and have to, at the end of life, under coercion, perhaps contemplate this last and drastic step?
Member for Niagara West.
Thank you, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Hamilton Centre about his on his intervention. You know, my concern is we realize this is a delicate issue, and as I said before, this is not as complicated. It's not easy, and one of the things that I wish the government had done more of, and we have talked about it, and it's been mentioned in other speeches. I mentioned in my speech, is the whole issue around palliative care, and I think that we need to provide people options at end of life, and if they believe that really the only option they have for them, they may have some pain that's unbelievably difficult. And if they believe for 1 second that there's no way around this, they don't have proper pain medication, all these kinds of things, there are all kinds of communities that don't have access to these services. And I think that if the first thing we should be looking at is how do we deal with this? How do we provide those communities with these types of services?
Questions and comments? Que se commentaire?
The Honourable Member.
For Chatham, Kent, Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was encouraged when I heard the Minister of Employment state that she felt that it was not advisable for Canada to have access to MAID being more easily available to our disabled community than it was to our that access to MAID should be easier than supports for our disabled community. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can comment on whether what's proposed in this C7 legislation makes that situation worse or better.
Member for Niagara West.
I want to thank a member from Chatham, Kent Leamington, for his intervention. And even goes back to what the member from Hamilton Centre had to say as well, is what kind of supports do we have for these individuals? Certainly those people that are disabled, certainly those people that have addiction issues. And as I've said before, I mean, the member from Hamilton Centre mentioned, how do we deal with people with addictions? And we should be looking at helping these individuals as well. And so I believe it's not one thing or the other. I believe that if we're going to be looking at things like this, at the very least, we should have better supports for our disabled. We should have better supports when it comes to palliative care. And there's where the focus should be in the short term, in my belief.
Nous allons prendre une autre question.
We'll take another question and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend my colleague for his presentation, but I'm still very worried by his position. While I was listening, I was imagining all these people waiting to be relieved of their pain, and I imagine that they are being stomached by the fact that this bill is still in the House of Commons and isn't progressing yet. My question to my colleague is, has he already met someone who had found another solution, not medical aid in dying, to put an end to their suffering? Has he met even one person in his life who only had another solution?
Your West.
It's been my experience in talking to constituents over the years that there's a lot of people that don't understand what options are available out there. It's also been my experience at my time as being elected in the House of Commons and talking to my other colleagues from across the country is that there are still a lot of programs that are not available to people across the country. We're in great shape in Niagara, very grateful that we have hospice, very grateful that we have organizations that administer palliative care. And I really believe that we should be looking at these options. These are things that we should be focusing on this point in time. And I believe that we should be finding the supports for these individuals.
Resuming debate. And now we will go to the Honourable Minister of Health. And apologies, I think that change was at our end, so we have it right this time. And we'll go to resuming debate and the Honourable the Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And no worries, I think with virtual parliament, all of the members of House of Commons and of course you, Mr. Speaker, and your team should be really proud of the work that we've done to keep Parliament functioning. I'm so happy to speak to the House today to address Bill C7. And I've been listening to the debate quite closely, and I have to say I am so impressed by the passion and compassion that I've heard in all of my colleagues' voices and in talking about this very personal and very emotional topic. In responding to the Superior Court of Quebec's Truchon ruling, we've had the opportunity to consider measures for which there is strong public support. And that's why we're proposing changes that will help clarify and strengthen Canada's medical assistance legislation that is in place today. Canadians have shared their views since we passed the original legislation in 2016, and earlier this year I had the opportunity to listen to their opinions and ideas. I also listened to the practitioners who have been providing these services over the past 4 years. And I have to say, on a personal note, the stories of both groups really were very moving, but in particular, the practitioners that have been using the legislation to provide choice to patients that oftentimes have been suffering internally for a very long time. It's very clear that their compassion and their expertise is something that we should all be very proud and grateful for as Canadians. It's also clear, though, through those conversations that certain aspects of the current legislation could be altered to improve access, protect the vulnerable, and respect this personal choice that's at the foundation of this legislation. And so with this bill, I think that we achieve a balanced approach that reflects the best interests of all Canadians. The proposed changes to this bill have been informed by years of study and consultation. In December of 2016, we asked the Council of Canadian Academies to review 3 types of requests for medical assistance in dying that are currently outside the scope of the law. And those namely are requests by mature minors, advance requests, and requests where a mental disorder is the sole underlying condition. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm finding it hard to catch my spot here. As part of our analysis, we also consulted a number of other sources, including evidence submitted before the court in Truchon, as well as domestic and international research. Medical assistance in dying is a complex and a deeply personal issue, as so many of my colleagues have illustrated in their remarks. We know that before going forward with changes to the current law, we needed to hear from Canadians, and so we held public and online consultations for Canadians to participate to complement our discussions amongst cabinet ministers, medical experts, and other stakeholders in the country. Mr. Speaker, protecting the safety of vulnerable people, a focus of many of the comments today, while respecting the autonomy of Canadians, another key aspect that was so important in our consultations. These remain our central objectives. And that's why the bill proposes a 2-track approach to safeguards based on whether or not a person's death is reasonably foreseeable. The bill no longer makes reasonably foreseeable natural death the basis for determining eligibility, but it does use it to establish whether a more rigorous set of safeguards should be applied. If a person's death is reasonably foreseeable, a set of safeguards similar to the existing regime applies. But after hearing Canadians' feedback on the barriers that some of those original safeguards pose to those seeking medical assistance in dying, some of the conditions have been changed.
I'll expand on the specifics of the bill's proposed changes to these safeguards in this case. For those whose death is reasonably foreseeable, we would ease some of the pre-existing safeguards that we know have not served their purpose of protection. For example, under the current system, there's a requirement for a 10-day reflection period. Healthcare providers and family members, those that have been through this and have shared their loved ones' stories, have told us that this safeguard often prolongs the suffering of individuals who have already given extensive consideration to their decision to request medical assistance in dying. As a result, the proposed bill removes this requirement. During the roundtable discussions, we also heard that the existing requirement for 2 independent witnesses posed a barrier to those seeking medical assistance in dying, especially those living in a care home or institution. So we proposed requiring only 1 witness and allowing this witness to be a care provider. Those involved in assessing or providing medical assistance in dying would still not be eligible as witnesses. And lastly, we heard from Canadians about the waiver of final consent. Under the current legislation, a practitioner must ensure the person seeking and deemed eligible for MAID gives their express consent immediately before providing MAID. This is often referred to as the final consent and provides final confirmation of the person's desire to proceed with MAID. This safeguard also prohibits MAID for individuals who have lost the capacity to provide final consent, regardless of how sure, how definitive they were about their intention when they had capacity. And this safeguard unintentionally created situations for individuals who have chosen to end their lives earlier than they wanted out of fear of losing the opportunity to receive MAID because of an impending loss of capacity. I know many of my members are aware and have spoken about Audrey Parker, who last year died and used her final days to advocate for changes to this very part of the legislation. In one of her last posts, she said, "The law has forced me to play a cruel game of chicken. I would like nothing more than to make it to Christmas. But if I become incompetent along the way, I would lose out on my choice of a beautiful, peaceful, and pain-free death." Inspired by Audrey's memory, we are proposing to include a waiver of final consent for persons whose death is reasonably foreseeable, but who are at risk of losing decision-making capacity. And as proposed in this bill, the individual would be able to provide written consent for their practitioner to administer MAID on a specified date. Now, in addition to easing certain safeguards, this bill also proposes strengthening others for those whose death is not reasonably foreseeable. We heard concerns from stakeholders and Canadians alike that eliminating the reasonable foreseeability of natural death requirement could result in increased risk for some people. And their concern is for people who are suffering but not at the end of their life, who might make a choice that is not fully informed with respects to treatments and supports. We think it's important while improving access to ensure vulnerable individuals are protected. For example, the bill proposes a minimum period of 90 days for assessing the MAID request in these circumstances. And this period would allow for exploration, discussion, and consideration of options by the person seeking MAID in collaboration with their practitioner. The bill would also require that the person requesting MAID in this circumstance be provided with information about the available counseling, mental health supports, disability supports, and palliative care to ensure they were making an informed consent. Now, following the Truchon decision, some have expressed concerns about individuals suffering solely from mental illness who receiving MAID. Many clinicians argue that the trajectory of mental illnesses is harder to predict than that of physical disease. In light of this consideration, the wording of the bill precludes individuals suffering solely from a mental illness from accessing MAID. This proposed change does not mean that people who will be excluded if they have a mental illness. It means that mental illness cannot be the only underlying medical condition. And we anticipate that the issue of mental illness and medical assistance in dying will be further explored as part of the parliamentary review process. There's also an agreement among experts that allowing advance requests for people with illnesses like Alzheimer's disease is very complex and would require careful consideration and consultation before it could be implemented. During roundtable consultations, I heard from healthcare providers who were worried that because they have seen patients who, as their condition progressed, might not have the same desire for MAID as when they were first diagnosed, it would be very difficult to assess these types of requests. The Council of Canadian Academies expert panel report on advance requests came to the same conclusion. And for this reason, we believe this topic is deserving of deeper examination through a parliamentary review. We need to approach this area with the careful consideration that it warrants. Oh, sorry, Mr. Speaker, I am still having some technical problems. Since MAID legislation was first enacted in 2016, nearly 14,000 Canadians have chosen the option of a medically assisted death, and this is not unexpected. We've seen a gradual increase in the numbers over the last 3 years, and Canada's experience is in line with other similar regimes around the world. This, Mr. Speaker, is why we're also proposing changes to expand data collection to help provide a more complete picture of MAID in Canada. Mr. Speaker, today we're taking steps to clarify and add precision to Canada's medical assistance in dying legislation, to respect the issues and the concerns raised by participants in numerous consultations about the need to place personal autonomy and protection of vulnerable persons at the center and the heart of this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I believe this legislation will improve the existing legislation, especially for those people whose health conditions lead them to consider this difficult decision. And I urge all members of this House to support Bill C-7.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister of Health for her summary. My question this evening is about options and appropriate and available supports. Earlier this evening, the Honourable Member and Minister from Delta stated that accessing MAID should not be easier than accessing supports in reference to people with disabilities. Is the government committed? I'm just going to stop till that noise stops. In reference, let me just rephrase there for a second. As the Minister from Delta stated, accessing MAID should not be easier than accessing supports in reference to people with disabilities. Is the government committed to increasing, on a permanent basis to provinces and territories, transfers for palliative care and mental health in conjunction with Bill C-7? I ask this question because in my rural riding, services are not equally distributed. Rural Canadians don't have access to palliative care, let alone mental health supports. What options will they have, especially in remote Indigenous communities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his compassionate question, but also my colleague, Minister of Employment, for her work with Canadians with disabilities to understand and to be able to advocate for the need for better services for all people who are living with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, the member referenced supports for mental health, and I will remind the member that, in fact, we have been supporting provinces and territories with billions of dollars in transfers specifically for mental health supports. Mr. Speaker, we've worked with provinces and territories all through COVID-19 and in a way that I think demonstrates that there is a lot more that we can all do collectively to make access to services and supports available no matter where people live. I am extremely excited about, for example, the potential of virtual care in a way that can assist in those situations.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for her speech. We feel the sense of urgency. Some people think it needs to move quickly. Others think we need to delve into it and spend more time. It's a very sensitive issue, as we all know. And there is some lack of understanding with respect to the notion of suicide that's often associated with MAID. People talk about palliative care, which is perhaps insufficient in certain regions. So I'd like to ask the minister a question, because she talked about consultations that she did with the people in the health community. What concerns were raised there by the professionals in healthcare with respect to the application of legislation pertaining to MAID? I'd like to hear her comments on that. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Drummond for such an insightful question. In fact, I found the consultations with the physicians extremely important in understanding both the value of providing MAID and their practices, giving people options for dignity at the end of their life when it was very clear this was the choice they had made, but also the complications, trying to assess, a person's condition and whether or not, for example, death was imminent. There was a number of issues that physicians raised specifically around some of the amendments that we're making. And one that was really poignant, Mr. Speaker, was the need for additional witnesses in a case where someone could be extremely elderly or isolated and had no one to vouch for them. And what they said was, we do a very thorough job assessing these situations, and we need you to acknowledge the expertise that we have.
We have time just for one more short question by video conference. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick personal story. I witnessed the medically assisted death of my 90-year-old aunt months ago. And, it was, I witnessed the process, the consultation and everything else, and it was a very caring, loving ceremony. What I've been hearing from constituents is that people with disabilities want to be living with dignity, and so they're feeling left out in a lot of ways. They're concerned about MAID, but they want to see better supports for people with disability, better supports for palliative care, and better supports for people who are struggling in life. And so that's what my constituents are telling me. And I'd just like to ask the minister what kind of measures you're putting in, because we have people with disabilities.
Okay. The Honourable Minister of Health, just a short response if possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And listen, I think the member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, really, I think, illustrates how this bill attempts to ensure that people have choice, autonomy, and dignity at the end of their life, while also ensuring that people must know of the supports that are available and have a reasonable expectation that they will be advised of all of their options so that they truly do have a choice. And I think the work with the Disability Advisory Group that Minister Qualtrough and I have had the privilege to do has really highlighted for us how there isn't a one-size-fits-all for the disability community, but that working with them together, we can actually enhance supports that will be meaningful and give people that true choice.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-7, an act to amend the Criminal Code on assisted dying. Allow me to say a few words about this very difficult subject. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to speak, but before I move into the body of my remarks, I'd like to say something about my daughter. It's her birthday today. Last year, she celebrated her 18th birthday alone because her mom was involved in an election campaign. And tonight she's celebrating 19 on her own again because I'm here in the House of Commons. But I want to tell her how much I love her and I wish her a very happy 19th birthday. It'll give her some energy. And so it's nice to break up this very delicate debate a bit with something positive like that. So as I was saying, a year ago, I was elected in Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix, and my constituents gave me a very important mandate to make Quebec values resonate in this House in areas of culture, language, the green economy, the environment, and health. A year ago, however, I didn't know that I would be rising today to address my distinguished colleagues on an important issue on Bill C-7. Because sincerely, it's not a subject that is easy for me, generally speaking, to talk about. But one event gave me an opportunity to address this issue recently, and I'm pleased to have an opportunity to address the matter. This debate isn't easy, but it's about deciding together in this House what lies ahead for the brave people who face disease that will overwhelm them with limitless pain and discomfort, an illness without a cure, and an irreversible end of their lives. Many have spoken about their personal experiences, and I would like to do the same, to bring some real-life examples to this. As an only child, I was often by my parents' side on their journey, their painful journey. My father, who was a captain on the St. Lawrence, saying that his boat was important. He had to learn how to navigate so that he didn't drown, but he didn't realize that he had lung cancer and the cancer was going to drown him. He said, I didn't work my entire life as a ship captain to drown because of cancer. There's got to be another solution. We explained to him that in this very specific type of case, there was a protocol, a medical protocol that would come into place that would prevent him from having respiratory distress. His condition continued to deteriorate. He wanted his suffering to end, and he was happy to know that the protocol would come into place on a day that he decided he couldn't take it anymore. So he was serene and calm when he made that decision. My mom was less fortunate. She was stricken with pancreatic cancer. She lay in agony, dehydrated, her stomach perforated by the disease for 17 days in palliative care. In her very specific case, palliative care couldn't alleviate her pain. There was no possibility of respiratory distress protocol, but take my word for it, distress was everywhere for her, and for me as I sat by her side, and for all the others by her side. In short, there are many ways to die, my friends, but in her case, morphine never helped. She resisted. And she resisted far too long because she had such a strong heart, stronger than her specialists had predicted. My experience with my parents is equivalent to that many of you have experienced with yours. There are cases where we can control death and where there is despair and no hope for relief, no avenue for relief. I'd now like to say a few words about my friend Sophie, who died last Saturday. She was 39, Mr. Speaker, and she was a mother of 2 young children, aged 11 and 13. She was suffering from a nasty disease that took her eyesight and then her ability to swallow, then her kidney function. She had a kidney transplant and was eligible for American research program developed in the United States. It could help some patients in her case. Unfortunately, in her case, the disease was too far advanced, and the experimental treatments didn't work for her, despite taking over 100 tablets a day at a cost of $300,000 a year. I talk about Sophie, my Sophie, because his story needs to be heard here today. Seeing her condition deteriorate, wanting to take steps to get medical help to die, she'd already started a massive amount of paperwork. She called it her paperwork. But despite help from her loved ones, her doctor, she didn't have time to follow up on it. She suffocated and collapsed in agony before the eyes of her young children, who were helpless, powerless, terrorized, and extremely helpless. They'll be traumatized for life by the memory of those horrific moments. That was last Saturday at 6 p.m. in Quebec City. Things could have been far different for beautiful Sophie and her 2 children. Straightforward access to assistance to die. And her children would have had an opportunity to say goodbye to their mom, to hug her, to accompany in a peaceful passing, and to see death as something very sad but dignified and peaceful that only medical assistance in dying can provide in some cases, provided that it is clearly defined by legislation and medical experts. This bill will enable us to move in this direction. We have to avoid seeing other people who are suffering from a degenerative, incurable disease from going through the same type of situation. This bill is a step in the right direction, as it repeals a requirement that a person's natural death must be reasonably foreseeable for them to be eligible for medical assistance in dying. The complex and multiple symptoms of Sophie's disease made it impossible to determine in advance whether her death was reasonably foreseeable and which of her many ailments would cause her to die. Everyone around her recognized that the only option for Sophie to die in dignity and not in excruciating and persistent pain was to get a quick access to medical assistance in dying. Sophie's story won't be in the newspapers, nor will it be on TV. Perhaps it'll be on her family's social media, but Sophie is a perfect example of what we haven't been able to achieve yet. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking everyone here in the House, for once, just this time, to stop trying to play harder and stop thinking that they know better. And on behalf of all of these patients waiting for medical assistance in dying, to put forth strategies, but to stop prolonging debate, to take a deep breath, and to help those people who are so patiently waiting for our judgment to lead to a consensus. It's an exercise, Mr. Speaker, that is an exercise in humanity and at one of the heart. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for her very touching remarks. I felt the sadness she expressed, the courage in the story she told us about her friend and her family. 5 years ago, Mr. Speaker, I was on the joint committee that studied medical assistance in dying. And we were inspired by changes to the process in Quebec. I remember attending a meeting with Véronique Yvon at the time, and it was very controversial. But I was very happy to have participated in that discussion. Quebec was leading on the issue. I'd like to ask my colleague if she has other things that she'd like to see in this process, in this very important medical assistance in dying. The Honourable Member, what I don't want to see, what I want to avoid seeing, is a subject that will cause, or a discussion that will cause this issue to go on and on. We are not experts. There are experts that we will hear from at committee, experts who will enable us to give this bill, to put into the bill the tools that we need. Now, I know we can't use urgency as something that to push us to act too quickly, but I'm thinking about all those people now that have nothing else to do but to watch us on Parleview, and who are asking us to stop simply talking about it and to take some action.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to add to the member's comments, very much appreciated. And she puts faces and reality to the legislation that we're actually debating today. And, you know, it wasn't that long ago, back in 2015, when we had to bring in the legislation in the first place. And I think that we have been seeing it evolve, and in many ways it can't evolve fast enough. And it's one of the things in terms of, like, when you take a look, let's say, for example, at the province of Quebec, where I think in certain areas they're further advanced than other areas of Canada. And I think it's one of the benefits of the Federation. But I agree with her. I would like to ultimately see it go to committee, because I do think that there's a lot of stakeholders and a lot of interest to contribute to the discussion on it. It's more of a comment than a question, but you can respond in kind.
The member for Beauport, Côte-de-Bois-Pré, Ile d'Orléans, Charlevoix. In conclusion, I would like to recognize Véronique Yvon, my esteemed colleague who worked very hard on this project. And in fact, thanks to her efforts, Quebec stands apart when it comes to medical aid in dying. It's a reference now, so I recognize her work. I would also say that sometimes Quebec inspires us. In fact, often it inspires us, and certainly in this case. And I hope that everyone here will be inspired by the model of Quebec when it comes to this issue. We have time for a final brief question or comment. The member for Drummond. Well, a bit like my colleague across, the member for Winnipeg North, I'd like to come back to what my colleague said. I also have very touching examples of people who've gone through difficult times, and sometimes it's hard to talk about because it's so moving. So I'd like to congratulate my friend whose speech was very moving, very touching, and sometimes it takes human stories to make us understand an issue. And in my writing, there was a woman who died, and she fought for medical aid in dying, but she died before she was able to get it. And that's why, as my colleague said, we have to unite to give people who are at the end of their lives the right to die with dignity. The honourable member. In conclusion, when this bill is passed, we will trust the experts who are paid for by taxpayers' dollars. Our experts are doctors who've been educated in public facilities. We will listen to what they have to say. We will improve this bill so that it is the most fair and most accessible possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the opportunity to rise and speak this evening on Bill C-7, an act to amend the Criminal Code respecting medical assistance in dying, or MAID. The meaning and consequence of this bill should weigh heavily on all Canadian parliamentarians. Today, we are debating the competing interests of individual autonomy and the sanctity of human life, addressing the suffering of our loved ones, the dignity of the elderly and disabled, and the moral, legal, and ethical concerns that are inextricably tied to medically assisted death. We are setting out the rules, standards, and boundaries by which Canadian doctors and nurses can, at a patient's request, terminate life. This cannot be taken lightly, and it is not legislation that should be rushed. But that is the predicament that this Parliament finds itself in. In 2016, the Liberal government passed Bill C-14, legalizing MAID. Last year, in the case of Truchon versus Attorney General of Canada, the Quebec Superior Court ruled that it was unconstitutional to restrict the availability of MAID to individuals whose natural death is reasonably foreseeable. Contrary to the requests of my Conservative colleagues and many advocacy groups, the Attorney General, who bears the responsibility of upholding laws passed in Parliament, chose not to appeal the ruling in Truchon. It is difficult for me to understand how something as essential to life as one's departure from it is not important enough to this Liberal government to appeal. This is something that should have had both comment and decision from the Supreme Court of Canada. Because of the Liberal government's inaction, we are now working up against a December 18th Quebec court-imposed deadline to enact a legislative response for the whole country. Its declaration of constitutional invalidity expires on that date. I want to ensure my constituents in South Surrey, White Rock, and all Canadians that as a Member of Parliament and a member of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, I will stand up for their shared values and beliefs and work tirelessly to ensure the amendments proposed in Bill C-7 and their consequences are carefully studied and considered despite the impending December deadline. Turning now to the substance of Bill C-7, I'm concerned that the bill as written is too broad and lacks the safeguards necessary to protect Canada's most vulnerable populations. Let me be clear, the removal of the reasonably foreseeable standard will significantly increase the number of Canadians eligible for MAID. The breadth of qualifying conditions widens considerably under Bill C-7. For anyone who initially opposed MAID on slippery slope concerns, it appears we are now sliding down that proverbial hill. Will we eventually follow the Netherlands? Their lead, which recently ended up in their announced plans to offer MAID to children under 12. As a group of physicians recently put in a letter to Minister Lametti urging an appeal of the Truchon decision, Canada will have moved well beyond allowing an autonomous life-ending decision at the end of life into the realm of death on demand for almost any reason at any time. We know from Health Canada's annual report published in July that 2% of deaths in Canada in 2019 were medically assisted. How much higher would that number be under Bill C-7? How many Canadians would be eligible for MAID without the reasonably foreseeable requirement? Both questions must be answered. If this is in fact the direction that Parliament decides to take this legislation, we need more safeguards to protect the more vulnerable, not less. As written, Bill C-7 redefines who qualifies for the end-of-life procedure and strips away some of the protections put in place a mere 4 years ago. One such amendment is the elimination of the mandatory 10-day reflection period. Under the original legislation, unless an exception applied, an individual wishing to receive MAID had to wait a period of 10 days after submitting their signed request. In most instances, the waiting period makes sense. It ensures time for reflection before taking the irreversible action of ending one's life. We know from Quebec's annual end-of-life care reports that since 2015, over 300 patients in Quebec alone changed their mind after requesting medical assistance in dying. And in any event, exceptions already exist under the original law for those whose death is fast approaching and for people who will soon lose the capacity required to provide the necessary informed consent. Why then remove this 10-day reflection period? Bill C-7 also takes aim at another safeguard included in the previous laws, reducing the number of independent witnesses needed to sign and date the candidate's application for MAID, down from 2 to 1. This amendment would now apply to the newly eligible class of persons who are not faced with reasonably foreseeable or imminent death. Contrary to statements made in this House by the member for Winnipeg North, this is a real concern for many. As a civil litigation lawyer, I've had my fair share of exposure to all sorts of legal documents requiring the signatures of independent witnesses to ensure both authenticity and true intent. Wills, divorces, financial disclosures, affidavits, mortgages, to name a few. To express your intentions in a will in BC, you must have 2 independent witnesses not named in that will to witness the authenticity of your signature and your intention at the time of signing. If these requirements are there to safeguard your intentions regarding possessions, shouldn't they also be there to safeguard your intentions regarding method and timing of your death? It should be noted Bill C-7 does include a 90-day assessment period and directive that applicants be informed of available alternative treatments. But will these safeguards sufficiently protect our most vulnerable populations? When does the 90-day period begin? Is it recorded? Another piece of the bill that I have difficulty with is that it allows patients who may lose capacity before the end-of-life procedure is performed to give their final consent in advance. This troubles me for the same reason discussed before with respect to the 10-day waiting period. As we have seen, people do change their minds. In recent weeks, we have heard from many representative groups who have expressed concern about the decision in Truchon. The Council of Canadians with Disabilities, Canadian Mental Health Association, the Arch Disability Law Centre, and others have articulated the concern that making individuals with disabilities who aren't facing imminent death eligible for MAID would be harmful to the disabled community at large, affirming the untrue stereotype that a life with disabilities is not worth living. We must pause to reflect on that. Those who are passionate advocates for Canadians with disabilities are very concerned about the direction these court and policy decisions are taking us, and yet the Liberal government moves forward. There still exists the legal concept of undue influence. Who are most susceptible to undue influence and coercion? The vulnerable. We have also heard from hundreds of physicians who share a concern that some patients have chosen the path of MAID due to the suffering caused by a lack of proper supports. What is the tragic example from BC, where a father suffering from Lou Gehrig's disease chose to undergo the end-of-life procedure because he didn't receive the support and resources he so desperately needed. This government is not listening to the heartbreaking stories of these ALS sufferers and their cries for fast-tracking of life-lengthening and life-sustaining hopeful therapies that we can't get in Canada. Is this government giving those sufferers and Canadians true options? We need compassion. Yes, but compassion takes many forms. Hospices are not readily available to all Canadians as an alternative. A good friend of mine died a couple of years ago now of inoperable brain cancer. He was a doctor, and in his case, he very carefully weighed MAID as opposed to living in hospice. He chose hospice because it extended his life for 5 months that he could spend with his family, and they were okay with his deterioration because they loved him and wanted to support him and be with him. But he had that true option. If we're going to expand this legislation, the government should equally ensure robust support for the vulnerable, hospice care, and hopeful therapies that should be available. Everyone matters. Finally, I'd just like to reflect on the healthcare professionals who are asked to implement this proposed law. We're now celebrating our doctors and nurses for their tireless efforts to keep our country healthy and safe. We should also ensure that they have the ability to decide whether this is compatible with their will or beliefs and not mistreated for any refusal to administer it. To conclude, I've heard from constituents in my riding who are on both sides of this argument. I ask my colleagues to really take the necessary time to study this bill, reflect on these proposed amendments, especially as they affect the most vulnerable. We must be compassionate, but also we must respect human life. Thank you.
And we're essentially right at time, so we'll have another 5 minutes for the honourable member for South Surrey White Rock to take questions and comments when the House next gets back to debate on the question. But now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The member for Mégantic-d'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in October 5 years ago, I was elected for the first time to the House for the first time, and then I was re-elected to defend them here in the House and to represent them. Mr. Speaker, I spoke about seniors. I voted on the medical aid in dying bill. I defended entrepreneurs and students and business people. I spoke about so many things. And so again today, I'm rising to defend the interests of my constituents. Last March, the country was swept up in the worst pandemic of its history, and this forced the government to adopt exceptional measures, meaning Canadians invested hundreds of billions of dollars to move forward despite the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, at a certain point, though, we realized that the measures put in place prevented people from going back to work. A lot of people were receiving the CERB, and they heard the call of the Prime Minister. And then the Prime Minister said, we want you to go back to work with the wage subsidy program. We'll improve the job share program. So a lot of workers in my riding decided to go off the CERB, go back to work, and respond to the call of the Prime Minister. Their company needed them, and our economy needed them. But what happened? Well, those people who were very proud to go back to work in May and June, because they had decided to answer the call, because the government had said that they would make the wage subsidy program accessible to the companies. Well, since then, these workers have only gotten half their pay, half their revenues since May, since June. Why? Because the government is unable to fix a bug between the CERB and the job share program. This is unacceptable. Here are the facts. I sent letters to the minister. I spoke with the office of the minister. Last October 7th, I asked the question of the Prime Minister, who answered. I was surprised. Hey, the Prime Minister answered one of my questions during question period. He said, I'm not aware of that file. I will come back to you on that. Well, that left me full of hope. That same week, I met with the cabinet, with the parliamentary secretary of the minister, and I thought, this is great. We're going to help these people. But where are we at today? Well, let me tell you. Princecraft originally had 95 workers earning only half their pay. Today, there are only 65 workers left. Fournier Industries in Thetford Mines, originally 35 people were only receiving half their salary. Today, it's 30. In same situation at Plessitech, where only 7 employees are getting half their salary. How can you live with half your income? It's impossible. Mr. Speaker, these people trusted the government, and yet they were hoodwinked. When are they going to be made whole? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Employment, Skills Development, and the inclusion of persons with disabilities.
I thank the member from Megantic-Larabra for his question and his advocacy on this issue. He and I both have workers in our ridings that have been affected, and that is why I appreciate his efforts. And I appreciate the opportunity to work with him to see that this matter is resolved as quickly as possible. We both have one goal and one goal only, and that is that these workers in Megantic-Larabra and in Windsor-Tecumseh receive the pay that they are rightfully owed. Before I begin to respond, I would like to acknowledge that we are meeting on unceded Algonquin territory. Je tiens aussi à préciser.
I would also like to point out that the Government of Canada is committed to supporting Canadian workers during this current crisis.
I stated on October 7th, the workers in Princeville, Thetford Mines, and Plessyville deserve our support. They expected our support when they applied for the work-sharing program last spring, and, Mr. Speaker, they will get our support. Le programme Travail Partagé.
The work-sharing program is very popular. It allows the Government of Canada to support employers and employees when commercial activity slows down, as is currently being experienced because of the pandemic.
The program not only allows employers to retain valued and skilled workers, it also allows employees to maintain their work skills. Employees who are eligible for EI are also eligible for work sharing. When COVID-19 hit, we knew that the work sharing program could be used to help people get through the pandemic. We worked quickly to make it available to more employers and workers by creating temporary special measures. And we started by doubling the maximum duration of an agreement to 1.5 years. We also cut the time needed to set up work-sharing agreements for 6 weeks to 2 weeks. We simplified the mandatory paperwork for employers, which included taking away the need for employers to submit financial documents along with their applications. And finally, in order to be more responsive to the COVID crisis, we extended the work-sharing program to workers considered essential to the boosting businesses like those engaged in product development and marketing. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned at the beginning, the work-sharing program has been very popular. And since the beginning of the COVID-19 lockdowns in Canada, demand for agreements rose nearly 4,000% compared to the last year. And as of October 20th, 2020, Canada had over 3,500 work-sharing agreements in play, involving over 115,000 workers. And while the vast majority of these workers are receiving their work-sharing benefits without a hitch, there are some who are unfortunately experiencing problems, as we have heard from the member from Mégantic-L'Érable. I want to state this for the record. As I stated on October 7th, we are working very hard to fix that, Mr. Speaker. Department officials are working day and night to get this job done. The workers from Princeville, Thetford Mines, and Plessyville will get their due. They will not lose benefits as a result of this delay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Mégantic-L'Érable. My question, Mr. Speaker, is when? When are these workers going to be made whole? The Prime Minister is aware of the file. These people, since May and June, are only earning half their incomes. The government says it'll do something, but nothing has happened. These workers are still waiting. Are we going to have to go to each of them to see these are young workers, immigrant workers? Are there other workers, other reasons the government needs to fix the situation for these workers? I don't want to go there. It's completely unacceptable that these workers are only earning half their salaries since May and June. We know what the problem is. It's out there. Surely there's someone in this government who can find the problem and fix the problem. I have a lot of respect for my colleague, the parliamentary secretary, until he started parroting the government line. I really hope the government gets down to business and helps these workers. They deserve it. The parliamentary secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I share the honourable member's frustration. I share his passion to get this and commitment to get this issue resolved as quickly as humanly possible. And as I stated on October 7th, we are reforming the EI system as well so that it reflects how work is evolving in Canada. We're going to reshape the system for a successful economic recovery and for the 21st century. And in the meantime, we've simplified EI to help Canadian workers weather the pandemic. And this includes easy access to work sharing. There's also a suite of new benefits that are helping Canadian workers to bridge the gap after receiving the CERB. I'm talking about the Canada Recovery Benefit, the Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit, and the Canada Recovery Caregiving Benefit that were all passed into law on October 2nd. Monsieur le Président, nous appuyons.
Mr. Speaker, we fully support Canadian workers. Our main goal is to help Canadians weather this crisis.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For weeks now, I've been asking the government about why they've failed to procure rapid tests for Canadians. Anybody who's watching this tonight would know that if they went out to try and get a rapid COVID test, get their results within 15 minutes, it's just not a technology that's available, even though countries around the world have managed to provide this life-saving and economy-saving technology for their citizens. This is a huge failure on the part of the government. It's ridiculous, it's embarrassing, and it's dangerous. The interesting thing is that today, a Canadian Press article reported that the government has managed to somehow procure 100,000 units of a certain rapid test. I would note that that's not even half of the basic demand of Toronto for 1 day's worth of testing. Today, Canadian Press, they tried to contact Health Canada, they tried to contact Minister's office to ask who would be getting those tests and what criteria they would be using. And the Canadian press received no answer to that. So I would like to ask the parliamentary secretary to do what his boss failed to do today and answer what criteria the government is using to distribute rapid tests and who will be receiving that first tranche of tests and when.
All Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, testing is a critical part of Canada's response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and rapid tests are a key tool in our government's testing and screening strategy. Early in the pandemic, our government put into place mechanisms to allow Health Canada to carry out expedited reviews of testing devices through the interim order respecting the importation and sale of medical devices for use in relation to COVID-19. Health Canada regulatory scientists are working around the clock to give Canadians and our healthcare system access to as many testing options as possible, as quickly as possible, without compromising safety. Canada has one of the best regulatory systems for medical devices in the world. Health Canada takes steps to ensure that the safety, efficacy, and quality requirements for medical devices are met before granting an authorization. Health Canada is currently reviewing applications for authorization for rapid testing, screening tests, and will continue to prioritize innovative new screening tools. The department has also assigned more reviewers to the task to speed up the review process and has published service standards. Our government follows new technologies closely, Mr. Speaker, and when we hear of promising new tests that are not yet available in Canada, we get proactive and we actually reach out to manufacturers to find out if they're interested in entering the Canadian market. Since March, Health Canada has authorized 41 tests under the interim order, including both PCR and rapid tests. We've also been working hard at home and abroad to secure the necessary equipment and supplies, including tests, to support the COVID-19 response. Mr. Speaker, our government is working hand in hand with provinces and territories to ramp up testing capacity. We've provided provinces and territories with $4.28 billion to support them with the costs of increasing their capacity to conduct testing, perform contact tracing, and to share public health data that will help fight this pandemic. In addition, we always base our decisions on scientific facts. In early October, the Government of Canada, working with provinces and territories, released a series of policy briefs that build on lessons learned and take into account new screening technologies. Based on a solid foundation of the most recent scientific knowledge and data in public health, the following guidance documents have been prepared or updated: Pan-Canadian guidance on testing and screening, interim guidance on the use of rapid antigen detection tests, and the updated guidance document on indications for PCR testing. PCR tests, Mr. Speaker, remain the gold standard for diagnosing COVID-19. However, we do recognize the arrival of new screening technologies in an evolving environment that offer complementary tools to PCR tests. For example, the new guidelines describe how antigen testing can be useful in routine outbreak surveillance, as well as surveillance in high-risk settings such as long-term care facilities, and of course in rural and remote communities. Getting results quickly allows healthcare professionals to target and respond to new outbreaks by isolating sick people and initiating contact tracing, which helps reduce the spread of disease. We recognize the value of rapid tests since the beginning of our pandemic response, and that's why we signed agreements with Intermedico to supply 1.2 million gene expert rapid tests, and with bioMérieux Canada to supply almost 700,000 diagnostic test kits. And of course, more recently, as we heard through the House on September 29th and October 6th, our government signed agreements to buy 2 rapid tests from Abbott Diagnostics, up to 7.9 million ID Now rapid point-of-care tests, and 20.5 million PanBio COVID-19 antigen rapid tests to go to provinces and territories at no cost to them. Thousands of these tests will be in the hands of provinces and territories soon, and hundreds of thousands more will follow in the weeks to come. Mr. Speaker, we're making every effort to continue to buy and distribute rapid tests as soon as they are authorized, and this will contribute to our efforts to protect Canadians from COVID-19, which, of course, is our government's top priority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, it's obfuscation like that and the inability to, he's just totally reading talking points off of his computer to answer a direct question that the media was interested in today, that I'm interested in, is why we're forcing a significant motion in the House of Commons tomorrow. The Liberals have been filibustering at committee. They've been denying basic information that businesses and Canadians need to have to plan. And who gets rapid tests? When and what criteria they use to determine that should be an answer that the parliamentary secretary, who gets a giant salary to come up with these answers, should be able to answer. Even just out of professional courtesy, he shouldn't be reading a talking point speech for an hour when he could just be answering a basic question like, I don't know, they didn't tell me that, or I have no clue, which is what I think the answer is. I look forward to our debate tomorrow because enough is enough. So I'll ask one more time, who gets the tests when?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I said, our government is pursuing every technology and every option for faster tests for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And as soon as tests are approved for safe use in Canada, the government will do everything it can to see them deployed. Health Canada undertakes regulatory review of all new testing solutions as they become available and is working with companies from across Canada and internationally to ensure that rapid tests that are safe and effective are available in Canada as soon as possible. We're making every effort to expand and reinforce our testing toolbox in order to advance Canada's response to COVID-19, protect the health of Canadians, and, Mr. Speaker, to support our economy.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored here to rise to talk again about the commercial rent assistance program, or I should say the flawed commercial rent assistance program. On April 9th, my colleague, the finance critic for the federal NDP, from the member from New Westminster, Burnaby, and I put forward a proposal to the government to come up with a commercial rent assistance program to help those businesses that close their doors for public health get the help they need so they could get through the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, many of them are hanging on barely. They're either in arrears with their landlord, steeped in debt, or they're looking at bankruptcy, or they've closed their doors and they could possibly reopen them if the government fixed their flawed poorly designed program that excluded many. We need a program, Mr. Speaker, that's tenant driven, has this set in the same loss in business standards as the wage subsidy, and that it's backdated to the beginning of the program so that people that were excluded because their landlord wouldn't apply can actually apply for the program and get access to the same funds that their neighbor might have got, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, we're running this huge deficit to help people get through it. It's absolutely unfair to those that are excluded because of a technicality to actually be responsible, or their children or grandchildren, to pay back the deficit, Mr. Speaker, and not get access to those funds. Dan Kelly, it's ironic today, actually, that we're having this conversation, because today the Conservatives put forward a motion that would have triggered an election because the government decided it was a confidence motion, Mr. Speaker. Both parties were willing to go to election despite the fact that thousands and thousands of businesses are waiting for help. And the government announced on October 9th that they would revise the program and come back and help Canadians with an expanded CEBA, with a wage subsidy that would be extended throughout the winter and into the spring, and fix this broken rent program. But what do? They put all those businesses on the brink. They promise help, and then they threaten they'd go to election, which means it would be months out before they'd get the help they need. And we'd see a colossal collapse of small business across this country because of power-hungry parties, Mr. Speaker. We're here to help people. And Dan Kelly from CFIB, he said today, quote, absolutely critical that all political parties pull together and get the rent subsidy, the CEBA expansion and wage subsidy extension across the parliamentary finish line. Now let's get the business support package passed quickly, Mr. Speaker. So we need to know when that package is coming. Mark Chandler from Parksville, he owns 5 Star Wholesale. He cites, quote, my landlord chose not to bother with the paperwork on this. My company has spent over $10,000 with no relief. The plaza next door had landlord support, and to me, that's frustrating. We should be dealing direct on this and not at the discretion of the landlord, end quote. How right is he, Mr. Speaker? He's been excluded. He's running debt. to get through to pay his rent. Like many are in arrears. Lisa Bernard Christensen from Courtney, she cites, my landlord agreed to try to apply after I was giving notice. Too little, too late. I needed it 3 or 4 months ago. Now the damage is done. We have made a mistake, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals have left these people out. They've excluded companies like All Mexed Up Taco Shop in Port Alberni in my riding. They were excluded because they rent from the city of Port Alberni. And the city of Port Alberni was excluded from applying, and therefore their tenant was excluded from applying. So they've been penalized because they rent from a local government. This is unfair. This has to be fixed. And the sense of urgency couldn't be greater. They need to get some legislation tabled yesterday, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad we voted not to send Canadians to an election and leave these small businesses hanging. They can't be hanging on any longer.
All Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I had an opportunity today to visit 3 Main Street businesses in Windsor-Tecumseh to celebrate Small Business Week. I spoke with Michelle from Formerly Yours, Christina from Green Envy, and Kathy from Artesa, 3 amazing business owners and wonderful businesses. Mr. Speaker, Canadian businesses like these are the lifeblood of our communities and the backbone of the economy. And in 2017, almost 70% of all private sector employees, 8.3 million people, worked for small business. And that is why our government has been committed to helping businesses face the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, including by assisting them with business costs that they cannot defer, such as rent. Last April, the government introduced the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance Program, also known as CECRA, for small businesses. This program, offered in partnership with the provinces and territories, is administered by the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. And since its launch, CECRA has helped over 135,000 small business tenants that employ more than 1.2 million Canadians by providing some $2 billion to pay their rent. CECRA funding has been provided to a broad cross-section of Canadian small businesses in all provinces and territories, including the retail, food services, education, healthcare, arts, entertainment, helping them make their rent payments. And with an average monthly rent of $7,000 and over 85% of the assisted businesses employing on average less than 8 employees, this program has truly helped Canada's smallest businesses stay open. I want to take a moment to thank the many property owners who have offered flexibility to their tenants or taken action to help them during this crisis, either through CECRA or by some other way. This has allowed tens of thousands of storefronts to remain open, helping to keep retail districts looking as normal as possible during this difficult period. Initially intended to assist with rent payments for April, May, and June, the program was extended to give hard-hit businesses help to cover rent into September. And CECRA participants can apply until October 30th for the July to September extensions. Mr. Speaker, in last month's speech from the throne, the government committed to take further steps to help businesses that are in trouble to get through to the other side of the pandemic. On October 9th, the government announced its intention to introduce a new Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy. This new program aims to allow businesses and other organizations that have suffered a decrease in income in this crisis to access rent and mortgage assistance until June 2021. This grant would be available to businesses and other organizations paying to occupy their premises. It would be offered directly to tenants, but would also support the owners of the buildings concerned. The same day, the government also proposed to extend the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy to June 2021 to help businesses and other employers keep their employees on the payroll. This measure is part of the government's commitment to create over 1 million jobs and restore employment to the level it was before the pandemic. In the face of an uncertain economic situation and tightening credit conditions, these measures have supported businesses while protecting the jobs that Canadians depend on, helping small businesses get through the worst parts of the pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni.
Well, Mr. Speaker, while the parliamentary secretary is patting himself on the back, talking about, and I'm glad to hear Michelle Krista, and Kathy are getting help, but Mark and Lisa and the owners of All Mexed Up have got no help. They're being left out high and dry. Mr. Speaker, he's talking about the application closes on October 31st. They can't apply. They're excluded. And they should be able to access the 50% of funding, the provincial and federal funding that's out there. We're heading into a second wave. These businesses need help now. I hope that legislation is getting tabled tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. And he talked about how this program went through the CMHC. Everybody's still wondering why it had to be a landlord-driven program, why initially you had to have a mortgage. And we know why. The links to the chief of staff of the Liberal Party, her husband, Chris Siver, who owns a mortgage company, who's the agent for their flawed, broken program. I hope the next program isn't another friend of the Liberals delivering a failed design that's going to wipe out people. They need help now, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that member will do everything he can to help them.
Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I have said already, Canadian businesses are the backbone of our economy, and they provide good jobs that support families across the country. Since March, we have implemented several programs to help businesses large and small to weather the storm through Canada's COVID-19 Economic Response Plan, which has provided urgent and broad-based support where it is needed. And while many businesses have now reopened, most are still not operating at full capacity, and many are concerned about the uncertainty the second wave has created. We will continue to help Canadian businesses and the Canadians they employ get back on their feet. Extending the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy and proposing a new Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy are critical steps, are concrete steps to help Canadian businesses and other organizations stay afloat and so that they can build back stronger. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La motion portant.
The motion has now been deemed adopted. The House is adjourned until tomorrow, 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.